Chapter 13, Part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 13, The Suffrage Movement. Part 1. The Conciliation Bill, which was intended to give the parliamentary vote to a little over 1,000,000 women, had passed its second reading on July 12, 1910, by a majority of 110 votes, in spite of the bitter opposition of the Premier, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Home Secretary, the President of the Board of Trade and the Secretary for the Colonies. The Premier's arguments against it were, firstly, that women were women. This of course was a deplorable fact, and that the balance of power might fall into their hands without the physical force necessary to impose their decisions, etc., etc. And finally, that in force lay the ultimate appeal, rather a dangerous incitement to the sincere militants. The Chancellor of the Exchequer took up a more subtle attitude than the undisguised grumpy hostility of his leader. His arguments at the time reminded me of an episode in East Africa 30 years ago. A certain independent chief tolerated the presence on his territory of a plucky band of missionary pioneers. He did not care about Christianity, but he liked the trade goods the missionaries brought to purchase food and pay for labour in the erection of a station. These trade goods they kept in a storehouse made of wattle and daub. But this temporary building was not proof against cunning attempts at burglary on the part of the natives. The missionaries at length went to the chief, who was clothed shamelessly in the stolen calicoes, and sought redress. "All right," said the potentate, who kept a fretful realm in awe, "but you have no proof it is my people who break in and steal. You just catch one in the act, and then you'll see what I'll do." So the Oxford and Cambridge athletic missionaries sat up night after night under some camouflage, and at last their patience was rewarded by the capture of a naked, oily-skinned negro who emerged from a tunnel he had dug under the store foundations. Then they bore him off to the Yao chieftain. "Now we know where we are," said the chief. "You've proved your complaint. We'll have him burnt to death after lunch in the market place. I presume you've brought a lunch basket?" "Oh no," said the horrified propagandists. "We don't want such a penalty as that." "Very good," said the chief. "Then we'll behead him." "No, no." "Crucify him?" "No, no." "Peg him down over a driver ant's nest?" "No, no." "Then if you don't want any rational punishment he shall go free." And free he went. In the same way the Chancellor of the Exchequer of those days was so hard to please over suffrage measures that none brought forward was democratic enough, far reaching and overwhelming enough to secure his adhesion. He was therefore forced to torpedo the Conciliation Bill, to snatch away the half loaf that was better than no bread at all. He spoke and voted against these tentative measures of feminine franchisement with tongue in cheek, no doubt, and hand linked in that of Lulu Grandcourt, whose opposition to any vote being given to women and whole attitude towards sex was so bitter that he had to be reminded by Lord Aloysius Brimsley, who like his brother Robert was a convinced Suffragist, that after all he, Lulu Grandcourt, had deigned to be born of a woman, had even, maybe, been spanked by one. The Speaker had hinted on the occasion of the second reading of the Conciliation Bill, and at a later raising of the same question, that there might arise all sorts of obstacles to wreck the Woman's Franchise measure in committee, obstacles that apparently need not be taken into account as dangerous to any measure affecting male interests. Therefore many of the MPs timorously voted for the second reading of the Conciliation Bill in order to stand well with their constituencies, yet looked to the Premier to trip it up by some adroit use of parliamentary jiu-jitsu. They were not disappointed in their ideal politician. The bill, after it had passed its second reading by a large majority, was referred to a committee of the whole House, which seemingly is fatal to any measure that seeks to become law. So the stale summer of 1910 wore itself away in recriminations, hopings against probability that the newer types of Liberal statesmen were honest men, keepers of promises, not merely, as Vivie said in one of the many speeches that got her into trouble, bridge players first and foremost, golf players when they couldn't play bridge, or speculators on the Stock Exchange, champagne drinkers, and prone to eat at their Lucullus banquets, public and private, till they sometimes fainted with indigestion. My, but she was bitter in her Hyde Park speeches and at her Albert Hall meetings against this band of mock Liberals who had seized the impulse of the country towards reform which had grown up under the Chamberlain era, to install themselves in power with the financial backing of great Americo German Jewish internationalists, who in those early years of the 20th century were ready to stake their dollars on the Free Trade British Empire if they might guide its policy. Very likely if they had obtained the complete guidance they sought for, they might have staved off this ruinous war by telling Germany bluntly she must keep her hands off France and Belgium. They might also have seen to it that the War Office was reformed and the British Army ready to fulfil Lord Haldane's promises, for there is no doubt they had ability, even if they despised the instruments they worked with. But as I say, Vivie was a bitter and most effective speaker. She inflamed to action many a warm hearted person like myself, like Rossiter, who got into trouble, though it was hushed up, in 1910–1911 for slapping the face of a Secretary of State who spoke slightingly of the woman suffragists and their motives. Yet I seem to be stranded now, with a few others, in my pre-war enthusiasm over the woman's cause, or later, my horror at the German treatment of Belgium. Where are the snows of yesteryear? Where is the animosity which in the years between the burking of the Conciliation Bill and the spring of 1914 grew up between the disinterested reformers who wanted woman enfranchised and the Liberal ministers who fought so doggedly, so unscrupulously, against such a rational completion of representative government? The other day I glanced at a newspaper and saw that Sir Michael and Lady Rossiter had been dining at the Ritz with the Grand Courts, Princess Belasco, Sir Abel Batterby, the great police surgeon, knighted for his skill and discretion in forcible feeding, and the George Bounderbys. G.B. was the venomous private secretary of a former Chancellor of the Exchequer and put him up to most of his anti-suffrage dodges. And meeting Vivien Rossiter soon afterwards I said, "How could you?" "How could I what?" "Dine with the people you once hated." "Oh, I don't know. It's all past and done with. We've got the vote and somehow after those years in Brussels I seem to have no hates and few loves left." However, this is anticipating. I only insert this protest because I may seem to be expressing a bitterness the protagonists have ceased to feel, a triumph at the victory of their cause which produces in them merely a yawn. Where is Mrs. Pankhurst? Somehow one thought she would never rest till she was in the Cabinet. And Christabel and Annie Kenney? Married perchance to some permanent Under Secretary of State and viewing direct action with growing disapproval. And the Pethwick Lawrences? Some one told me the other day that they'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be forcibly fed. But in November 1910 we all, we that were whole-hearted reformers, true Liberals, not wolves in sheep's clothing, took very much to heart what happened on the 18th of that month, when the Prime Minister of the time announced that the conference between the House of Lords and the House of Commons on the veto question having broken down, he had advised His Majesty to dissolve Parliament. This meant that the Conciliation Bill was finally done for, while the declaration of the Prime Minister as to the future programme of the Liberal Party, if it was returned to power, excluded any mention of a Woman's Enfranchisement Bill. On Black Friday, November 18th, Vivie was present at the meeting in Caxton Hall when Mrs. Pankhurst explained the position to the Suffragist women assembled there. Her blood was fired by the recital of their wrongs, and she was prominent among the 450 volunteers who came forward to accompany Mrs. Pankhurst Dr. Garrett Anderson, and Susan Nipper Totes, the two last infirm old ladies, when they proposed to march to the Houses of Parliament to exercise their right of presenting a petition. The women proceeded to Parliament Square in small groups so as to keep within the letter of the law. Some, like Vivie, carried banners with pitiful devices: "Where there's a bill there's a way," "Women's will beats Asquith's skill," and so on. She wished she had given more direct attention to these mottos, but much of this procedure had been got up on impulse and little preparation made. It was near to 4 o'clock on a fine November afternoon when the 450 women began their movement towards Parliament Square. A red sun was sinking behind the House of Lords, the blue of the misty buildings and the street openings was enhanced by the lemon yellow lights of the newly lit lamps. The avenues converging on the Houses of Parliament were choked with people, and vehicles had to be diverted from the streets. The men in the watching crowd covered the pavements and island refuges, leaving the roadways to the little groups of struggling women and the large force, 1,000 or more, of opposing police. It was said at the time that the Government of the day, realizing by their action or inaction in the House of Commons they had provoked this movement of Mrs. Pankhurst's, had prepared the policy with which to meet it. As on the eve of a general election it might be awkward if they made many arrests of women, perchance Liberal women, on their way to the House to present a petition or escort a deputation, the police should be instructed instead to repel the Suffragists by force, to give them a taste of that frightfulness which became afterwards so familiar a weapon in the Prussian armoury. Some said also that the Government looked to the crowd which was allowed to form unchecked on the pavements, the crowd of rough men and boys, costers from Lambeth, longshoremen from the barges on the unembanked Westminster river side, errand boys, soldiers, sailors, clerks returning home, warehousemen, the tagrag and bobtail generally of London when a row is brewing, looked to this crowd to catch fire from the brutality of the police, uniformed and in plain clothes, and really give the women clamouring for the vote what for, teach them a lesson as to what the roused male can do when the female passes the limits of domestic licence. A few deaths might result, and did, and many injuries, but the treatment they received would make such an impression on Mrs. Pankhurst's followers that they would at last realize the futility of measuring their puny force against the muscle of man. Force, as the Premier had just said, must be the decisive factor. But unfortunately for these calculations the large male crowd took quite a different line. The day had gone by when men and boys were wont to cry to some expounding suffragette, "Go home and mind your baby." Dimly these toilers and moilers, these loafers and wasters, now understood that women of a courage rarely matched in man were fighting for the cause of all ill-governed, maladministered, swindled, exploited people of either sex. The mass of men, in the mass, is chivalrous. It admires pluck, patience and persistency. So the crowd, instead of aiding the police to knock sense into the women, began to take sides with the buffeted, brutalized and bleeding suffragettes. Fortunately, before the real fighting began, and no doubt as a stroke of policy on the part of some police inspector, Mrs. Pankhurst, convoying the two frail old ladies, Dr. Garrett Anderson and Susan Nipper Totes, champions of the vote when women's suffrage was outside practical politics, had reached the steps of the strangers' entrance to the House of Commons. From this point of vantage a few of the older leaders of the deputation were able to witness the 4 or 5 hours' struggle in and around Parliament Square, the Abbey, Parliament Street, Great George Street, which made Black Friday one of the noteworthy days in British history, though more nostro it will be long before it is inserted in school books. Here, while something like panic signalized the Legislative Chamber, and Cabinet Ministers scurried in and out like flurried rabbits, and finally took refuge in their private rooms, here was fought out the decisive battle between physical and moral force over the Suffrage question. The women were so exaltées that they were ready to face death for their cause. The police were so exasperated that they saw red, and some went mad with sex mania. It was a horrible spectacle in detail. Men with foam on their moustaches were gripping women by the breasts, tearing open their clothing and proceeding to rabid indecencies. Or if not sex mad, they twisted their arms, turned back their thumbs to dislocation, rained blows with fists on pale faces, covering them with blood. They tore out golden hair or thin grey locks with equal disregard. Mounted police were summoned to overawe the crowd, which by this time, whether Suffragist and female, or neutral, non-committal and male, was giving the police on foot a very nasty time. The 450 women of the original impulse had increased to several thousand. Dusk had long since deepened into a night lit up with arc lamps and the golden radiance of great gas lamp clusters. Flares were lighted to enable the police to see better what they were doing and who were their assailants. But the women showed complete indifference to the horses, and the horses, with that exquisite forbearance that the horse can show to the distraught human, did their utmost not to trample on small feet and outspread hands. Here and there humanity asserted itself. One policeman, helmetless, his fair blonde face scratched and bleeding, had in berserker rage felled a young woman in the semi-darkness. He bore his senseless victim into the shelter of some nook or cloister and turned on her his bull's eye lantern. She was a beautiful creature, in private life a waitress at a tea shop. Her hat was gone and her hair streamed over her drooping face and slender shoulders. The policeman, overcome with remorse, exclaimed, mentioning the Home Secretary's name: "Be damned! This ain't the job for a decent man." The Suffragette revived under his care. He escorted her home, resigned from the police force, married her, and I believe has lived happily ever afterwards, if he was not killed in the war. Vivie had struggled for about 2 hours to reach the precincts of the house, with or without her banner, probably without, because she had freely used its staff as a weapon of defence, and her former skill in fencing stood her in good stead. But at last she was gripped by 2 constables, one of them an oldish man and the other a plain-clothes policeman, whom several spectators had singled out for his pleasure in needless brutalities. These men proceeded to give her punishment, and involuntarily she shrieked with mingled agony of pain and outraged sex revolt. A man, who had paused irresolutely on the kerb of a street refuge, came to her aid. He dealt the grey-haired constable a blow that sent him reeling, and then seized the plainclothesman by his coat collar. A struggle ensued, which ended in the intervener being flung with such violence on the curbstone that he was temporarily stunned. Presently he found himself being dragged along with his heels dangling, while Vivie, described in language which my jury of matrons will not allow me to repeat, was being propelled alongside him, her clothes nearly torn off her, to some police station where they were placed under arrest. As soon as they had recovered breath and complete consciousness, had wiped the blood from cut heads, noses and lips, they looked hard at each other. "Thank you so much," said Vivie. "It was good of you." "That's enough," said her defender. "It wanted the voice to make me sure, but somehow I thought all along it was Vivie. Don't you know me? Frank Gardner." Chapter 13 Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 13 The Suffrage Movement. Part 2. While waiting for the formalities to be concluded and their transference to cells in which they were to pass the night, Frank told Vivie briefly that he had returned from Rhodesia a prosperous man on a brief holiday, leaving his wife and children to await his return. Hearing there was likely to be an unusual row that evening over the Suffrage question, he had sauntered down from the Strand to see what was going on, and had been haunted by the conviction that he would meet Vivie in the middle of the conflict. But when he rushed to her defence, his action was instinctive, the impulse of any red-blooded man to defend a woman that was being brutally maltreated. The next morning they were haled before the magistrate. Michael Rossiter was in court as a spectator, feverishly anxious to pay Vivie's fine or to find bail, or in all and every way to come to her relief. He seemed rather mystified at the sight of Frank Gardner arraigned with her. But presently the prosecuting counsel for the Chief Commissioner of Police arrived and told the astonished magistrate that it was the wish of the Home Secretary that the prisoners in the dock should all be discharged, Vivie and Frank Gardner among them. At any rate no evidence would be tendered by the prosecution. So they were released, as also was each fresh batch of prisoners brought in after them. Vivie went in a cab to her house in Victoria Road, Frank back to his hotel. Both had promised to foregather at Rossiter's house in Portland Place at lunch. Hitherto Vivie had refrained from entering No. 1 Park Crescent. She had not seen it or Mrs. Rossiter since David's attack of faintness and hysteria in February 1909, nearly 2 years ago. Why she went now she scarcely knew, logically. It was unwise to renew relations too closely with Rossiter, who showed his solicitude for her far too plainly in his face. The introduction to Linda Rossiter in her female form would be embarrassing, and would doubtless set that good lady questioning and speculating. Yet she felt she must see Rossiter writing was always dangerous and inadequate and reason with him. Beg him not to spoil his own chances in life for her, not lose his head in politics and personal animosities on her behalf, as he seemed likely to do. Already people were speaking of him as parallel to and you can fill the blanks for yourself with the names of great men of science who have become ineffective, quarrelsome, isolated members of Parliament, saying it was a great loss to science and no gain to the legislature. As to Frank Gardner, she was equally eager for a long explanatory talk with him. Except that her life had inured her to surprise and unexpected meetings, it was sufficiently amazing that Frank and she, who had not seen each other or touched hands for 13 years, should meet thus in a dangerous scuffle in a dense struggling crowd outside the Houses of Parliament. She must so arrange matters after lunch that Frank should not prevent her hour's talk with Rossiter, yet should have the long explanation he himself deserved. An idea! She would telephone to Praddy and invite herself and Frank to tea at his studio after she had left the Rossiters. Mrs. Rossiter was used to unexpected guests at lunch. People on terms of familiarity dropped in, or the Professor detained some colleague or pupil and made him sit down to the meal which was always prepared and seated for 4. Therefore she was not particularly taken aback when her husband appeared at 5 minutes to 1 in the little drawing room, and after requesting that the macaw and the cockatoo might be removed for the nonce to a back room, as they made sustained conversation impossible, announced that he expected momently there was the bell 2 persons whose acquaintance he was sure Linda would like to make. One was Captain Frank Gardner, who owned a big ranch in Rhodesia, and the other no relation was Miss Warren. "What, one of the Warrens of Huddersfield? Well, I never! And where did you pick her up? Strange she shouldn't have written to me she was coming up to town. I could No, this is a Miss Vivian Warren." "Vivian? How curious! Why that is the name of the Adamses' little girl." "A Miss Vivian Warren," went on Rossiter patiently, "a well known Suffragist who " "Oh, Michael, not a Suffragette!" wailed Mrs. Rossiter, imagining vitriol was about to be thrown over the surviving pug and damage done generally to the furniture. But at this moment the butler announced Captain Frank Gardner and Miss Warren. Gardner was well enough, a lean soldierly looking man, brown with the African sun, with pleasant twinkling blue eyes, a thick moustache and curly hair, just a little thin on the top. His face was rather scarred with African adventure and did not show much special trace of his last night's tussle with the police. There was a cut at the back of his head where he had fallen on the curbstone, but that was neatly plastered, and you do not turn your back much on a hostess, at any rate on first introduction. But Vivie had obviously been in the wars. She had, frankly, a black eye, a cut and swollen lip, and her ordinarily well-shaped nose was a trifle swollen and reddened. But her eyes likewise were twinkling, though the bruised one was bloodshot. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Rossiter, to be introduced to you like this. I don't know what you will think of me. It's the first time I've been in a really bad row. We were trying to get to the House of Commons, but the police interfered and gave us the full privileges of a man as regards their fists. Captain Gardner here, who is an old friend of mine, intervened, or I'm afraid I shouldn't have got off as cheaply as I did. And your husband kindly came to the police court to testify to our good character, and then invited us to lunch." Mrs. Rossiter: "Why, how your voice reminds me of some one who used to come here a good deal at one time, a Mr. David Williams. I suppose he isn't any relation?" Vivie, while Frank Gardner looks a little astonished: "Oh, my cousin. I knew you knew him. He has often talked to me about you. I'll tell you about David by and by, Frank." At this interchange of Christian names Mrs. Rossiter thinks she understands the situation. They are engaged, have been since last night's rescue. But what extraordinary people the dear Professor does pick up! Have they got ductless glands, she wonders? Rossiter, who has been fidgeting through this dialogue, considers that lunch is ready, so they proceed to the small dining room, the breakfast room. Mrs. Rossiter was always very proud of having a small drawing room, otherwise mi boudoir, and a small dining room. It prepared the way for greater magnificence at big parties, and also enabled one to be cosier with a few friends. At luncheon. Mrs. Rossiter to Frank Gardner, archly: "I suppose you've come home to be married?" Frank: "Oh no, I'm not a bigamist. I've got a wife already and 4 children, and jolly glad I shall be to get back to 'em. I can't stand much of the English climate after getting so used to South African sunshine. No, I came on a business trip to England, leaving my old dear out at the farm near Salisbury with the kids. We've got a nice English governess who helps her to look after 'em. A year or 2 hence I hope to bring 'em over to see the old country, and we may have to put the eldest to school. Children run wild so in South Africa. As to Miss Warren, she's an old friend of mine and a very dear one. I hadn't seen her for 13 years, when the sound of her voice she's got one of those voices you never forget the sound of her voice came up out of that beastly crowd of gladiators yesterday, and I found her being hammered by 2 policemen. I pretty well laid one out, though I hadn't used my fists for a matter of 10 years. Then I got knocked over myself. I passed a night in a police cell, feeling pretty sick and positively maddened at not being able to ask any questions. Then at last morning came. I had a wash and brush up the police after all aren't bad chaps, and most of 'em seemed jolly well ashamed of last night's doin's. Then I met Vivie in court, and your husband too. He took me on trust and I'm awfully grateful to him. I've got a dear old mater down in Kent, Margate, don't you know. My dad's still alive, Vivie, and she'd have been awfully cut up at hearing her son had been spending the night in a police cell and was going to be fined for rioting, only fortunately the Home Secretary said we weren't to be punished. But Professor Rossiter's comin' on the scene was a grand thing. Besides bein' an M.P., I needn't tell you, Mrs. Rossiter, he has a world wide reputation. Oh, we read your books, sir, out in South Africa, I can tell you. Well, and here we are, and I'm monopolizing the conversation." Vivie sat opposite her old lover, and near to the man who loved her now with such ill-concealed passion that his hand trembled for her very proximity. She felt strangely elated, strangely gay, at times inclined to laugh as she caught sight of her bruised and puffy face in an opposite mirror, yet happy in the knowledge that notwithstanding the 13 years of separation, her repeated rejection of his early love, her battered appearance, Frank still felt tenderly towards her, still remembered the timbre of her voice. Her mouth was too sore and swollen to make eating very pleasant. She trifled with her food, but she felt young and full of gay adventure. Mrs. Rossiter, a little overwhelmed with all the information Gardner had poured out, a little irritated also at the dancing light in Vivie's eyes, turned her questionings on her. "I suppose you are the Miss Warren who speaks so much? I often see your name in the papers, especially in Votes for Women that the Professor takes in. Isn't it funny that a man should care so much about women getting the vote? I'm sure I don't want it. I'm quite content to exercise my influence through him, especially now he's in Parliament. But then I have my home to look after, and I'm much too busy to go out and about and mix myself up in politics. I'm quite content to leave all that to the menfolk." Vivie: "Quite so. In your position no doubt I should do the same. But you see I haven't any menfolk. There is my mother, but she prefers to live abroad, and as she is comfortably off she can employ servants to look after her." This hint of wealth a little reassured Mrs. Rossiter, who believed most Suffragettes to be adventuresses. "So as I have no ties I prefer to give myself up to the service of women in general. When they have the vote and other privileges of men, then of course I can attend to my private interests and pursuits. Mathematical calculations, insurance risks." Mrs. Rossiter: "It is extraordinary how like your voice is to your cousin's. If I shut my eyes I could think he was back again. Not," she added hastily, "that he has not, no doubt, plenty to do abroad. Do you ever see him now? Why does he not marry and settle down? One never hears of him now as a barrister. But then he used to 'feel' his cases too much. The last time he was here he fainted and had to stay here all night. And yet he had won his case and got his what do you say client? Off. I dare say you remember it. She was my husband's cousin, though we hardly liked to say so at the time. It is so unpleasant having a murder in the family. Fortunately she was let off. I mean the jury said not guilty, though personally however that is neither here nor there, and since then she's married Colonel Kesteven. Won't you have some pheasant? No? I remember your cousin used to have a very poor appetite, especially when one of his cases was on. How he used excuse my saying so how he used to tire poor Michael, Mr. Rossiter. Talk, talk, talk in the evenings, and I knew the Professor had his lectures to prepare. But hints were thrown away on Mr. David." Rossiter broke in: "Now what would you like to do in the afternoon, Miss Warren? And Gardner? You, by the by, have the first claim on our hospitality. You have just arrived from Africa, and the only thing we have done for you so far is to drag you into a disgraceful row." Frank: "Well, I should like a glimpse of the Zoo. I'm quite willing to pay my shilling and give no more trouble, but if Vivie is going there too, we could all walk up together. After that I'm going to revisit an old acquaintance of mine and Vivie's, Praed the architect, lives somewhere in Chelsea if I remember right." Vivie: "In Hans Place. I don't particularly want to go to the Zoo. I look so odd I might over excite the monkeys. I think I should like to try a restful visit to the Royal Botanic. I'm so fond of their collection of weird succulent plants, things that look like stones and suddenly produce superb flowers." Mrs. Rossiter: "We belong to the Botanic as well as to the Zoo. I could take you there after lunch." Rossiter: "You forget, dearie, you've got to open that bazaar in Marylebone Town Hall." Linda: "Oh, have I? To be sure. But it's Lady Goring that does the opening. I'm much too nervous. Still I promised to come. Would Miss Warren care to come with me?" Vivie: "I should have liked to awfully. I love bazaars. But just at this moment I'm thinking more of those succulent plants and my battered face." Rossiter: "I'll make up your minds for you. We'll all drive to the Zoo in Linda's motor. Gardner shall look at the animals and then find his way to Hans Place. I'll escort Miss Warren to the Botanic and then come on and pick you up, Linda, at the Town Hall." That statement seemed to satisfy everyone, so after coffee and a glance round the laboratory and the last experiments, they proceeded to the Zoo, with at least an hour's daylight at their disposal. Rossiter and Vivie were at last alone within the charmed circle of the Botanic Gardens. They made their way slowly to the great palm house and thence up twisty iron steps to a nook like a tree refuge in New Guinea, among palm boles and extravagant aroid growths. "Now, Michael," said Vivie. Despite her bruised face she looked very elegant in her grey costume, grey hat and grey suède gloves, and he had to exercise great self restraint. Remember that he was known by sight to most of the gardeners and to the ubiquitous secretary, in order to refrain from crushing her to his side. "Now, Michael, I want a serious talk with you, a talk which will last for another 18 months, which is about the time that has elapsed since we had our last. You're not keeping the pact we made." "What was that?" "Why, you promised me that your love no, I won't misuse that word your friendship for me should not spoil your life, your career, or make Linda unhappy. Yet it is doing all three. You've lived in a continual agitation since you got into Parliament, and now you'll be involved in more electioneering in order to be returned once more. Meantime your science has come to a dead stop. And it's so far more important for us than getting the vote. All this franchise agitation is on a much lower plane. It amuses and interests me. It keeps me from thinking too much about you. Besides, I am naturally rather combative. I secretly enjoy these rough and tumbles with constituted authority. I also really do think it is a beastly shame, this preference shown for man in most of the careers and in the franchise. But don't you worry yourself unduly about it. If I really thought that you cared so much about me that it was turning you away from our religion, scientific research, I'd go over to Brussels to my mother and stay there. I really would. And I really will if you don't stop following me about from meeting to meeting and going mad over the Suffrage question in the House. Is it true that you struck a Cabinet Minister the other day? Mr. ? Rossiter: "Yes, it's true, and he asked for it. If I am unreasonable, what are they? and . Why have they such a bitter feeling against your sex? Have they had no mothers, no sweethearts, no sisters, no wives? If I'd never met you I should still have been a Suffragist. I think I was one as a boy, watching what my mother suffered from my father, and how he collared all her money I suppose it was before the Married Woman's Property Act and grudged her any for her dress, her little comforts, her books, or even for proper medical advice. And to hear these Liberal Cabinet Ministers Liberal, mind you talk about women, often with the filthy phrases of the street. Well, he got a smack on the jaw and decided to treat the incident as a trifling one. His private secretary patched it up somehow, but I express no regret." "Well, darling, I'll try to do as you wish. I'll try to shut you out of my thoughts and return to my experiments when I'm not on platforms or in the House. I think I shall get in again. It's a mere matter of money, and thanks to Linda that isn't wanting. I'm not going to withdraw from politics, you bet, however disenchanted I may be. It's because the decent, honest, educated men withdraw that legislation and administration are left to the case-hardened rogues and the uneducated and the cranks. But don't make things too hard for me. Keep out of prison, keep off hunger strikes, if you're going to be manhandled by the police. Ah, why wasn't I there instead of in the House? Gardner had all the luck. I was glad to hear he was married." Vivie: "Oh, you needn't be jealous of poor Frank. And he'll soon be back in South Africa. You needn't be jealous of any one. I'm all yours in spirit for all time. Now we must be going. It's getting dusk and we should be irretrievably ruined if we were locked up in this dilapidated old palm house. Besides, I'm to meet Frank at Praddy's studio in order to tell him the history of the last 13 years." As they walked away: "You know, Michael, I'm still hoping we may be friends without being lovers. I wonder whether Linda would get to like me." At Praed's studio: "Louis Maitland Praed is looking older. He must be now November 1910 about 58 or 59. But he has still a certain elegance, the look of a lesser Leighton about him. Frank has been there already for half an hour, and the tea table has been, so to speak, deflowered. Vivie accepts a cup, a muffin and a marron glacé, then says, "Now, dear Proddy, summon your mistress, dans l'honnête sens du mot, and have this tea table cleared so that we can have a hugely long and uninterrupted talk. I have got to give Frank a summary of all that I've done in the past 13 years. Meanwhile, Frank, as your record I feel convinced is so blameless and normal that it could be told before any parlour maid, you start off whilst she is taking away the tea, fiddling with the stove, and prolonging to the utmost her services to a master who has become her slave." The parlour maid enters, and casts more than one searching glance at Vivie's bruised features, but performs her duties in a workmanlike manner. Frank: "My story? Oh well, it's a happy one on the whole, very happy. Soon as the war was over I got busy in Rhodesia and pitched on a perfect site for a stock and fruit farm. The B.S.A. Company was good to me because I'd known Cecil Rhodes and Dr. Jim, and by 1904 I was going well. They'd made me a magistrate, and some of my mining shares had turned out trumps. Then Westlock came out as Governor General, and Lady Enid had brought out with her a jolly nice girl as governess to her children. She was the daughter of a parson in Hertfordshire near the Brinsley estates. Well, I won't say, bein' the soul of truth, that I fell in love with her, straight away, because I don't think I ever fell deep in love, straight away, with any girl but you, Vivie. But I did feel as it was hopeless askin' you to marry me. Here was the wife I wanted. She was good enough to accept me, and the Westlocks were awfully kind and made everything easy. Lady Enid's a perfect brick, and by the by she's a great Suffragist too. Well, we were married at Pretoria in 1904, and now we've got 4 children, a sturdy young Frank, a voluptuous Vivie oh, I told Muriel everything, she's the sort of woman you can, and the other 2 are called Bertha after my mother and Charlotte after Mrs. Bernard Shaw. I sent you, Vivie, a newspaper with the announcement of my marriage. D'you ever get it? Vivie: "Never, but I was undergoing a sea change of my own just then, which I will tell you all about presently." Frank: "Well then, I came back to England on a hurried visit. You remember, Proddy? But you were away in Italy and I couldn't find Vivie anywhere. I called round at where your office was, Fraser and Warren, where we parted in 1897, and there was no more Fraser and Warren. Nobody knew anything about what had become of you. P'raps I might have found out, but I got a bit huffy, thought you might have written me a line about my marriage. I did write to Miss Fraser, but the letter was returned from the Dead Letter Office." Vivie: "She married Colonel Armstrong." Well, there it is. By some devilish lucky chance I had no sooner got to London from Southampton, day before yesterday, than some one told me all about the expected row between the Suffragettes and the police. Thought I'd go and see for myself what this meant. No idea before how far the thing had gone, or what brutes the police could be. Had a sort of notion, don't know why, that dear old Viv would be in it, up to the neck. Got mixed up in the crowd and helped a woman or 2 out of it. Lady Phoenix, they said it was, picked up some and took 'em into her motor. And then I heard a cry which could only be in Vivie's voice dear old Viv leans forward with shining eyes to press her hand, and there we are. How are the bruises?" Vivie: "Oh, they ache rather, but it is such a joy to have such friends as you and Proddy and Michael Rossiter that I don't mind what I go through." Frank: "But I say, Viv, about this Rossiter man. He seems awfully gone on you." Vivie (flushing in the firelight): "Does he? It's only friendship. I really don't see them often, but he came to my assistance once at a critical time, and now that Proddy's all powerful parlour maid's definitely left us, I will tell you my story." So she does, between 5 and half past 6, almost without interruption from the spellbound Frank, who says it licks any novel he ever read, and she ought to turn it into a novel, with a happy ending, or from Prod, who is at times a little somnolent. Then at half past 6 the practical Frank says: "Look here, you chaps, I could go on listening till midnight, but what's the matter with a bit of dinner? I dare say Praddy's parlour-maid might turn sour if we asked her at a moment's notice to find dinner for 3. Why not come out and dine with me at the Hans Crescent Hotel? Close by. I'll get a quiet table and we can finish our talk there. To-morrow I must go down to Margate to see the dear old mater, and it may be a week before I'm up again." They adjourned to the hostelry mentioned. Over coffee and cigarettes, Vivie makes this appeal to Frank. "Now, Frank, you know all my story. Tell me first what really became of the real David Williams, the young man you met in the hospital and wrote me about." Frank: "'Pon my life, I don't know. I never heard one word about him after I got clear of the hospital myself. You know it fell into Boer hands during that rising in Cape Colony. I expect the real David Williams, as you call him, died from neglected wounds or typhoid, or recovered and took to drink, or went up country and got knocked on the head by the natives for interfering with their women. Good riddance of bad rubbish, I expect. What do you want me to do? I'll swear to anything in reason." Vivie: "I want you to do this. Run down one day before you go back to Africa to South Wales, to Pontystrad it's not far from Swansea and call at the vicarage on the pretext that you've come to enquire about David Vavasour Williams, whom you once knew in South Africa. It'll give verisimilitude to my stories. They'll probably say they haven't seen him for ever so long, but that you can hear of him through Professor Rossiter. I dare say it's a silly idea of mine, but what I fear sometimes is that if the fact comes out that I was David Williams, some Vaughan or Price or other Williams may call the old man's will in question and get it put into Chancery, get the money taken away from poor old Bridget Evanwy and the village hall which I've endowed. That's all. If it wasn't that I've disposed of my supposed father's money in the way I think he would have liked best, I shouldn't care a hang if they found out the trick I'd played on the benchers. Do you see?" Frank: "I see." The next day Vivie wisely spent in bed, healing her wounds and resting her limbs, which after the mental excitement was over, ached horribly. Honoria came round and listened, applauded, pitied, laughed and concurred. But she was well enough on the following Tuesday after Black Friday to attend another meeting of the W.S.P.U. at Caxton Hall, to hear one more ambiguous, tricky, many ways to be interpreted promise of the then Prime Minister. Mrs. Pankhurst, pointing out the vagueness of these assurances, announced her intention then and there of going round to Downing Street to ask for a more definite wording. Vivie and many others followed this dauntless lady. Their visit was unexpected. The police force was small and the Suffragettes had 2 of the Cabinet Ministers at their mercy. They contented themselves by shaking, hustling, frightening but not otherwise injuring their victims before the latter were rescued and put into taxi cabs. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 14, Part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 14, Militancy, Part 1. The Lilacs, Victoria Road, S.W., December 31st, 1910. I'm so glad you got returned all right by your University. I feared very much your championship of the woman's cause might have told against you, but these newer universities are more liberal minded. I'm keeping my promise to tell you of any important move I am making, so this is to inform you, in very strict confidence, of my latest dodge. For the effective organization of my particular branch of the W.S.P.U. activities, I must have an office. The Lilacs is far too small, and besides I shrink from having my little home raided or too much visited, even by Confederates. I learned the other day that the old Fraser and Warren offices on the top floor of 8890 Chancery Lane were vacant. The Midland Insurance Company that occupied nearly all the building has cleared out, and the block is to be given over to a multitude of small undertakings. Well, I secured our old rooms. Simply splendid, with the 2 safes that Honoria, untold ages ago, fitted into the walls, and hid so cleverly that if there is no treachery it would be hard for the police to find them and raid them. The Midland Insurance Company did not behave well to Fraser and Warren, so Beryl Storrington, when she was clearing out, said nothing about the safes, which were not noticed by the company. Honoria kept the keys and now hands them over to me. The W.S.P.U. has taken, also under an alias, other offices on the same side of the way at number 94 top story. We find we can, by using the fire escape, pass over the intervening roofs and reach the parapet outside the partners' room at the 8890 building. I shall once again make use of the little room next the partners' office as a bedroom, or rather tiring room, where I can if necessary effect changes of costume. I have taken the new offices in the name of Mr. Michaelis for a special reason, and with some modifications of David's costume I have appeared in person to assume possession of them. I generally enter number 94 dressed as Vivie Warren. All this may sound very silly to you, like playing at conspiracy, but these precautions seem to be necessary. The Government is beginning to take Suffragism seriously, and a whole department at New Scotland Yard has been organized to cope with our activities. Footnote 1. Michaelis, I believe, was a Greek merchant dealing with sponges, emery powder, coral, and other products of the Mediterranean shores, whose acquaintance Vivie had originally made when interested in the shares of that Levantine house, Charles Davis and Company. Of Ionian birth he had become a naturalized British subject, but having grown wealthy had decided to transfer himself to Athens and enter political life. He had consented amusedly to Vivie's adoption of his name for her new tenancy, and had given her an old passport, which you could do in the days that knew not Dora, she resembling him somewhat in appearance. He was aware of her Suffragist activities and guessed she might want it occasionally for eluding the police on trips abroad. H.H.J. One reason I have in writing this letter, a letter I hope you will burn after you have read and noted its contents, is to ask you to lend me for a while the services of Bertie Adams as clerk. Of course I shall insist on paying his salary whilst I employ him, and indemnifying him for anything he may suffer in my service, that of the W.S.P.U. I am fairly well off for money now. Besides the funds the W.S.P.U. places at my disposal, I have the interest on mother's £10,000, and she would give me more if I asked for it. She has quite taken to the idea of spending her ill-gotten gains on the enfranchisement of women. I am going over to see her for a week or so, when it is not quite so cold. What business am I going specially to undertake in Mr. Michaelis's office on the top story of 8890? I will tell you. Scotland Yard is getting busy about us, the Suffragists, trying to find out all it can that is detrimental to our personal characters, our upbringing, our progenitor, our businesses, and our relations, whether we had a forger in the family, whether I am the daughter of the notorious Mrs. Warren, whether Mrs. Cannon Burstall is really my aunt, and whether she couldn't be brought to use her private influence on me to keep me quiet, in case it came out that Kate Warren was her sister, and that she led Kate Warren into that way of life wherein she earned her shameful livelihood. I have had one or two covert hints from Aunt Liz promising to open up relations, if only I'll behave myself. Scotland Yard has already had the sorry triumph of causing one or two of our most prominent workers to retire from the ranks because they were not properly married, or had been married after the eldest child was born, or had once been in trouble over some peccadillo, or had had a son or a sister who, though now upright and prosperous, had once been in the clutches of the law. Now my idea is to turn the tables on all this. I myself am impeccable in a real court of equity. My avatar as David Williams was by way of being a superb adventure. I only retired from the harmless imposture lest I might compromise you, and you are so far gone in politics now that the revelation, if it came about, that you were deceived by me and by my father, would do you no harm. For a number of reasons I know pretty well that the Benchers would not make themselves ridiculous by having the story of my successful entry into their citadel told in open court. I have in fact, through a devious channel, received the assurance that if I do not resume this character of D.V.W., nothing more will be said. What then have I to fear? My mother, c'est bien rangé. She leads a life of the most respectable. If they challenge her, she can counter with some of the most piquant scandals of the last 30 years. My own careful study of criminology and the assiduous searchings of Albert Adams in the same direction, my mother's anecdotes of the lives of statesmen, police magistrates, prosecuting counsel, judges, press editors, many of whom have enjoyed her hospitality abroad, have given me numerous hints in what direction to pursue my researches. Consequently, the office of Mr. Michaelis will be the Criminal Investigation Department of the W.S.P.U. I feel instinctively I am touching pitch and that you will disapprove, but if we are to fight with clean hands, que messieurs les assassins commencent. If Scotland Yard drops slander and infamous suggestions as a weapon, we will let our poisoned arrows rust in the armoury. How beastly all this is! Why do they drive us to these extremes? I know already enough to blast the characters of several among our public men, yet I know in doing so I should wreck the life happiness of faithful wives, believing sisters or daughters, or bright-faced children. Perhaps I won't when it comes to the pinch, but somehow I think if they guess I have this knowledge in my possession they will leave David Williams and Kate Warren alone. Sometimes, do you know, I wake up in the middle of the night at the Lilacs or in my reconstituted bedroom at 8890 and wish I were quit of all this suffrage business, all this vain struggle against predominant man, and away with you on a Pacific island. Then I realize that we should have large cockroaches and innumerable sand fleas in our new home, that we should have broken Linda's heart, have set back the suffrage cause as much as Parnell's adultery postponed Home Rule, and above all that I am already 35 and shall soon be 36, and that it wouldn't be very long before you in comfort-loving middle age sighed for the well-ordered life at No. 1 Park Crescent, Portland Place. On the whole, I think the most rational line I can take is to continue resolutely this struggle for the vote. With the vote must come the opening of Parliament to women. I'm not too old to aspire to be some day Secretary of State for Home Affairs. Because the General Post Office has already become interested in my correspondence, and because this is really a pivotal letter, I am not trusting it to the post, but am calling with it at No. 1 and handing it personally to your butler. I look to you to destroy it when you have read its contents, if you go to that length. Yours, Vivie. Rossiter read this letter an hour or so after it had been delivered, frowned a good deal, made notes in one of his memorandum books, then tore the sheets of typewriting into 4 and placed them on the fire. Having satisfied himself that the flames had caught them, he went with a sullen face to dress for dinner. Linda was giving a New Year's Eve dinner to friends and relations, and he had to play the part of host with assumed heartiness. In the perversity of fate, one piece of the typewritten letter escaped the burning except along the edge. A puff of air from the chimney or the opened door as Linda entered the room lifted it off the cinders and deposited it on the hearth. Linda had dressed early for the party, had felt a little hurt at the locked door of Michael's dressing room, and had come with some vague intention into his study to see perhaps if the fire was burning brightly, because to avoid unnecessary journeys upstairs they would receive their guests tonight in the study and thence pass to the dining room. But the fire had gone sulky, as fires do sometimes, even with well-behaved chimneys and first-class coal. She noted the charred portion of paper lying untidily on the hearth, with typewriting on its upper surface. Picking it up, she read inside the scorched margin: Ria kept the keys and now them over to me. W.S.P.U. has taken, also under an alias, other of same side of the way, at No. 94 top story. We using the fire escape, pass over the intervening reach the parapet outside the partners' room at the ding. I shall once again make use of the little room partner's office as a bedroom, or rather tiring room. If necessary effect changes of costume. I have in the name of Mr. Michaelis for a special modifications of David's costume. I have appeared in assume possession of them. I generally enter number 94 dressed Warren. All this may sound very silly to you, like play. Warren. That name stood out clear. Did it mean the suffragette Vivie Warren, who had sometimes been here, and in whose adventures her husband seemed so unbecomingly interested? One of the great ladies who were anti-suffragists and had already decoyed Mrs. Rossiter within their drawing rooms, had referred with great disapproval to Miss Warren as the daughter of a most notorious woman whom their husbands wouldn't hear mentioned because of her shocking past. And David of course must be that tiresome David Williams, supposed to be a cousin of Vivie Warren, but really seeming in these allusions to be a disguise in which this bold female deceived people. And Mr. Michaelis? Could that be her own Michael? The shameless baggage! She choked at the thought. Was it a conspiracy into which they were luring her husband, already rather compromised as a man of science by his enthusiasm for the suffrage cause? People used to speak of Michael almost with awe, he was so clever. He made such wonderful discoveries. Now since he had become a politician he had many enemies, and several ladies of high title referred to him contemptuously even in her hearing, and cut her without compunction, though she had 10,000 a year. She felt all the same a profound conviction that Michael was the most honourable of men. Yet why all this mystery? The W.S.P.U.? Those letters stood for some more than usually malignant suffrage society. She had seen the letters often in Votes for Women. Her musings here were stayed by the sound of her husband's steps in the passage. Hastily she thrust the half sheet of charred paper into her corsage and brushed off the fragments of the burnt edges from her laces, then turned and affected to be tidying the writing table as Michael came in. Rossiter: Linda, surely not putting my papers in order, or rather disorder? I thought you were far too intimate with my likes and dislikes to do that. Why, what's the matter? Linda: Oh, nothing. I was only seeing if they had made up your fire. I haven't touched anything. Rossiter looked anxiously at the grate, but was relieved to see nothing but burnt, shrivelled squares of paper. He poked the fire fiercely and at any rate demolished the remains of Vivie's letter. Rossiter: Yes, it isn't very cheerful. They must brighten it while we are at dinner, though as we shall go to the drawing room afterwards we shan't need a huge fire here. There, it looks better after that poke. I threw some papers on it to start a flame just before I went up to dress. Why, dearie, what cold hands and what flushed cheeks. Linda: Oh, Michael, you'll always love me, won't you? I know I'm not clever, not half clever enough for you, but I do try to help you all I can. I sobs. Rossiter, really distressed: Of course I love you. What silly notion have you got into your head? He asks himself anxiously, surely all that letter was burnt before she came in. Come, pull yourself together. Be worthy of that dress. It is such a beauty. Linda: I thought you'd like it. I remembered your saying that blue always became me. Dabs at her eyes with a small lace handkerchief. Loud double knocks begin to sound. Dinner guests are soon announced. Linda and Michael receive them heartily. Rossiter, as many a public man does and has to do, shoves his vain regrets, remorse, anxiety, weary longing for the unattainable, somewhere to the back of his brain, where these feelings will not revive till he lies awake at 3 in the morning, and prepares to entertain half a dozen hearty men and buxom women who are easily impressed by a little spoon-fed science. Linda is soon distracted from the scrap of paper in her bosom and gives all her attention to her cousins and grown-up school friends from Bradford and Northallerton, who are delighted to see the New Year in amid the gaieties of London. But before she rings for her maid and undresses that night, she locks the burnt fragment in a secret drawer of her desk. The Ministry which was returned to power in December 1910 had to plan during the first half of 1911 to keep the Suffragists becalmed with promises and prevent their making any public protest which might mar the coronation festivities. So various conciliation bills were allowed to be read to the House of Commons and to reach second readings, at which they were passed with huge majorities. Then they came to nothingness by being referred to a committee of the whole House. Still a hope of some solution was dangled before the oft deluded women, who could hardly believe that British ministers of state would be such breakers of promises and tellers of falsehoods. In November 1911, there being no reason for further dissembling, the Government made the announcement that it was contemplating a manhood suffrage bill which would override altogether the petty question as to whether a proportion of women should or should not enjoy the franchise. This new electoral measure was to be designed for men only, but, the Government opined, it might be susceptible of amendment so as to admit women likewise. Probably the Government had satisfied itself beforehand that, acting on some unwritten code of parliamentary procedure, the Speaker would rule out such an amendment as unconstitutional. At any rate, this is what he did in 1913. The wrath of the oft deluded women flamed out with immediate resentment when the purport of this trick was discerned. Led by Mrs. Pethick Lawrence, a band of more than 1,000 women and men, and some of the presumed men were, like Vivie, women in men's clothes, as it enabled them to move about with more agility and also to escape identification, entered Whitehall and Parliament Street armed with hammers and stones. They broke all the windows they could in the fronts of the Government offices and at the residences of Ministers of State. Vivie found herself shadowed everywhere by Bertie Adams, though she had given him no orders to join the crowd, indeed had begged him to mind his own business and go home. "This is my business," he had said curtly and for once masterfully, and she gave way. Though Vivie for her own reasons carried no hammer or stone, and as one of the principal organizers of the militant movement had been requested by the Inner Council of the W.S.P.U. to keep out of prison as long as possible, she could not help cheering on the boldest and bravest in the mild violence of their protest. To the angry police she seemed merely an impertinent young man, hardly worth arresting when they could barely master the 223 arch offenders with glass-breaking weapons in their hands. So a constable contented himself with marching on her feet with all his weight and thrusting his elbows violently into her breast. She well nigh fainted with the pain, in fact would have fallen in the crowd but for the interposition of Adams, who carried her out of it to the corner of Parliament Street, where he pounced on one of the many taxis that crawled about the outskirts of the shouting, swaying crowd, sure of a fare from either police or escaping Suffragists. Feeling certain that some policeman had not left the disguised Vivie entirely unobserved, indeed Bertie had half thought he caught the words above the din, "That's David Williams, that is." He told the taxi man to drive along the embankment to the Temple. By the time they had reached the nearest access on that side of Fountain Court, Vivie was sufficiently recovered from her semi-swoon to get out, and leaning heavily on Bertie's arm, limp slowly through the intricacies of the Temple and out into Fleet Street by Sergeant's Inn. Then with fresh efforts and further halts they made their way to No. 94 Chancery Lane. Someone was sitting up here with one electric light on, ready for any development connected with W.S.P.U. work that night. To her, fortunately it was a woman, Bertie handed over his stricken chief, and then made his way home to his little house in Marylebone and a questioning and not too satisfied wife. The Suffragette in charge of the top storey at 94 knew something, fortunately, of first aid, was deft of hands and full of sympathy. Vivie's or Mr. Michaelis's lace-up boots were carefully removed and the poor crushed and bleeding toes washed with warm water. The collar was taken off and the shirt unbuttoned, revealing a terrible bruise on the sternum where the policeman's elbow had struck her. Better, however, there, though it had nearly broken the breastbone, than on either side, as such a blow might have given rise to cancer. As it was, Vivie, when she coughed, spat blood. A cup of hot Bovril and an hour's rest on a long chair, and she was ready, supremely anxious indeed, to try the last adventure, an excursion across the roofs and up and down fire escapes on to the parapet of her own especial dwelling, the old offices of Fraser and Warren at No. 8890. The great window of the partners' room opened to her manipulations (it had been carefully left unbolted before her departure for Caxton Hall), and aided cautiously and cleverly by her Suffragette helper, Vivie at last found herself, or Mr. Michaelis did, in the snug little bedroom that knew her chiefly in her male form. Here she was destined to lie up for several weeks till the feet and the chest were healed and sound again. Hither by the normal entrance came a woman Suffragette surgeon to heal, and Vivie's woman clerk to act as secretary, whilst Adams typed away in the outer office on Mr. Michaelis's business, or went on long and mysterious errands. Hither also came the little maid from the Lilacs, bringing needed changes of clothes, letters, and messages from Honoria. A stout young man with a fresh colour went up in the lift at No. 94 to the flat or office of Algernon Mainwaring, and then skipped along the winding way between the chimney stacks and up and down the short iron ladders, till he too reached the parapet, entered through the opened casement, and revealed himself as a great W.S.P.U. leader, costumed like Vivie as a male, but in reality a buxom young woman only waiting for the vote to be won to espouse her young man, shop steward, and begin a large family of children. From this leader Vivie received humbly the strictest injunctions to engage in no more disabling work for the present, to keep out of police clutches and the risk of going to prison or of attracting too much police attention at 8890 Chancery Lane. You are our brain centre at present. Our offices for show and for raiding by the police have been at Clifford's Inn and are now in Lincoln's Inn, but the really precious information we possess is well, you know where it is, walls may have ears. Your time for public testimony hasn't come yet. We'll let you know fast enough when it has, and you won't flinch, I'm quite sure. As a matter of fact, though Vivie's intelligence and inventiveness, her knowledge of criminal law, of lawyers and of city business, her wide education, her command of French, improved by the frequent trips to Brussels, where indeed she deposited securely in her mother's keeping some of the funds and the more remarkable documents of the suffrage cause, and her possession of monetary supplies were not to be despised, as a figurehead she was of doubtful value. There was always that mother in the background. If Vivie was in court for a suffrage offence of a grave character, the prosecuting counsel would be sure to rake up the notorious Mrs. Warren and drag in the white slave traffic to bewilder a jury and throw discredit on the militant side of the suffrage cause. Of course, if the true story of Vivie were fully known, she would rise triumphant from such a recital. Still, throw plenty of mud and some of it will stick. And what was her full true story? Even in the pure passion of the fight for liberty among these young and middle-aged women, the tongue of scandal occasionally wagged in moments of lassitude, discouragement, undeception. At such times some weaker sister with a vulgar mind, or a mind with vulgar streaks in it, might hint at the great interest taken in Vivie by a distinguished man of science who had become an M.P. and a raging Suffragist. Or indecorum would be hinted in the relations between this enigmatic woman, so prone seemingly to don male costume, and the burly clerk who attended her so faithfully and had brought her home on the night of Mrs. Pethick Lawrence's spirited raid. So much so that Vivie, with a sigh, as soon as she attained convalescence, was fain to send for Bertie and tell him with unanswerable decision that he must return to his work with Rossiter, and thither she would send from time to time special instructions if he could help her business in any way. This was done in January 1912. Vivie's feet were now healed, and the woman surgeon was satisfied that she could walk on them without displacing the reset bones. The slight fracture in the breastbone had repaired itself by one of nature's magic processes. So one day our battered heroine doffed the invalid garments of Michaelis and donned those of any well-dressed woman of 1912, including a thick veil. Thus attired she passed from the parapet to the fire escape, recalling the agony these gymnastics had caused her the previous November, and from the fire escape to the roof of number 92, continuous with the roof of 94, and past the chimney stacks, into the top story of 94, and so on down to the street, where a taxi was waiting to convey her to the Lilacs. The W.S.P.U. by the by, to Bluff Scotland Yard, had added to the name of Algernon Mainwaring, 5th floor, the qualification of hygienic corset maker, as an explanation possibly of why so many women found their way to the top story of number 94. End of chapter 14, part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 14, Militancy. Part 2. Arrived at the Lilacs, Vivie took up for a brief spell the life of an ordinary young woman of the well-to-do middle class, seriously interested in the suffrage question, but non-militant. She attended several of Honoria's or Mrs. Fawcett's suffrage parties or public meetings, and occasionally spoke, and spoke well. She also went over to Brussels twice in 1912 to keep in touch with her mother. Mrs. Warren had had one or two slight warnings that a life of pleasure saps the strongest constitution. Footnote 1. Or so the observers say who haven't had a life of pleasure. She lived now mainly at her farm, the Villa Beauséjour, and only occasionally occupied her appartement in the Rue Royale. She must have been about 59 in the spring of 1912, and was beginning to soigner son salut, that is to say, to take stock of her past life, apologize for it to herself, and see how she could atone reasonably for what she had done wrong. A decade or two earlier she would have turned to religion, inevitably to that most attractive and logical form, the religion expounded by the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. She would have confessed her past, slightly or very considerably gazée, to some indulgent confessor, have been pardoned, and have presented a handsome sum to an ecclesiastical charity or work of piety. But she had survived into a sceptical age, and had conceived an immense respect for her clever daughter. Vivie should be her spiritual director, and Vivie's idea put before her at their reconciliation 3 years previously had seemed the most practical way of making amends to Woman for having made money in the past out of the economic and physiological weakness of women. She had fined herself £10,000 then, and out of her remaining capital of 50 or 60,000, all willed with what else she possessed to her daughter, she would pay over more if Vivie demanded it as further reparation. Still she found the frequentation of churches soothing, and gave much and often to the mildly beseeching little sisters of the poor when they made their rounds in town or suburbs. "What do you think about religion, Viv, old girl?" she said one day in the Eastertide of 1912, when Vivie was spending a delicious fortnight at Villa Beau séjour. "Personally," said Vivie, "I hate all religions, so far as I have had time to study them. They bind up with undisputed ethics more or less preposterous theories concerning life and death, the properties of matter, man, God, the universe, the laws of nature, the food we should eat, the relations of the sexes, the quality of the weekly day of rest. Gradually they push indisputable ethics on one side, and are ready to apply torture, death, or social ostracism to the support of these preposterous theories and explanations of God and man. Such theories," went on Vivie, though her mother's attention had wandered to some escaped poultry that were scratching disastrously in seed beds, "such theories and explanations, mark you do listen, mother, since you ask the question." "I'm listening, dearie, but you talk like a book, and I don't know what some of your words mean. What's ethics?" "Well, ethics means morality. It comes from a Greek word meaning character." Mrs. Warren: "You talk like a book." Vivie: "I do sometimes when I remember something I've read. But now I've lost my thread. What I meant to finish up with was something like this. Such theories and explanations were formulated several hundred, or more than 2000 years ago, in times when man's knowledge of himself, of his surroundings, of the earth and the universe, was almost non-existent, yet they were preserved to our times as sacred revelations, though they are not superior to the fancies and fetish rites of a savage. There! All that answer is quoted from Professor Rossiter's little book. Home University Library, The Growth of the Human Mind." Mrs. Warren: "Rossiter, is that the man you're sweet on?" Vivie: "Don't put it so coarsely. There is a great friendship between us. We belong to a later generation than you. A man and a woman can be friends now without becoming lovers." Mrs. Warren: "Go on, don't humbug me. Men and women's the same as when I was young. I'm sorry all the same, dear girl. There are you, growin' middle aged and not married to some good 'earted chap as 'd give you 3-4 children I could pet in me old age. Would you want to go fallin' in love with some chap as has got a wife already? I know your principles. There's iron in your blood, same as there is in that proud priest, your father. I know you'd break your 'eart sooner'n have a good time with a professor. My! It seems to me love's as bad as religion for bringing about sorrer." Vivie: "If you mean that it is answerable for the same intense happiness and even more intense unhappiness, I suppose you're right. I'm miserable, mother, and it's some relief to me to say so. If I could become honourably the wife of Michael Rossiter, I'm afraid I should let Suffrage have the go by. But as I can't, why this struggle for the vote is the only thing that keeps me going. I shall fight for it for another 10 years, and by that time certain physiological changes may have taken place in me, and my feelings towards Rossiter will have calmed down." Here Mrs. Warren proceeded to call out rather disharmoniously in Flemish to the poultry woman, and ask why the something or other she let the hood'uns spoil the seed beds. Mrs. Warren resuming: "Well, it's clear you're your father's daughter. 'E'd have gone on did go on in just such a way. 'Im and me were jolly well suited to one another. I'd got to regular love 'im. I'd 'a been a true wife to 'im, and have worked my fingers to the bone for 'im, and you bet I'd have made a livin' somehow, and he'd have written some jolly good books and have made lots of money. But no! This beastly religion comes in with its scare of hell fire, and back he goes to the priests and his prayers and his penances. The last 10 years or so he's been filled up with pride. His passions have died down, and he thinks himself an awful swell as the head of his order. And they do say as he's got his fingers in several pies, and is a regular old conspirator, workin' up the Irish to do somethin' against England. You know since I've made my peace with you ain't it a rum go, by the bye? 10 or 20 years ago it'd ha' been my peace with God. I don't know nothin' about God, can't see him at the end of a telescope anyways, but I can see you, Vivie, and there's no one livin' I respect more. Speaks with real feeling. Well, as I was sayin', since I'd set myself right with you and wound up the business of the hotels, I ain't so easy cowed by his looks as I used to be. So every now and then it amuses me to run over in my auto to Louvain and stroll about there and watch him as he comes out for his promenade, pretendin' to be readin' a breviary or some holy book. I know it riles him. Well, but for high principles, 'e and I might ha' been as happy, and had a large family. And there was nothin' to stop him a marryin' me, if that was all he wanted to feel comfortable about it. But just see, he's 'ad a life that seems to me downright sterile, and well, I ain't been really happy till we made it up 3 years ago." Leans over and kisses Vivie a little timorously. "Now there's you, burnin' yourself out 'cause your high principles won't let you go for once in a way on the spree with this Rossiter s'posin' he's game, of course. You've too much pride to throw yourself at his head. But if he loves you as bad as you loves him, why don't you ask him?" Instinctively the old ministress of love speaks here. "Ask him to take you over to Paris for a trip. I'll lay he 'as to go over now and again to the Sorbonne or one of them scientific institutes. She'd never come to hear of it. And after 1 or 2 such honeymoons you'd soon get tired of him, specially now you're gettin' on a bit in years, and maybe you'd settle down quietly after that. Or if you ain't regular set on him, why not give up this suffrage business and live a bit with me here? There's plenty of upstanding, decent Belgian men in good positions as 'd like to have an English wife. They wouldn't look too shy at my money." Vivie: "Get thee behind me, Satan! Mother, you oughtn't to make such propositions. Don't you understand we must all have a religion somewhere, some principle to which we sacrifice ourselves? Rossiter would be horrified if he could hear you. His mistress is science. Besides which he is really devoted to his wife and would do nothing that could hurt her. You don't know England, it's clear. Supposing for one moment I could consent and I couldn't we should be found out for a certainty, and then Michael's career would be ruined. My religion, though I sometimes weary of it and sneer at it, is women's rights. Women must have precisely the same rights as men, no disqualification whatever based merely on their being women. Did you read those disgusting letters in the Times by the surgeon, the midwifery man, Sir Rigsby Blaine, declaring that the demand for the vote was based on immorality, and pretending that once a month, till they were 50, and for several years after they were 50, women were not responsible for their actions because of what he vaguely called physiological processes? What poisonous rubbish! You know as well as I do that in most cases it makes little or no difference, and if it does, what about men? Aren't they, at certain times, not their normal selves? When they're full up with wine or beer or whiskey, when they're courting, when they're pursuing some illicit love, when after 50 they get a little odd in their ways through this, that and the other internal trouble or change of function. What's true of the one sex is equally true of the other. Most men and women between 20 and 60 jolly well know what they want, and generally they want something reasonable. We don't legislate for the freaks, the unbalanced, the abnormal. Or if we do restrict the vote in those cases, let's restrict it for males as well as females. But don't you see at the same time what a text I should furnish to this malign creature if I ran away to Paris with Michael and made the slightest false step, even though it had no bearing on the main argument?" At this juncture Vivie, whose obsession leads her more and more to address every one as a public meeting, is interrupted by the smiling bonne à tout faire, who announces that "le déjeuner de Madame est servi," and the 2 women gathering up books and shawls go into the gay little salle à manger of the Villa Beau séjour. On Vivie's return to London after her Easter holiday, she threw herself with added zest into the Suffrage struggle. The fortnight of good feeding, of quiet nights and lazy days under her mother's roof, had done her much good. She was not quite so thin, the dark circles under her grey eyes had vanished, and she found not only in herself but even in the most middle aged of her associates a delightful spirit of tomboyishness in their swelling revolt against the Liberal leaders. It was specially during the remainder of 1912 that Vivie noted the enormous good which the Suffrage movement had done and was doing to British women. It was producing a splendid camaraderie between high and low. Heroines like Lady Constance Lytton mingled as sister with equally heroic charwomen, factory girls, typewriteresses, waitresses and hospital nurses. Women doctors of science, music and medicine came down into the streets and did the bravest actions to present their rights before a public that now began to take them seriously. Débutantes, no longer quivering with fright at entering the royal presence, modestly but audibly called their sovereign's attention to the injustice of Mr. Asquith's attitude towards women, while princesses of the blood royal had difficulty in not applauding. Many a tame cat had left the fireside and the skirts of an inane old mother, who had plenty of people to look after her selfish wants, and emerged, dazed at first, into a world that was unknown to her. Such had thrown away their crochet hooks, their tatting shuttles and fashion articles, their church almanacs and girls' own library books, and read and talked of social, sexual and industrial problems that have got to be faced and solved. Colour came into their cheeks, assurance into their faded manners, sense and sensibility into their talk. And whatever happened afterwards they were never crammed back again into the prison of Victorian spinsterhood. They learnt rough cooking, skilled confectionery, typewriting, bicycling, jiu jitsu perhaps. The maidens came, they talked, they sang, they read, till she not fair began to gather light, and she that was became her former beauty treble, sang in prophecy 60 years before, the greatest of poets and the poet-prophet of women's emancipation. Many a woman has directly owed the lengthened, happier, usefuller life that became hers from 1910, 1911, 1912 onwards to the Suffrage movement for the liberation of women. The crises of 1912 moreover were not so acute as bitterly to envenom the struggle in the way that happened during the 2 following years. There was always some hope that the Ministry might permit the passing of an amendment to the Franchise Bill which would in some degree affirm the principle of female suffrage. It is true that a certain liveliness was maintained by the Suffragettes. The W.S.P.U. dared not relax in its militancy lest ministers should think the struggle waning and woman already tiring of her claims. The vaunted Manhood Suffrage Bill had been introduced by an anti woman suffrage Quaker minister, and its second reading had been proposed by an equally anti feminist Secretary of State this was in June July 1912 and no member of the Cabinet had risen to say a word in favour of the women's claims. Still something might be done in committee in the autumn session if there were one, or in the following year. There was a simmering in the suffrage ranks rather than any alarming explosion. In March, before Vivie went to Brussels, Mrs. Pankhurst had carried out a window smashing raid on Bond Street and Regent Street and the clubs of Piccadilly, during which among the 219 arrests there were brought to light as revolutionaries 2 elderly women surgeons of great distinction and 1 female doctor of music. In revenge the police had raided the W.S.P.U. offices at Clifford's Inn, an event long foreseen and provided against in the neighbouring Chancery Lane. The Irish Nationalist Party had shown its marked hostility to the enfranchisement of women in any Irish Parliament, and so a few impulsive Irish women had thrown things at Nationalist M.P.'s without hurting them. Mr. Lansbury had spoken the plain truth to the Prime Minister in the House of Commons and had been denied access to that chamber where truth is so seldom welcome. In July the slumbering movement towards resisting the payment of taxes by voteless women woke up into real activity, and there were many ludicrous and pathetic scenes organized often by Vivie and Bertie Adams, at which household effects were sold and bought in by friends to satisfy the claims of a tax collector. In the autumn Vivie and others of the W.S.P.U. organized great pilgrimages: the marches of the Brown women from Scotland, Wales, Devon and Norfolk to London, to some goal in Downing Street or Whitehall, some doorstep which already had every inch of its space covered by policemen's boots. These were among the pleasantest of the manifestations and excited great good humour in the populace of town and country. They were extended picnics of 10 days or a fortnight. The steady tramp of 16 to 20 miles a day did the women good. The food en route was abundant and eaten with tremendous appetite. The pilgrims on arrival in London were a justification in physical fitness of woman's claim to equal privileges with man. Vivie after her Easter holiday took an increasingly active part in these manifestations of usually good humoured insurrection. As Vivie Warren she was not much known to the authorities or to the populace, but she soon became so owing to her striking appearance, telling voice and gift of oratory. All of the art she had learnt as David Williams she displayed now in pleading the woman's cause at the Albert Hall, at Manchester, in Edinburgh and Glasgow. Countess Phoenix took her up, invited her to dinner parties where she found herself placed next to statesmen in office, who at first morose and nervous, expecting every moment a personal assault, gradually thawed when they found her a good conversationalist, a clever woman of the world, becomingly dressed. After all, she had been a third wrangler at Cambridge, almost a guarantee that her subsequent life could not be irregular, according to a man's standard in England of what an unmarried woman's life should be. She deprecated the violence of the militants in this phase. But she was protean. Much of her work, the lawless part of it, was organized in the shape and dress of Mr. Michaelis. Some of her letters to the press were signed Edgar McKenna, Albert Burrell, Andrew Asquith, Edgemont Harcourt, Felicia Ward, Millicent Curzon, Judith Pease, Edith Spencer Churchill, Marianne Chamberlain or Emily Burns, and affected to be pleas for the granting of the suffrage emanating from the revolting sons or daughters, aunts, sisters or wives of great statesmen prominent for their opposition to the woman's cause. The W.S.P.U. had plenty of funds, and it did not cost much getting visiting cards engraved with such names and supplied with the home address of the great personage whom it was intended to annoy. One such card as an evidence of good faith would be attached to the plausibly worded letter. The Times was seldom taken in, but great success often attended these audacious deceptions, especially in the important organs of the provincial press. Editors and sub-editors seldom took the trouble and the time to hunt through Who's Who or a peerage to identify the writer of the letter claiming the vote for women. No real combination of names was given, thus forgery was avoided, but the public and the unsuspecting editor were left with the impression that the Premiers, Colonial Secretaries, Home Secretaries, Board of Trade Presidents, or prominent anti-suffragist woman's son, daughter, brother, sister, wife or mother-in-law did not at all agree with the anti-feminist opinions of its father, mother, brother or husband. If the politician were foolish enough to answer and protest, he was generally at a disadvantage. The public thought it a good joke, and no one, in the provinces, believed his disclaimers. Vivie generally heckled ministers on the stump and parliamentary candidates dressed as a woman of the lower middle class. It would have been unwise to do so in man's guise, in case there should be a rough and tumble afterwards and her sex be discovered. Although in order to avoid premature arrest she did not herself take part in those most ingenious and from the view of endurance heroic stowaways of women interrupters in the roofs, attics, inaccessible organ lofts or music galleries of public halls, she organized many of these surprises beforehand. It was Vivie to whom the brilliant idea came of once baffling the police in the rearrest of either Mrs. Pankhurst or Annie Kenney. Knowing when the police would come to the building where one or other of these ladies was to make her sensational reappearance, she had previously secreted there 40 other women who were dressed and veiled precisely similarly to the fugitive from justice. Then when the force of constables claimed admittance, 41 women, virtually indistinguishable one from the other, ran out into the street, and the bewildered minions of the law were left lifting their helmets to scratch puzzled heads and admitting "the women were a bit too much for us this time, they were." In her bedroom at 8890 she kept an equipment of theatrical disguises, very natural looking moustaches which could be easily applied and which remained firmly adhering, save under the application of the right solvent, pairs of tinted spectacles, wigs of credible appearance, different styles of suiting, different types of women's dress. She sometimes sat in trains as a handsome, impressive matron of 55, with a pompadour confection and a tortoiseshell face à main, conversing with ministers of state or permanent officials on their way to their country seats, and saying "horrid creatures" if any one referred to the activities of the Suffragettes. Thus disguised she elicited considerable information sometimes, though she might really be on her way to organize the break up of the Statesman's public meeting, the enquiry into discreditable circumstances which might compel his withdrawal from public life, or merely the burning down of his shooting box. This life had its risks and perils, but it agreed with her health. It was exciting and took her mind off Rossiter. Rossiter for his part experienced a slackening in the tension of his mind during the same year 1912. He was touched by his wife's faint suspicion of his alienated affection and by her dogged determination to be sufficient to him as a companion and a helper; and a little ashamed at his middle aged (he was 47) infatuation for a woman who was herself well on in the 30's. There were times when a rift came in the cloud of his passion for Vivie, when he looked out dispassionately on the prospect of the rest of his life. He could hope at most for 20 more years of mental and bodily activity and energy. Was this all too brief period to be filled up with a senile renewal of sexual longing? He felt ashamed of the thoughts that had occupied so much of his mind since he had laid David Williams on the couch of his library to find it was Vivie Warren whose arms were round his neck. He was not sorry this love for a woman he could not possess had sent him into Parliament. He was beginning to enjoy himself there. He had found himself, had lost that craven fear of the Speaker that paralyzes most new members. He knew when to speak and when to be silent, and when he spoke, unsuspected gifts of biting sarcasm, clever characterization, convincing scorn of the uneducated minister type came to his aid. His tongue played round his victims, unequipped as they were with his vast experience of reality, vaguely discursive on the surface as are most lawyers, at a loss for similes and tropes as are most men of business, or dull of wits as are most of the fine flowers of the public schools, stultified with the classics and scripture history. He knew that unless there was some radical change of government he could not be a minister, but he cared little for that. He was rich, thanks to his wife. He was recovering his influence and his European and American reputation as a great discoverer, a deep thinker. He enjoyed pulverizing the ministry over their suffrage insincerities and displaying his contempt of the politician elected only for his money influence in borough, county, or in the subscription lists of the Chief Whip. Though his pulses still beat a little quicker when he held Vivie's hand in his at some reception of Lady Phoenix's or at a dinner party at the Gorings, Vivie as the child of a fallen woman had a prescriptive right of entrance to Diana's circle, he had not the slightest intention of running away with her, of nipping his career in two, just as he might be scaling the last heights to the citadel of fame. either as a politician of the new type, the type of high education, or as one of the giants of inductive science. Besides, in 1912, if I mistake not, Dr. Smith Woodward and Mr. Charles Dawson made that discovery of the remains of an ape-like man in the gravels of mid Sussex, and the hounds of anthropology went off on a new scent at full cry, Rossiter foremost in the pack. End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 14, part 3 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 14, Militancy, part 3. Mrs. Rossiter in the same year allowed herself more and more to be tempted into anti-suffrage discussions at the houses of peers or of strong-minded, influential ladies who were on the easiest terms with peers and potentates. She still resented the line her husband had taken in politics, and believed it to be chiefly due to an inexplicable interest in Vivie Warren, who she began to feel was the same person as David Williams. If she could only master the anti-arguments! They sounded so convincing from the lips of Miss Violet Markham or Mrs. Humphrey Ward, or some suave King's Counsel with the remnants of mutton chop whiskers. If she could wean Michael away from that disturbing nonsense, he could assign militancy as the justification of his change of mind. All that was asked by authority, so far as she could interpret hints from great ladies, was neutrality, the return of Professor Rossiter to the paths of pure science in which area no one disputed his eminence. Then he might receive that knighthood that was long overdue. Better still, his next lot of discoveries in anatomy might bring him the peerage he richly deserved, and which her wealth would support. He could then rest on his oars, cease his more or less nasty investigations. They could take a place in the country and move from this much too large house, which lay almost outside the limits of society's London, to a really well appointed flat in Westminster, and have a thoroughly enjoyable old age. Honoria in these times did not see so much of Vivie as before. Her warrior husband spent a good deal of 1912 at home, as he had a Hounslow command. He had come to realize, some spiteful person had told him, who Vivie's mother had been, and told Honoria in accents of finality that the Aunt Vivie nonsense must be dropped, and Vivie must not come to the house. At the most, if she must meet her friend of college days oh, he was quite willing to believe in her personal propriety, though there were odd stories in circulation about her dressing as a man and doing some very rum things for the W.S.P.U. Still, if she must see her, it would have to be in public places or at her friends', at Lady Phoenix's if she liked. No, he wasn't attacking the cause of suffrage. Women could have the vote and welcome so far as he was concerned. They couldn't be greater fools than the men, and they were probably less corrupt. He himself never remembered voting in his life, so Honoria was no worse off than her husband. But he drew the line in his children's friends at the daughter of a Here Honoria, to avoid hearing something she could not forgive, put her plump hand over his bristly mouth. He kissed it, and somehow she couldn't take the high tone she had at first intended. She simply said she would see about it, and met the difficulty by giving up her suffrage parties for a bit and attending Lady Maud's instead, where you met not only poor Vivie, but, had she been in London and guaranteed reformed and rangée, you might have met Vivie's mother, as well as the Duchess of Dulborough, American and intensely suffrage, the charwoman from Little Francis Street, the bookseller's wife, the mother of the maids from Derry and Tom's, and that very clever chemist who had mended Juliet Duff's nose when she fell on the ice at Prince's. They would both be there. Honoria said nothing to Vivie, and Vivie said nothing to Honoria about the inhibition, but together with her irrational jealousy of Eoanthropus dawsoni and irritation at the growing contentedness with things as they were on the part of Rossiter, It made her a trifle more reckless in her militancy. And Proddy? How did he fare in these times? Praed felt himself increasingly out of the picture. He was not far gone in the 60's, 61 perhaps at most, but out of the movement. In his prime the people of his set, the cultivated upper middle class with a few recruits from the peerage, cared only about art in some shape or form, recondite music, the themes of which were never obvious enough to be hummed, the androgen poetry of the 90's, morbidities from the Yellow Book, and scarlet sins that you disclaimed for yourself to avoid unpleasantness with the Criminal Investigation Department, but freely attributed to people who were not in the room, the drawings of Aubrey Beardsley and successors in audacity and ugly indecency who left Beardsley a mere disciple of Raphael Tuck, also architecture which ignored the housemaid sink, the box room and the fire escape. The people who still came to his studio because he had the reputation of being a wit and the husband of his parlour maid, whom to her indignation they called Queen Cophetua, cared not a straw about art in any shape or form. The women wanted the vote few of them knew why. The men wanted to be aviators, motorists beating the record in speed on French trial trips, or Apaches in their relations with the female sex, or prize fighters. Jimmy Wilde had displaced Oscar to the advantage of humanity, even Proddy agreed. To Praed, however, Vivie took the bitterness, the disillusions, which came over her at intervals. "I feel, Proddy, I'm getting older and I seem to be at a loose end. Do you know I'm on the verge of 37 and I have no definite career? I'm rather tired of being a well-meaning adventuress." "Then why," Proddy would reply, "don't you go and live with your mother?" "Ugh! I couldn't stand for long that life in Belgium or elsewhere abroad. They seem miles behind us with all our faults. Mother only seems to think now of good things to eat and a course of the waters at Spa in September to neutralize the overeating of the other 11 months. There's no political career for women on the Continent." "Then why not marry and have children? That is a career in itself. Look at Honoria, how happy she is." "Yes, but there's only one man I could love and he's married already." "Pooh! Nonsense! There are as many good fish in the sea as ever came out of it. If you won't do as Beryl did by the by, isn't she a swell in these days? And strict with her daughters. She won't let 'em come here, I'm told, because of some silly story some one said abroad about me. And that humbug Francis Brimley Storrington by the by, he's an A.R.A. now, and scarcely has enough talent to design a dog kennel, yet they've given him the job of the new stables at Buckingham Palace. Well, if you won't share some one else's husband, pick out a good man for yourself. There must be plenty going. Some retired prize fighter. They seem all the rage just now, and are supposed to be awfully gentlemanly out of the ring." "Don't be perverse. You know exactly how I feel. I'm wasting the prime of my life. I see no clear course marked out before me. Sometimes I think I would like to explore Central Africa or get up a woman's expedition to the South Pole. Life has seemed so flat since I gave up being David Williams. Then I lived in a perpetual thrill, always on my guard. I tire every now and then of my monkey tricks and the praise of all these women leaves me cold. I wish I were as simple-minded as most of them are. To them the vote seems the beginning of the millennium. They seem to forget that after we've got the vote we shall have another fight to be admitted as members to the House. You may be sure the men will stand out another 50 years over that surrender. I alternate in my moods between the reckless fury of an anarchist and the lassitude of Lord Rosebery. To think that I was once so elated and conceited about being a third wrangler." With the closing months of 1912, however, there was a greater tenseness, a sharpening of the struggle which once more roused Vivie to keen interest. When she returned from an autumn visit to Villa Beau séjour, she found there had been a split between the Peths and the Panks. The Girondist section of the women Suffragists had separated from those who could see no practical policy to win the vote but a regime of terrorism, Mild terrorism, it is true, somewhat that of the curate in The Private Secretary who at last told his persecutors he should really have to give them a good hard knock. The Peths drew back before the Pankish programme, mild as this would seem to us of Bolshevik days and of Irish insurrection. Votes for Women returned to the control of the Pethick Lawrences, and the Pankhurst party to which Vivie belonged were to start a new press organ, the Suffragette. The Panks, it seemed, had a more acute foreknowledge than the Peths. The latter had felt they were forcing an open door, that the Liberal Ministry would eventually squeeze a measure of female suffrage into a long discussed franchise bill, and that too much militancy was disgusting the general public with the women's cause. The former declared all along that women were going to be done in the eye because all the militancy hitherto had got very little in man's way, had only excited smiles and shoulder shrugs. Ministers of the Crown in 1912 had compared the hoydenish booby traps and bloodless skirmishes of the Suffragettes with the grim fighting, the murders, burnings, mob rule of the 1830s, when men were agitating for reform, or the mutilation of cattle, the assassinations, dynamite outrages, gunpowder plots, bombs and boycottings of the long drawn out Irish agitation for Home Rule, an agitation which was now resulting in the placing on the statute book of a Home Rule Bill, while another equally deadly agitation, in promise, was being worked up by Sir Edward Carson, the Duke of this and the Marquis of that, and a very rising politician, Mr. F.E. Smith, to defeat the operation of Home Rule for Ireland. In short, if one might believe the second rate ministers who were not repudiated by their superiors in rank, the vote for women could only be wrung from the reluctance of the tyrant man, if the women made life unbearable for the male section of the community. It was a dangerous suggestion to make, or would have proved so, had these sneering politicians been provoking men to claim their constitutional rights. Bloodshed would almost certainly have followed. But the leaders of the militant women ordered, and were obeyed, that no attacks on life should be part of the women's militant programme. Property might be destroyed, especially such as did not impoverish the poor, but there were to be no railway accidents, no sinking of ships, no violent deeds dangerous to life. At the height and greatest bitterness of militancy, no statesman's life was in danger. The only recklessness about life was in the militant women. They risked and sometimes lost their lives in carrying out their protests. They invented the hunger strike, the prospect of which as an inevitable episode ahead of her filled Vivie with tremulous dread, to balk the executive of its idea of turning the prisons of England into Bastilles for locking up these clamant women who had become better lawyers than the men who tried them. But think what the hunger strike and its concomitant, forcible feeding, meant in the way of pain and danger to the life of the victim. The Government were afraid, unless you were an utterly unknown man or woman of the lower classes, of letting you die in prison, so to force them to release you, you had to refuse for 4 days all food, the heroic added all drink. Then to prevent your death, and being human you the prisoner must have hoped they were keeping a good look out on your growing weakness, the prison doctor must intervene with his forcible feeding. This was a form of torture the Inquisition would have been sorry to have overlooked, and one no doubt that the Bolsheviks have practised with great glee. The patient was strapped to a chair or couch, or had his, usually her, limbs held down by warders, wardresses and nurses. A steel or a wooden gag was then inserted, often with such roughness as to chip or break the teeth, and through the forced open mouth a tube was pushed down the throat, sometimes far enough to hurt the stomach. This produced an apoplectic condition of choking and nausea, and as the stomach filled up with liquid food, the retching nearly killed the patient. The windpipe became involved, food entered the lungs, the tongue was cut and bruised. Think what a mere pimple on the tongue means to some of us. It keeps me awake half the night. The lips were torn. Worse still, requiring really a pathological essay to which I am not equal, was feeding by slender pipes through the nose. The far simpler and painless process, per rectum, was debarred because it might have constituted an indecent assault. Was ever ministry in greater dilemma? It was too old fashioned, too antiquely educated to realize the spirit of its age, the pass at which we had arrived, of conceding to women the same rights as to men. Women were ready to die for these rights, not to kill others in order to attain them. Yet for fear of wounding the national sentimentality, they must not be allowed to die, they must not be saved from suicide by any action savouring of indecency, so they must be tortured as prisoners hardly were in the worst days of the Inquisition, or at the worst conducted public school of the Victorian era. But Vivie's gradually rising wrath was to be brought by degrees to boiling point through the spring of 1913, and to explode at last over an incident more tragic than any one of the 500 or 600 cases of forcible feeding. Early in 1913 the Speaker intimated that any insertion of a Woman Suffrage amendment into the Manhood Franchise Bill would be inconsistent with some unwritten code of parliamentary procedure of which apparently he was the sole guardian and interpreter. Ministers who had probably prepared this coup months before went about expressing hypocritical laments at the eccentricities of our Constitution, and the Franchise Act was abandoned. A little later, frightened at the renewal of arson in town and country, at interferences with their week end golf courses, at the destruction of mails in the letter boxes, and the slashing of old masters at the National Gallery, purchased at about 5 times their intrinsic value by a minister who would not have spent 1 penny of national money to encourage native art, the Cabinet let it be known that a way would be found presently to give woman suffrage a clear run. A private member would be allowed to bring in a bill for conferring the franchise on women, and the opinion of the House would be sought on its merits independently of party issues. The Government whips would be withdrawn and members of the Government be left free to vote as they pleased. It was a fair deduction, however, from what was said at that time and later, that the strongest possible pressure, arguments ad hominem and in a sense ad pecuniam, was brought to bear on Liberals and on Irish Nationalists to vote against the bill. Had the second reading been carried, the Government would have resigned, and a Home Rule Bill for Ireland have been once more postponed. The rejection of Mr. Dickinson's measure by a majority of 47 convinced the militants that Pharaoh had once more hardened his heart, and the hopelessness of the woman's cause at that juncture inspired one woman with a resolution to give her life as a protest, in the manner most calculated to impress the male mind of the British public. End of chapter 14, part 3. Chapter 15, part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 15, Imprisonment, Part 1. Prior to the Derby Day of 1913, Vivie had heard of Emily Wilding Davison as a Northumbrian woman, distantly related to the Rossiters, and also to the Lady Shillito she had once defended. She came from Morpeth in Northumberland, and had had a very distinguished university career at Oxford and in London, of which latter university she was a B.A. The theme of the electoral enfranchisement of women had gradually possessed her mind to the exclusion of all other subjects. She became in fact a fanatic in the cause, and a predestined martyr to it. In 1909 she had received her first sentence of imprisonment for making a constitutional protest, and to escape forcible feeding had barricaded her cell. The visiting committee had driven her from this position by directing the warders to turn a hose pipe on her and knock her senseless with a douche of cold water, for which irregularity they were afterwards fined and mulcted in costs. 2 years later, for another Suffragist offence, setting fire to a pillar box after giving warning of her intention, she went to prison for 6 months. Here the tortures of forcible feeding so overcame her reason, it was alleged, that she flung herself from an upper gallery, believing she would be smashed on the pavement below, and that her death under such circumstances might call attention to the agony of forcible feeding and the reckless disregard of consequences which now inspired educated women who were resolved to obtain the enfranchisement of their sex. But an iron wire grating 8 feet below broke her fall and only cut her face and hands. The accident or attempted suicide, however, procured the shortening of her sentence. Vivie and she often met in the early months of 1913, and on the first day of June she confided to a few of the W.S.P.U. her intention of making at Epsom a public protest against public indifference to the cause of the woman's franchise. This protest was to be made in the most striking manner possible at the supreme moment of the Derby race on the 4th of June. Probably no one to whom she mentioned the matter thought she contemplated offering up her own life. At most they must have imagined some speech from the Grand Stand, some address to royalty thrown into the Royal Pavilion, some waving of a suffrage flag or early morning placarding of the bookies' stands. Vivie, however, had been turning her thoughts to horse racing as a field of activity. She was amused and interested at the effect that had been produced in ministerial circles by her interference with the game of golf. If now something was done by the militants seriously to impede the greatest of the sports, the national form of gambling, the protected form of swindling, the main interest in life of the working class, of half the peerage, all the beerage, the chief lure of the newspapers between October and July, and the preoccupation of princes, she might awaken the male mind in a very effectual way to the need for settling the suffrage question. So she determined also to see the running of the Derby as a preliminary to deciding on a plan of campaign. She had become hardened to pushing and scrouging, so that the struggle to get a seat in one of the 50 or 60 race trains leaving Waterloo or Victoria left her comparatively calm. She was dressed as a young man and had no clothing impediments, and as a young man she was better able to travel down with racing rascality. In that guise she did not attract too much attention. Rough play may have been in the mind of the card playing, spirit drinking scoundrels that occupied the other seats in the compartment. But Vivie in her man's dress created a certain amount of suspicion and caution. "Looks like a 'tec," one man whispered to another. So the card playing was not thrust on her as a roundabout form of plunder, and the stories told were more those derived from the spicy columns of the sporting papers, in words of double meaning, than the outspoken stable obscenity characteristic of the racecourse rabble. Vivie, arriving early, managed to secure a fairly good seat on the Grand Stand, to which she could have recourse when the crowd on the racecourse became too repulsive or too dangerous. She wished as much as possible to see all aspects of the premier race meeting. Indeed, meeting a friend of Lady Feenix's, a good natured young peer who halted irresolute between 4 worlds, the philosophic, the political, the philanthropic and the sporting, she introduced herself as David Williams, hoping no Bencher was within hearing, said, "Dare say you remember me? Lady Feenix's? Been much abroad lately. Really feel quite strange on an English race course," and persuaded him to take her round before the great people of the day were all assembled. She was shown the Royal Pavilion being got ready for the King and Queen, the weighing room of the jockeys, the paddock and the temporary stables of the horses that were to race that day. Here was a celebrated actress in a magnificent lace dress and a superb hat, walking up and down on the sunburnt trodden turf in a devil of a temper. Her horse for with her lover's money she kept a racing stable had been scratched for the race. I really can't tell you why, not having been able to study all the minutiae of racing. Talking of that, how annoying it is, or was, when one cared about things of great moment, to take up an evening newspaper's last edition and read in large type "Official Scratchings," with a silly algebraic formula underneath about horses being withdrawn from some race, when you thought it was a bear fight in the Cabinet. Vivie gathered from her guide that to-day would be rather a special Derby, because it did not often happen that a King Emperor was there to see a horse from his own racing stables running in the classic race. Then, thanking the pleasant soldier peer for his information, Vivie David Williams left him to his duties as equerry and member of the Jockey Club, and entered the dense crowd on either side of the race course. It reminded her just slightly of Frith's Derby Day. There were the gipsies, the jugglers, the acrobats, the costers with their provision barrows, the grooms and stable hands, the beggars and obvious pickpockets, the low-down harlots. The high-up ones were already entering the seats of the grandstand or sitting on the four-in-hand coaches or in the open landaulettes and silent knights. But evidently the professional betting men were a new growth since the mid-19th century. They were just beginning to assemble, wiping their mouths from the oozings of the last potation. Some, the aristocrats of their calling, like sporting peers in dress and appearance; others like knockabout actors on the music hall stage. The generality were remarkably similar to ordinary city men or to the hansom cab drivers of 20 years ago. In the very front of the crowd on the grandstand side, leaning with her elbows on the wooden rail, she descried Emily Davison. Vivie edged and sidled through the crowd and touched her on the shoulder. Emily looked up with a start, surprised at seeing the friendly face of a young man, till she recognized Vivie by her voice. "Dear Emily," said Vivie, "you look so tired. Aren't you over trying your strength? I don't know what you have in hand, but why not postpone your action till you are quite strong again?" "I shall never be stronger than I am to-day, and it can't be postponed, cost me what it will," was the reply, while the sad eyes looked away across the course. "Well," said Vivie, "I wanted you to know that I was close by, prepared to back you up if need be. And there are others of our Union about the place. That young man over there talking to the policeman is really A.K., though she is supposed to be in prison. Mrs. Tuke is somewhere about, Mrs. Despard is on the grandstand, and Blanche Smith is selling the Suffragette." "Thank you," said Miss Davison, turning round for an instant and pressing Vivie's hand. "Good bye. I hope what I am going to do will be effectual." Vivie did not like to prolong the talk in case it should attract attention. Individual action was encouraged under the W.S.P.U., and when a member wished to do something on her own, her comrades did not fuss with advice. So Vivie returned to the grandstand. Presently there was the stir occasioned by the arrival of the royal personages. Vivie noted with a little dismay that while she was wearing a Homburg hat, all the men near her wore the black and glistening topper which has become or had, for the tyranny of custom has lifted a little since the war the conventional headgear in which to approach both God and the King. There was a great raising of these glistening hats. There were grave bows or smiling acknowledgments from the pavilion. Then every one sat down, and the second event was run. Still Emily Wilding Davison made no sign. Vivie could just descry her, still in the front of the crowd, still gazing out over the course, pressed by the crowd against the broad white rail. The race of the day had begun. The row of snickering, plunging, rearing and curvetting horses had dissolved, as in a kaleidoscope, into a bunch, and a pear-shaped formation, with 2 or 3 horses streaming ahead as the stem of the pear. Then the stem became separated from the pear-shaped mass by its superior speed, and again this vertical line of horses formed up once more horizontally, leaving the mass still farther behind. Then the horses seen from the grandstand disappeared, and after a minute reappeared, 3, 4, 5, and the bunch of them, swerving round Tattenham Corner and thundering down the incline towards the winning post. The King's horse seemed to be leading. Another few seconds would have brought it or one of its rivals past the winning post, when a slender figure, a woman, darted with equal swiftness from the barrier to the middle of the course, leapt to the neck of the King's horse, and in an instant the horse was down, kneeling on a crumpled woman, and the jockey was flying through the air to descend on hands and knees, practically unhurt. The other horses rushed by, miraculously avoiding the prostrate figures. Some horse passed the winning post, a head in front of some other, but no one seemed to care. The race was fouled. Vivie noted 30 seconds approximately of amazed, horrified silence, then a roar of mingled anger, horror, enquiry went up from the crowd of many thousands. "It's the Suffragettes!" shouted some one. And up to then Vivie had not thought of connecting this unprecedented act with the purposed protest of Emily Wilding Davison. She sprang to her feet and shouting to all who might have tried to stop her, "I'm a friend of the lady. I am a doctor." She didn't care what lie she told. She was soon authoritatively pushing through the ring of police constables who like warrior ants had surrounded the victims of the protest, the shivering, trembling horse, now on its legs, the pitifully crushed, unconscious woman, her hat hanging to the tresses of her hair by a dislodged hat pin, her thin face stained with blood from surface punctures. The jockey was being carried from the course, still unconscious, but not badly hurt. A great surgeon, happening to be at Epsom race course on a friend's drag, had hurried to offer his services. He was examining the unconscious woman and striving very gently to straighten and disentangle her crooked body. Presently there was a respectful stir in the privileged ring, and Vivie was conscious by the raising of hats that the King stood amongst them, looking down on the woman who had offered up her life before his eyes to enforce the woman's appeal. He put his enquiries and offered his suggestions in a low voice, but Vivie withdrew, less with the fear that her right to be there and her connection with the tragedy might be questioned, as from some instinctive modesty. The occasion was too momentous for the presence of a supernumerary. Emily Wilding Davison should have her audience of her sovereign without spectators. Returning with a blanched face to the seething crowd, and presently to the Grand Stand, Vivie's mood altered from awe to anger. The bookies were beside themselves with fury. She noted the more frequent of the nouns and adjectives they applied to the dying woman for having spoilt the Derby of 1913, but although she went to the trouble, in framing her indictment of the Turf, of writing down these phrases, "My jury of matrons opposes itself to their appearance here, though I am all for realism and completeness of statement." After conversing briefly and in a lowered voice with such Suffragettes as gathered round her, so that this one could carry the news to town and that one to communicate with Miss Davison's relations, Vivie, recklessly calling herself to any police questioner David Williams and eliciting "Yes, sir, I have seen you once or twice in the courts," reached once more the Grand Stand with its knots of shocked, puzzled, indignant, cynical, consternated men and women. Most of them spoke in low tones, but one, a blond Jew of middle age, was raving in uncontrolled anger, careless of what he said or of who heard him. He was short of stature, with protruding bloodshot eyes, an undulating nose, slightly prognathous muzzle and full lips, and a harsh red moustache which enhanced the prognathism. His silk hat tilted back showed a great bald forehead, in which angry bluish veins stood out like swollen earthworms. "Those Suffragettes!" he was shouting, or rather shrieking in a nasal whine. "If I had my way, I'd lay 'em out along the course and have 'em by the..." The shocked auditory around him drew away. Vivie gathered he was Mr. Well, perhaps I had better not give his name, even in a disguised form. #1. He died in 1917. My jury of matrons has excised his phrases. He had had a checkered career in South America, Mexico oil, Peruvian rubber, Buenos Aires railways, and a corner in Argentine beef, but had become exceedingly rich, a fortune perhaps of 20 millions. He had given 5 times more than any other aspirant in benefactions to charities and to the party chest of the dominant party, but the authorities dared not reward him with a baronetcy because of the stories of his early life which had to be fought out in libel cases with Baxendale Strangeways and others. But he had won through these libel cases, and now devoted his vast wealth to improving our breed of horses by racing at Newmarket, Epsom, Doncaster, Gatwick, Sandown and Brighton. Racing had in fact become to him what auction bridge was to the society gamblers of those days, only instead of losing and winning tens and hundreds of pounds, his fluctuations in gains and losses were in thousands, generally with a summing up on the right side of the annual account. But whether on the turf, at the billiard table, or in the stock market, he was or had become a bad loser. He lost his temper at the same time. On this occasion Miss Davison's suicide or martyrdom would leave him perhaps on the wrong side in making up his day's book to the extent of £1,500. Viewed in the right proportion, it would be equivalent to our, you and me, having given a florin to a newspaper boy as the train was moving, instead of a penny. But no doubt her unfortunate impulse had spoiled the day for him in other ways, upset schemes that were bound up with the winning of the King's horse. Yet his outburst and the shocking language he applied to the Suffrage movement made history, for they fixed on him Vivie's attention when she was looking out for some one or something on whom to avenge the loss of a comrade. She forthwith set out for London and wrote up the dossier of Mr. In the secret list of buildings which were to be destroyed by fire or bombs, with as little risk as possible to human or animal life, she noted down the racing stables, trainers' houses and palaces of Mr. at Newmarket, Epsom, the Devil's Dyke and the neighbourhood of Doncaster. Rossiter and Vivie met for the first time for a year at Emily Davison's funeral. Rossiter had been profoundly moved at her self-sacrifice. She was, moreover, a Northumbrian and a distant kinswoman. Perhaps also he felt that he had of late been a little lukewarm over the Suffrage agitation. His motor brougham, containing with himself the very unwilling Mrs. Rossiter, followed in the procession of 6,000 persons which escorted the coffin across London from Victoria Station to King's Cross. A halt was made outside a church in Bloomsbury where a funeral service was read. Mrs. Rossiter thought the whole thing profoundly improper. In the first place the young woman had committed suicide, which of itself was a crime and disentitled you to Christian burial. In the second, she had died in a way greatly to inconvenience persons in the highest society. In the third, she had always understood that racing was a perfectly proper pastime for gentlemen, and in the fourth, this incident, touching Michael through his relationship with the deceased, would bring him again in contact with that Vivie Warren. There she was, and there was he in close converse, and made a knighthood from a nearly relenting government well nigh impossible. Rossiter, after the service, had begged Vivie to come back to tea with them in Park Crescent and give Mrs. Rossiter and himself a full account of what took place at Epsom. Vivie had declined. She had not even spoken to the angry little woman who had refused to attend the service and had sat fuming all through the half hour in her electric brougham, wishing she had the courage and determination to order the chauffeur to turn round and run her home, leaving the Professor to follow in a taxi. But perhaps if she did that he would go off somewhere with that Warren woman. Michael presently re-entered the carriage and in silence they returned to Portland Place. The next day his wife, meeting one of her anti-suffrage friends, said: Supposing you had got to know something about these dreadful militant women, something which might help the police, yet didn't want to get too much mixed up with it yourself, and certainly not bring your husband into it. The Professor thoroughly disapproves of militancy, even though he may have foolish ideas about the vote. What would you do?" "Well, what is it?" "It's part of a letter." "Well, I should just send it to the Criminal Investigation Department, New Scotland Yard, and tell them under what circumstances it came into your possession. You needn't even give your name or address. They'll soon know whether it's any use or not." So Mrs. Rossiter took from her desk that scrap of partly burnt paper with the typewritten words on it, which she had picked out of the grate 2½ years before, and posted it to the Criminal Investigation Department, with the intimation that this fragment had come into the possession of the sender some time ago, and seemed to refer to a militant Suffragist who called herself Vivie Warren or David Williams, and perhaps it might be of some assistance to the authorities in tracking down these dangerous women who now stuck at nothing. She posted the letter with her own hands in the North West District. Park Crescent, Portland Place, she always reflected, was still in the Western District, though it lay perilously near the North West border line, beyond which Lady Jeune had once written, no one in society thought of living. This was a dictum that at one time had occasioned Mrs. Rossiter considerable perturbation. It was alarming to think that by crossing the Marylebone Road or migrating to Cambridge Terrace you had passed out of society. It took the police a deuce of a time 2 months to make use effectively of the information contained in Mrs. Rossiter's scrap of burnt paper, though the statement of their anonymous correspondent that Vivie Warren and David Williams were probably the same person helped to locate Mr. Michaelis's office. It was soon ascertained that Miss Vivian Warren, well known as a sort of society speaker on suffrage, lived at the Lilacs in Victoria Road, Kensington. But when a plain-clothes policeman called at Victoria Road he was only told by the Suffragette caretaker, whose mother now usually lived with her to console her for her mistress's frequent absences, that Miss Warren was away just then, had recently been much away from home, probably abroad where her mother lived. Here the inquirer registered a mental note: "Miss Warren has a mother living abroad." Could it be the Mrs. Warren? Polite and respectful calls on Lady Phoenix, Lady Maud Parry and Mrs. Armstrong, Vivie's known associates, elicited no information, till on leaving the last named lady's house in Kensington Square, the detective heard Colonel Armstrong come in from the garden and call out "Honoria!" Ria, he said to himself, Ria kept the keys, and now Honoria. What was her name before she married Colonel Armstrong? Why he soon found out Fraser. Wasn't there once a firm, Fraser and Warren, which set up to be some new dodge for establishing women in a city career? Accountancy? Stockbroking? Where did Fraser and Warren have their office? 5th floor of Midland Insurance Office in Chancery Lane. What was that building now called? Number 8890. Done. These two sentences run over a period of, what did I say, 2 months, in their deductions and guesses and consultation of out-of-date telephone directories. But on one day in September 1913 two plainclothes policemen made their way up to the 5th floor of 8890 Chancery Lane and found the outer door of Mr. Michaelis's office locked and a notice board on it saying "Absent till Monday." Not deterred by this, they forced open the door, to the thrilling interest of a spectacled typewriteress, who had no business on that landing at all, but she usually made assignations there with the liftman. And on the writing table in the outer office they found a note addressed to Miss Annie Kenney, which said inside: "Dear Annie, if you should chance to look in between your many imprisonments and find me out, you will know I am away on the firm's business, livening up the racing establishments of the Right Honourable Sir Bart. Bart." No one knows anything about this at number 94. This note was purely unnecessary, a bit of swagger perhaps, lest Miss Kenney should think Vivie never did anything dangerous, but only planned dangerous escapades for others. Like the long letter of Vivie to Michael Rossiter, written on the last day of December 1910, which he had imperfectly destroyed, it was a reminder of that all too true saying, "Litera scripta manet." If the outer door of Michaelis's office was locked, how could Miss Kenney be expected to call and find this note awaiting her? Why, here came in the number 94 of the scrap paper. There was an over-the-roofs communication between the block of 8890 and house number 94. The policeman in fact found that the large casement of the partners' room was only pulled to, so that it was easily opened from the outside. From the parapet they passed to the fire escapes and through the labyrinth of chimney stacks to a similar window leading into the top story of 94, the office of Mr. Algernon Mainwaring, hygienic corset maker. This office at the time of their unexpected entry was fairly full of Suffragettes planning all sorts of direful things, so the plain clothes policemen had a rare haul that day and certainly had Mrs. Rossiter to thank for rising to be inspectors and receiving some modest order of later days. It was about the worst blow the W.S.P.U. had, before the outbreak of war turned suddenly the revolting women into the staunchest patriots and the right hands of muddling ministers. For in addition to many a rich find in No. 94 and a dozen captives caught red-handed in making mock of the authorities, the plain clothes policemen made themselves thoroughly at home in Mr. Michaelis's quarters till the following Monday. And when in the forenoon of that day Mr. Michaelis entered his rooms, puzzled and perturbed at finding the outer door ajar, he was promptly arrested on a multiform charge of arson, and on being conveyed to a police station and searched, he was found to be Miss Vivie Warren. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 15, Imprisonment, Part 2. At intervals in the summer and early autumn of 1913, the male section of the public had been horrified and scandalized at the destruction going on in racing establishments, particularly those of Sir George Crofts and of a well-known South American millionaire whose distinguished services to British commerce and immense donations to hospitals and homes would probably be rewarded by a grateful government. If these outrages were not stopped, horse racing and race horse breeding must come to a standstill, and we leave our readers to realize what that would mean. There would be no horses for the plough or the gig or the artillery gun carriage, no fox hunting, and without fox hunting and steeple chasing and point-to-point races you could have no cavalry, and without cavalry you could have no army. If we neglected bloodstock we would deal the farmer a deadly blow. We should you know the sort of argument. Reduced to its essentials it is simply this: that a few rich people are fond of gambling and fond of the excitement that is concentrated in the few minutes of the horse race. Some others, not so rich, believe that by combining horse racing with a certain amount of cunning and bold cheating they can make a great deal of money. A few speculators have invested funds in spaces of open turf and turned these spaces into race courses. Having no alternative, no safer method of gambling offered them, and being as fond of gambling as other peoples of the world, the men of the labouring classes and a few of their women, the publicans and their frequenters, army officers, farmers and women of uncertain virtue, stake their money on horses they have never seen, who may not even exist, and thus keep the industry going. And the chevaliers of this industry, the go-betweens, the parasites of this sport, are the 12,000 professional bookmakers and racing touts. Somehow the turf has, during the last 100 years, together with its allies, the distillers and brewers, the licensed victuallers and the press that is supported by these agencies, acquired such a hold over the government departments, the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, the Liberal politicians who are descended from county families, that it has more interest with those who govern us than the Church, the Nonconformist Conscience, the County Palatine of Lancaster, or any other body of corporate opinion. So that when in September 1913 representatives of the turf and no doubt of the trade unions went to the Home Secretary in reference to the burning and bombing of racing stables, trainers' houses, grandstands and the residences of racing potentates, and said, "Look here, this has got to stop," the Home Secretary and Cabinet knew they were up against no ordinary crisis. At the same time Sir Edward Carson, the Marquis of Londonderry, the Duke of Abercorn, Mr. F.E. Smith and nearly a third of the colonels in the British Army of Ulster descent were actively organizing armed resistance to any measure of Home Rule, while Celtiberian Ireland was setting up the Irish Volunteers to start a Home Rule insurrection. You can therefore imagine for yourselves the mental irritability of members of the Liberal Cabinet in the autumn of the sinister year 1913. I have been told that there were days at the House of Commons during the autumn session of that year when the leading ministers would just shut themselves up in their private rooms and scream on end for a quarter of an hour. Of course an exaggeration, a sorry jest. In retrospect one feels almost sorry for them. The Great War must have come almost as a relief. Not one of them was what you would call a bad man. Some of them suffered over forcible feeding and the cat and mouse act as acutely as does the loving father or mother who says to the recently spanked child, "You know, dear, it hurts me almost as much as it hurts you." If one met them out at dinner parties or in an express train which they could not stop by pulling the communication cord, and sympathized with their dilemma, they would ask plaintively what they could do. They could not yield to violence and anarchy, yet they could not let women die in prison. Of course the answer was this, but it was one they waved aside: dissolve Parliament and go to the country on the one question of votes for women. If the country returns a great majority favourable to that concession, you must bring in a bill for eliminating the sex distinction in the suffrage. If on the other hand the country votes against the reform, then you must leave it to the women to make a male electorate change its mind. And meantime if men and women, to enforce some principle, rioted and were sent to prison for it, and then started to abstain from food and drink, why they must please themselves and die if they wanted to. But this was just what the Liberal Ministry of those days would not do. At all costs they must stick to office, emoluments, patronage, the bestowal of honours, and the control of foreign policy. They clung to power, in fact, at all costs, even in consistency with the bedrock principle of Liberalism, no taxation without representation. It was decided in the innermost arcana of the Home Office that an example should be made of Vivie. They had evidently, in her, got hold of something far more dangerous than a Pankhurst or a Pethick Lawrence, a Constance Lytton or an Emily Davison. The very probable story, though the benchers were loath to take it up, that she had actually, in men's garb, passed for the bar and pleaded successfully before juries, appalled some of the lawyer ministers by its revolutionary audacity. They might not be able to punish her on that count or on several others of the misdemeanours imputed to her, but they had got her for sure on arson, and on the arson not of suburban churches, which occurred sometimes at Peckham or in the suburbs of Birmingham and made people laugh a little in the trains coming up to town and say there were far too many churches, seemed to them, but the burning down of racing establishments. That was Bolshevism indeed, they would have said, had they been able to project their minds 5 years ahead. Being only in 1913, they called Vivie by the enfeebled term of anarchist, the word applied by Punch to Mr. John Burns in 1888 for wishing to address the public in Trafalgar Square. So it was arranged that Vivie's trial should take place in October at the Old Bailey, and that a judge should try her who was quite certain he had never stayed at a Warren hotel, who would be careful to keep great names out of court, and restrain counsel from dragging anything in to the simple and provable charge of arson, which might give Miss Warren a chance to say something those beastly newspapers would get hold of. I am not going to give you the full story of Vivie's trial. I have got so much else to say about her before I can leave her in a quiet backwater of middle age, that this must be a story which has gaps to be filled up by the reader's imagination. You can besides read for yourself elsewhere, for this is a thinly veiled chronicle of real events, how she was charged, and how the magistrate refused bail though it was offered in large amounts by Rossiter and Praed, the latter with Mrs. Warren's purse behind him. how she was first lodged in Brixton Prison, and at length appeared in the dock at the Old Bailey before a court that might have been set for a cinematograph. There was a judge with a full bottomed wig, a scarlet and ermine vesture; there was a jury of prosperous shopkeepers, retired half pay officers, a hotel keeper or two, a journalist, an architect, and a builder. A very celebrated King's Counsel prosecuted. The Cabinet thus said to the racing world, "We've done all we can," and Vivie defended herself with the aid of a clever solicitor whom Bertie Adams had found for her. From the very moment of her arrest Bertie Adams had refused, even though they took away his salary, to think of anything but Vivie's trial and how she might issue from it triumphant. He must have lost a stone in weight. He was ready to give evidence himself, though he was really quite unconcerned with the offences for which Vivie was on trial; prepared to swear to anything, to swear he arranged the conflagrations, that Miss Warren had really been in London when witnesses had seen her purchasing explosives at Newmarket. Both stories were equally untrue. Bertie Adams only asked to be allowed to perjure himself to the tune of 5 years' penal servitude, if that would set Vivie free. Yet at a word or a look from her he became manageable. The Attorney General of course began something like this: "I am very anxious to impress on you," he said, addressing the jury, "that from the moment we begin to deal with the facts of this case, all questions of whether a woman is entitled to the Parliamentary franchise, whether she should have the same right of franchise as a man, are matters which in no sense are involved in the trial of this issue. All you have to decide is whether the prisoner in the dock committed or procured and assisted others to commit the very serious acts of arson of which she is accused." Nevertheless he or the hounds he kept in leash, the lesser counsel, sought subtly to prejudice the jury's mind against Vivie by dragging in her parentage and the eccentricities of her own career. As thus: Counsel for the prosecution: "We have in you the mainspring of this rebellious movement." Vivie: "Have you?" Counsel: "Are you not the daughter of the notorious Mrs. Warren?" Vivie: "My mother's name certainly is Warren. For what is she notorious?" Counsel: "Well for being associated abroad with a certain type of hotel synonymous with a disorderly house." Vivie: "Indeed? Have you tried them? My mother has managed the hotels of an English company abroad, till she retired altogether from the management some years ago. It was a company in which Sir George Crofts..." Judge interposing: "We need not go into that. I think the counsel for the prosecution is not entitled to ask such questions." Counsel: "I submit, me Lud, that it is germane to my case that the prisoner's upbringing might have..." Vivie: "I am quite willing to give you all the information I possess as to my upbringing. My mother, who has resided mainly at Brussels for many years, preferred that I should be educated in England. I was placed at well known boarding schools till I was old enough to enter Newnham. I passed as a third wrangler at Cambridge and then joined the firm of Fraser and Warren. As you seem so interested in my relations, I might inform you that I have not many. My mother's sister, Mrs. Burstall, the widow of Canon Burstall, resides at Winchester. My grandfather, Lieutenant Warren, was killed in the Crimea, or more likely died of neglected wounds owing to the shamefully misconducted, man conducted Army Medical Service of those days. My mother in early days was better known as Miss Kate Vavasour. She was the intimate friend of a celebrated barrister who..." Judge intervening: "We have had enough of this discursive evidence which really does not bear on the case at all. I must ask the prosecuting counsel to keep to the point and not waste the time of the court." Prosecuting counsel, who has meantime received 3 or 4 energetic notes from his leader begging him to remember his instructions and not to be an ass: "Very good, me Lud." To Vivie: "Do you know Mr. David Vavasour Williams, a barrister?" Vivie: "I have heard of him." Counsel: "Have you spoken of him as your cousin?" Vivie: "I may have done. He is closely related to me." Counsel: I put it to you that you are David Williams, or at any rate that you have posed as being that person. Judge (interposing with a weary air): Who is David Williams? Counsel: Well a member of the Bar, well known in the criminal courts. Shillito case. Judge: Really? I had not heard of him. Proceed. Counsel (to Vivie): You heard my questions? Vivie: I have never posed as being other than what I am, a woman much interested in claiming the parliamentary franchise for women. And I do not see what these questions have to do with my indictment, which is a charge of arson. You introduce all manner of irrelevant matter. Counsel: You decline to answer my questions? Vivie turns her head away. Judge (to Counsel): I do not quite see the bearing of your inquiries. Counsel: Why, me lud, it is common talk that prisoner is the well known barrister David Vavasour Williams; that in this disguise, and as a pretended man, she passed the necessary examinations and was called to the bar and Judge: But what bearing has this on the present charge, which is one of arson? Counsel: I was endeavouring by my examination to show that the prisoner has often and successfully passed as a man, and that the evidence of witnesses who affirmed that they only saw a young man at or near the scene of these incendiary fires, that a young man supposed to have set the stables alight, once dashed in and rescued 2 horses which had been overlooked, might well have been the prisoner, who is alleged to have committed most of these crimes in man's apparel. Judge: I see. To Vivie: Are you David Vavasour Williams? Vivie: Obviously not, my lord. My name is Vivien Warren and my sex is feminine. Judge (to Counsel): Well, proceed with your examination. But here the leader of the prosecution takes up the rôle and brushes his junior on one side. Vivie of course was convicted. The case was plain from the start, as to her guilt in having organized and carried out the destruction of several great racing establishments, or buildings connected with racing. There had been no loss of life, but great damage to property, perhaps £200,000 or £300,000, and a serious interruption in the racing fixtures of the late summer and early autumn. The jury took note that on one occasion the prisoner, in the guise of a young man, had personally carried out the rescue of 2 endangered horses, and added a faintly worded recommendation to mercy, seeing that the incentive to the crimes was political passion. But the judge put this on one side. In passing sentence he said: It is my duty, Vivien Warren, to inflict what in my opinion is a suitable and adequate sentence for the crime of which you have been most properly convicted. I must point out to you that whatever may have been your motives, your deeds have been truly wicked, because they have exposed hard working people who have done you no wrong to the danger of being burnt, maimed or killed, or at the least to the loss of employment. You have destroyed property of great value, belonging to persons in no way concerned with the granting or withholding of the rights you claim for women. In addition, you have for some time past been luring other people, young men and young women, to the committal of crime as your assistants or associates. I cannot regard your case as having any political justification or standing, or as being susceptible of any mitigation by the recommendation of the jury. The least sentence I can pass upon you is a sentence of 3 years' penal servitude. Vivie took the blow without flinching, and merely bowed to the judge. There was the usual sensation in court. Women's voices were heard saying, "Shame! Shame! 3 cheers for Vivie Warren!" and a slightly ironical, "3 cheers for David what you may call'm Williams." The judge uttered the usual unavailing threats of prison for those who profaned the majesty of the court. Honoria, Rossiter, Praed in tears, Bertie Adams looking white and ill, all the noted Suffragists who were out of prison for the time being and could obtain admittance to the court, crowded round Vivie before the wardresses led her away from the dock, assuring her they would move heaven and earth, first to get the sentence mitigated, and secondly to have her removed to the First Division. But on both points the Government proved adamant. An interview between Rossiter and the Home Secretary nearly ended in a personal assault. All the officials concerned refused to see Honoria, who almost had a serious quarrel with her husband, the latter averring that Vivie Warren had only got what she asked for. Vivien was therefore taken to Holloway to serve her sentence as a common felon. Didn't she hunger strike to force the authorities to accord her better prison treatment? She did, but she was very soon, and with extra business-like brutality, forcibly fed. And that and the previous starvation made her so ill that she spent weeks in hospital. Here it was very plainly hinted to her that between hunger striking and forcible feeding she might very soon die, and that in her case the Government were prepared to stand the racket. Moreover, she heard by some intended channel about this time that scores of imprisoned Suffragists were hunger striking to secure her better treatment, and were endangering if not their lives, at any rate their future health and validity. So she conveyed them an earnest message, and was granted facilities to do so, imploring them to do nothing more on her account, adding that she was resolved to go through with her imprisonment. It might teach her valuable lessons. The Governor of the prison fortunately was a humane and reasonable man, unlike some of the Home Office or Scotland Yard officials. He read the newspapers and reviews of the day, and was aware who Vivie Warren was. He probably made no unfair difference in her case from any other, but so far as he could mould and bend the prison discipline and rules, it was his practice not to use a razor for stone chipping or a cold chisel for shaving. He therefore put Vivie to tasks coordinated with her ability and the deftness of her hands, such as bookbinding. She had of course to wear prison dress, a thing of no importance in her eyes, and her cell was like all cells in that and other British prisons previous to the newest reforms: dark, rather damp, cruelly cold in winter, and disagreeable in smell, badly ventilated and oppressively ugly. But it was at any rate clean. She had not the cockroaches, bugs, fleas and lice that the earliest Suffragists of 1908 had to complain of. 5 years of outspoken protests on the part of educated, delicate-minded women had wrought great reforms in our prisons, the need for which till then was not apparent to the perceptions of visiting magistrates. The food was better, the wardresses were less harsh, the chaplains a little more endurable, though still the worst feature in the prison personnel, with their unreasoning bibliolatry, their contemptuous patronage, their lack of Christian pity Christ had never spoken to them, Vivie often thought their snobbishness. The chaplain of her imprisonment became quite chummy when he learnt that she had been a third wrangler at Cambridge, knew Lady Phoenix, and had lived in Kensington prior to committing the offences for which she was imprisoned. However, this helped to alleviate her dreary seclusion from the world, as he occasionally dropped fragments of news as to what was going on outside, and he got her books through the prison library which were not evangelical pap. One day when she had been in prison 2 months she had a great surprise, a visit from her mother. Strictly speaking this was only to last 15 minutes, but the wardress who had conceived a liking for her intimated that she wouldn't look too closely at her watch. Honoria came too, with Mrs. Warren, but after kissing her friend and leaving some beautiful flowers, which the wardress took away at once with pretended sternness and brought back in a vase after the visitors had left, Honoria, with glistening eyes and a smile that was all tremulous sweetness, intimated that Mrs. Warren had so much to say that she, Honoria, was not going to stay more than that 1 minute. Mrs. Warren had indeed so much to impart in the precious half hour that it was one long gabbled monologue. "When I 'eard you'd got into trouble, my darling, I was put about. Somehow I'd never thought of your being pinched and actually sent to prison. It was in the Belgian papers, and a German friend of mine oh, quite proper, I assure you, he's a secretary of their legation at Brussels, and ages ago he used to be one of my clients when the hotel had a different name. Well, he was full of it. 'Madam,' he said, 'your English women are splendid. They're going to bring about a revolt, you'll see, and that and your Ulster movement'll give you a lot of trouble next year.' Well, I wrote at once to Proddy, givin' him an order on my London agents, case he should want cash for your defence. I offered to come over myself, but he replied that for the present I'd better keep away. Soon as I heard you was sent to prison I come over and went straight to Proddy. My, he was good. He made me put up with him, knowin' I wanted to live quiet and keep away from the old set. 'There's my parlour maid,' he says, sort of housekeeper to me. Good sort too, but wants a bit of humourin'. You'll fix it up with her, he says, and I jolly soon did. I give her to begin with a good tip, and I said, 'Look here, my gal,' she's 45, I should think, 'every one's in trouble some time or other in their lives, and I'm in trouble now, if you like. And the day's come,' I said, 'when all women ought to stick by one another.' 'Pears she's always had the highest opinion of you, very different you was from some of her master's friends.' I says, 'Right o, then now we know where we are.' Proddy soon got in touch with the authorities, but for some reason they wouldn't pass on a letter or let me come and see you till to day. But here I am, and here I'm going to stay, with Proddy, till they lets you out. I'm told that if you behave yourself, they'll let me send you a passel of food once a week. Think of that! My, won't I find some goodies and pâté de foie gras! I'll come here once a month, as often as they'll let me, till I gets you out. And after that we'll leave this 'orrid, 'ypocritical old country, and live 'appily at my villa, or travel a bit. Fortunately I've plenty of money. Bein' over here I've been rearrangin' my investments a bit. Fact is I 'ad a bit of a scare this autumn. They say in Belgium war is comin'. Talkin' to this same German he's always pumpin' me 'bout the Suffragettes, so I occasionally put a question or so to 'im, 'e knowin' what's what in the money market. 'E says to me just before I come over, 'What's your English proverb, Madame Varennes, about havin' all your eggs in one basket? Is all your money in English and Belgian securities?' I says, 'Chiefly Belgian and German and Austrian, and some I've give to me daughter to do as she likes with.' Well, 'e says, 'Friend speakin' to friend, you've give me several good tips this autumn,' 'e says. 'Now I'll give you one in return. Sell out your Austrian investments. There's going to be a big war in the Balkans next year, and as like as not we shall be here in Belgium. Sell out most of your Belgian stock and put all your money into German funds. They'll be safe there, come what may.' I thanked him, but I haven't quite done what he suggested. I'm taking all my money out of Austrian things, and all but 10,000 out of Belgian funds. I'm leavin' my German stock as it was, but I'm puttin' £40,000 I've got 60,000 altogether, all yours some day, into Canadian Pacifics and Royal Mail. People'll always want steamships, and New Zealand 5 per cents. I don't like the look of things in old England, nor yet on the Continent. Now me time's up. Keep up your heart, old girl. It'll soon be over, specially if you don't play the fool and rile the prison people or start that silly hunger strike and ruin your digestion. Goodbye, and God bless you, my darlin'," added Mrs. Warren, relapsing into tears and the conventional prayer of common humanity, which always hopes there may be a pitiful deity somewhere in Cosmos. Going out into the corridor she attempted to press a sovereign into the wardress's hard palm. The latter indignantly repudiated the gift and said if Mrs. Warren tried on such a thing again, her visits would be stopped. But her indignation was very brief. She was carrying Honoria's flowers at the time, and as she put them on the slab in Vivie's cell, she remarked that say what you liked, there was nothing to come up to a mother. Give her a mother rather than a man any day. On other occasions Bertie Adams came with Mrs. Warren, even Professor Rossiter, who also went to see Vivie's mother at Prods, and conceived a whimsical liking for the unrepentant, outspoken old lady. Vivie's health gradually recovered from the effects of the forcible feeding. The prison fare, supplemented by the weekly parcels, suited her digestion, the peace of the prison life and the regular work at interesting trades soothed her nerves. She enjoyed the respite from the worries of her complicated toilettes, the perplexity of what to wear and how to wear it. In short, she was finding a spell of prison life quite bearable, except for the cold and the attentions of the chaplain. She gathered from the fortnightly letter which her industry and good conduct allowed her to receive and to answer, that unwearied efforts were being made by her friends outside to shorten her sentence. Mrs. Warren, through Bertie Adams, had found out the cases where jockeys and stable lads had lost their effects in the fires or explosions which had followed Vivie's visits to their employers' premises, and had made good their losses. As to their employers, they had all been heavily insured, and recovered the value of their buildings; and as to the insurance companies, they had all been so enriched by Mr. Lloyd George's legislation that the £100,000 or £200,000 they had lost, through Vivie's revenge for the seemingly fruitless death of Emily Wilding Davison, was a bagatelle not worth bothering about. But all attempts to get the Home Office to reconsider Miss Warren's case, or to shorten her imprisonment, except by the abridgment that could be earned in the prison itself, were unavailing. So long as the Cabinet held Vivie under lock and key, the Suffrage movement, they foolishly believed, was hamstrung. So the months went by, and Vivie almost lost count of time and almost became content to wait. Till war was declared on August 4th, 1914. A few days afterwards followed the amnesty to Suffragist prisoners. From this the Home Office strove at first to exclude Vivie Warren on the plea that her crime was an ordinary crime and admitted of no political justification. But at this the wrath of Rossiter and the indignation of the W.S.P.U. became so alarming that the agitated Secretary of State, not at all sure how we were going to come out of the war, gave way, and an order was signed for Vivie's release on the 11th of August, on the understanding that she would immediately proceed abroad, an understanding to which she would not subscribe, but which in her slowly formed hatred of the British Government she resolved to carry out. Mrs. Warren, assured by Praed and Rossiter that Vivie's release was a mere matter of a few days, had left for Brussels on the 5th of August. If, as was then hoped, the French and Belgian armies would suffice to keep the Germans at bay on the frontier of Belgium, she would prefer to resume her life there in the Via de Beau séjour. If, however, Belgium was going to be invaded, it was better she should secure her property as far as possible, transfer her funds, and make her way somehow to a safe part of France. Vivie would join her as soon as she could leave the prison. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16, part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 16. Brussels and the War, 1914. Part 1. The lilacs in Victoria Road had been disposed of, through Honoria, as soon as possible after the sentence of 3 years' imprisonment had been pronounced on Vivie, and the faithful suffragette maid had passed into Honoria's employ at Petworth, a fact that was not fully understood by Colonel Armstrong until he had become General Armstrong and perfectly indifferent to the suffrage agitation, which had by that time attained its end. So when Vivie had come out of prison and had promised to write to all the wardresses and to meet them some day on non-professional ground, had found Rossiter waiting for her in his motor and Honoria in hers, had thanked them both for their never to be forgotten kindness, and had insisted on walking away in her rather creased and rumpled clothes of the previous year with Bertie Adams, she sought the hospitality of Praddy at Hans Place. The parlour maid received her sumptuously, and Praddy's eyes watered with senile tears. But Vivie would have no melancholy. "Oh, Praddy, if you only knew! It's worth going to prison to know the joy of coming out of it. I'm so happy at thinking this is my last stay in England for ever so long. When the war is over, I think I shall settle in Switzerland with mother, or perhaps all three of us you with us, I mean in Italy. We'll only come back here when the women have got the vote. Now to night you shall take me to the theatre, or rather I'll take you. I've thought it all out beforehand, and Bertie Adams has secured the seats. It's the Chocolate Soldier at the Adelphi, the only war piece they had ready. There are 2 stalls for us, and Bertie and his wife are going to the dress circle. My cook's ticket is taken for Brussels, and I leave to morrow by the Ostend route." To morrow was the 12th of August, and Dora was not yet in being to impose every possible obstacle in the way of the civilian traveller. Down to the Battle of the Marne in September 1914, very little difficulty was made about crossing the Channel, especially off the main Dover Calais route. So in the radiant noon of that August day, Vivie looked her last on the brown white promontories, cliffs and grey castle of Dover, scarcely troubling about any anticipations one way or the other, and certainly having no prevision she would not recross the Channel for 4 years and 4 months, and not see Dover again for 5 or 6 years. British war vessels were off the port and inside it, but there was not much excitement or crowding on the Ostend steamer, or any of those sensational precautions against being torpedoed or mined, which soon afterwards oppressed the spirits of cross Channel passengers. Vessels arriving from Belgium were full of passengers of the superior refugee class, American and British tourists, or wealthy people who, though they preferred living abroad, had begun to think that the Continent just now was not very healthy, and England the securest refuge for those who wished to be comfortable. Vivie, being a good sailor and economical by nature, never thought of securing a cabin for the 4 or 5 hours' sea journey. She sat on the upper deck with her scanty luggage round her. A nice looking young man who had a cabin, the door of which he locked, was walking up and down on the level deck and scrutinizing her discreetly. And when at last they worked their way backwards into Ostend, the harbour was full of vessels, chiefly mine dredgers and torpedo boats, she noticed the obsequiousness of the steamer people, and how he left the ship before any one else. She followed soon afterwards, having little encumbrances in the way of luggage, but she observed that he just showed a glimpse of some paper and was allowed to walk straight through the douane with unexamined luggage, and so on to the Brussels train. But she herself had little difficulty. She put her hand luggage she had no other into a first class compartment, and having an hour and a half to wait, walked out to look at Ostend. Summer tourists were still there, the casino was full of people, the shops were doing an active trade. The restaurants were crowded with English, Americans, Belgians taking tea, chocolate or liqueurs at little tables and creating a babel of talk. Newspapers were being sold everywhere by ragamuffin boys who shouted their headlines in French, Flemish and quite understandable English. A fort or 2 at Liège had fallen, but it was of no consequence. General Léman could hold out indefinitely, and the mere fact that German soldiers had entered the town of Liège counted for nothing. Belgium had virtually won the war by holding up the immense German army. France was overrunning Alsace, Russia was invading East Prussia and also sending uncountable thousands of soldiers, via Archangel, to England, whence they were being dispatched to Calais for the relief of Belgium. "It looks," thought Vivie, after glancing at the Indépendance Belge, "as though Belgium were going to be extremely interesting during the next few weeks. I may be privileged to witness, from a safe distance, another Waterloo." Then she returned to the train which in her absence had been so crowded with soldiers and civilian passengers that she had great difficulty in finding her place and seating herself. The young man whom she had seen pacing the deck of the steamer approached her and said, "There's more room in my compartment. In fact, I have selfishly got one all to myself. Won't you share it?" She thanked him and moved in there with her suit case and rugs. When the train had started and she had parried one or two polite enquiries as to place and ventilation, she said: "I think I ought to tell you who I am, in case you would not like to be seen speaking to me. I imagine you are in diplomacy, as I noticed you went through with a red passport. I am Vivie Warren, just out of prison, and an outlaw more or less. The outlaws of today are the in-laws of tomorrow, as the English barrister said when he married the Boer General's daughter. I have thought I recognized you. I have heard you speak at Lady Maud's and also at Lady Phoenix's suffrage parties. My name is Hawk. I suppose you've been in prison for some suffrage offence? So has my aunt, for the matter of that." Vivie: "Yes, but in her case they only sentenced her to the First Division, whereas I have been doing 9 months hard." Hawk: "What was your crime?" Vivie: "I admit nothing. It is always wisest. But I was accused of burning down Mr. racing stables and other things." Hawk: "That beast! Well, I suppose it was very wrong. Can't quite make up my mind about militancy one way or the other. But here we are up against the biggest war in history, and such peccadilloes as yours sink into insignificance. By the by, my aunt was amnestied, and so I suppose were you?" Vivie: "Yes, but not so handsomely. I was requested to go away from England for a time, so here I am, about to join my mother in Brussels, or in a little country place near Brussels." Hawk: "Well, I've been Secretary of Legation there. I'm just going back to well, I'm just going back." At Bruges they were told that the train would not leave for Ghent and Brussels for another 2 hours, some mobilization delay. So Hawk proposed they should go and see the Memlings and then have some dinner. "Don't you think they're perfectly wonderful, apropos of the pictures in the Hospital of St. Jean?" Vivie: "It depends on what you mean by wonderful. If you admire the fidelity of the reproduction in colour and texture of the Flemish costumes of the 15th century, I agree with you. It is also interesting to see the revelations of their domestic architecture and furniture of that time, and the types of domestic dog, cow and horse. But if you admire them as being true pictures of life in Palestine in the time of Christ, or in the Rhineland of the 5th century, then I think they, like most old masters, are perfectly rotten. Have you ever remarked another thing about all paintings prior to the 17th century? How plain, how ugly all the people are. You never see a single good looking man or woman. Do let's go and have that dinner you spoke of. I've got a prison appetite." At Ghent another delay and a few uneasy rumours. The Court was said to be removing from Brussels and establishing itself at Antwerp. The train at last drew into the main station at Brussels half an hour after midnight. Vivie's mother was nowhere to be seen. She had evidently gone back to the Via Beau séjour while she could. It was too late for any tram in the direction of Tervueren. There were no taxis owing to the drivers being called up. Leaving most of her luggage at the cloak room it took her about 3/4 of an hour even to approach the receiving counter Vivie walked across to the Palace Hotel and asked the night porter to get her a room. But every room was occupied, they said: Americans, British, wealthy war refugees from southern Belgium, military officers of the Allies. The only concession made to her for the porter could hold out little hope of any neighbouring hotel having an empty room was to allow her to sit and sleep in one of the comfortable basket chairs in the long atrium. At 6 o'clock a compassionate waiter who knew the name of Mrs. Warren gave her daughter some coffee and milk and a brioche. At 7 she managed to get her luggage taken to one of the trams at the corner of the Boulevard du Jardin Botanique. The train service to Tervueren was suspended, and at the Porte de Namur she would be transferred to the No. 45 tram which would take her out to Tervueren. Even at an early hour Brussels seemed crowded, and as the tram passed along the handsome boulevards the shops were being opened and tourists were on their way to Waterloo in brakes. Every one seemed to think in mid August 1914 that Germany was destined to receive her coup de grâce on the field of Waterloo. It would be so appropriate; and no one, at any rate of those who spoke their thoughts aloud, seemed to consider that Brussels was menaced. Leaving her luggage at the tram terminus, Vivie sped on foot through forest roads, where the dew still glistened, to the Via Beauséjour. Mrs. Warren was not yet dressed, but was rapturous in her greeting. Her chauffeur had been called up, so the auto could not go out, but a farm cart would be sent for the luggage. "I believe, mother, I'm going to enjoy myself enormously," said Vivie as she sat in the verandah in the morning sunshine, making a delicious petit déjeuner out of fresh rolls, the butter of the farm, a few slices of sausage and a big cup of frothing chocolate topped with whipped cream. The scene that spread before her was idyllic, from a bucolic point of view. The beech woods of Tervueren shut out any horizon of town activity. Black and white cows were being driven out to pasture, a flock of geese with necks raised vertically waggled sedately along their own chosen path, a little disturbed and querulous over the arrival of a stranger. Turkey hens and their half grown poults and a swelling, strutting turkey cock, a peacock that had already lost nearly all his tail and therefore declined combat with the turkey and was moreover an isolated bachelor, guinea fowls scratching and running about alternately, and plump cocks and hens of mixed breed covered most of the ground in the adjacent farmyard and the turf of an apple orchard, where the fruit was already reddening under the August sun. Pigeons circled against the sky with the distinct musical notes struck out by their wings, or cooed and cooed round the dovecots. The dairy women of the farm laughed and sang and called out to one another in Flemish and Wallon rough chaff about their menfolk who were called to the colours. There was nothing suggestive here of any coming tragedy. This was the morning of the 13th of August. For 3 more days Vivie lived deliriously, isolated from the world. She took new books to the shade of the forest and a rug on which she could repose, and read there with avidity. Read also all the newspapers her mother had brought over from England, tried to master the events which had so rapidly and irresistibly plunged Europe into war. Were the Germans to blame, she asked herself? Of course they were, technically, in invading Belgium and in forcing this war on France. But were they not being surrounded by a hostile alliance? Was not this hostility on the part of Servia towards Austria, stimulated by Russia in order to forestall the Central Powers by a Russian occupation of Constantinople? Why should the Russian Empire be allowed to stretch for 9 millions of square miles over half Asia, much of Persia, and now claim to control the Balkan Peninsula and Asia Minor? If England might claim a large section of Persia as her sphere of influence, and Egypt likewise, and a fourth part of Africa, much of Arabia and Cyprus in the Mediterranean, why might not Germany and Austria expect to have their little spheres of influence in the Balkans, in Asia Minor, in Mesopotamia? We had helped France to Morocco and Italy to Tripoli. Why should we bother about Servia? It might be unkind, but then were we not unkind towards her father's country, Ireland? Were we very tender towards national independence in Egypt, in Persia? Yet this brutal invasion of France, this unprovoked attack on Liège, were ugly things. France had shown no disposition to egg Servia on against Austria, and Sir Edward Grey, in the last days of June, she now learnt for the first time, for she had seen no newspapers in prison, where it is part of the dehumanizing policy of the Home Office to prevent their entry or the dissemination of any information about current events. Sir Edward Grey had clearly shown Great Britain did not approve of Servian intrigues in Bosnia. Well, let the best man win. Germany was just as likely to give the vote to her women as was Britain. The Germans were first in music and in science. She for her part didn't wish to become a German subject, but once the war was over she would willingly naturalize herself Belgian or Swiss. And the war must soon be over. Europe as a whole could not allow this devastation of resources. America would intervene. Already the Germans realized their gigantic blunder in starting the attack. Their men were said to be, she read, much less brave than people had expected. The mighty German armies had been held up for 10 days by a puny Belgian force and the forts of Liège and Namur. There would presently be an armistice, and Germany would have to make peace with perhaps the cession to France of Metz as a solatium, while Germany was given a little bit more of Africa and Austria got nothing. Meantime the Villa Beau séjour seemed, after Holloway Prison, a paradise upon earth. Why quarrel with her fate? Why not drop politics and take up philosophy? She felt herself capable of writing a universal history which would be far truer, if more cynical, than any previous attempt to show civilized man the route he had followed and the martyrdom he had undergone. On the 17th of August she took the tram into Brussels. It seemed, however, as if it would never get there, and when she reached the Porte de Namur she was too impatient to wait for the connection. She could not find any gendarme, but at a superior looking flower shop she obtained the address of the British Legation. She asked at the lodge for Mr. Hawke, but there was only a Belgian coachman in charge, and he told her the minister and his staff had followed the court to Antwerp. Mr. Hawke had only left that morning. "What a nuisance," said Vivie to herself. "I might have found out from him whether there is any truth in the rumours that are flying about Tervueren." These rumours were to the effect that the Germans had captured all the forts of Liège and their brave defender, General Léman; that they were in Namur and were advancing on Louvain. "I wonder what we had better do," pondered Vivie. In her bewilderment she took the bold step of calling at the Hôtel de Ville, gave her name and nationality, and asked the advice of the municipal employee who saw her as to what course she and her mother had better pursue. Leave Tervueren and seek a lodging in Brussels, or retreat as far as Ghent or Bruges or even Holland? The clerk reassured her. The Germans had certainly occupied the south east of Belgium, but dared not push as far to the west and north as Brussels. They risked otherwise being nipped between the Belgian army of Antwerp and the British force marching on Mons. He directed her attention to the last communiqué of the Ministry of War. "La situation n'a jamais été meilleure. Bruxelles, à l'abri d'un coup de main, est défendue par 20,000 gardes civiques armés d'un excellent fusil," etc. Vivie returned therefore a trifle reassured. At the same time she and her mother spent some hours in packing up and posting valuable securities to London via Ostend, in packing for deposit in the strong rooms of a Brussels bank Mrs. Warren's jewellery and plate. The tram service from Tervueren had ceased to run, so they induced a neighbour to drive them into Brussels in a chaise. A slow and wearisome journey under a broiling sun. Arrived in Brussels they found the town in consternation. Placarded on the walls was a notice signed by the Burgomaster, the celebrated Adolphe Max, informing the Bruxellois that in spite of the resistance of the Belgian army it was to be feared the enemy might soon be in occupation of Brussels. In such an event he adjured the citizens to avoid all panic, to give no legitimate cause of offence to the Germans, to renounce any idea of resorting to arms. The Germans on their part were bound by the laws of war to respect private property, the lives of non-combatants, the honour of women, and the exercise of religion. Vivie and her mother found the banks closed, and likewise the railway station. They now had but one thought, to get back as quickly as possible to Villa Beau séjour, and fortunately for their dry mouthed impatience, their farmer friend was of the same mind. Along the Tervueren road they met numbers of peasant refugees in carts and on foot, driving cattle, geese or pigs towards the capital, urging on the tugging dogs with small carts and barrows loaded with personal effects, trade goods, farm produce, or crying children. All of them had a distraught, haggard appearance, and were constantly looking behind them. From the east, indeed, came the distant sounds of explosions and intermittent rifle firing. Mrs. Warren was blanched with fear, her cheeks a dull peach colour. She questioned the people in French and Flemish, but they only answered vaguely in raucous voices, "Les Allemands, die Deutscher." One old woman, however, had flung herself down by the roadside, while her patient dog lay between the shafts of the little cart till she should be pleased to go on. She was more communicative, and told Mrs. Warren a tale too horrible to be believed, about husband, son, son-in-law all killed, daughter violated and killed too, cottage in flames, livestock driven off. Recovering from her exhaustion, she rose and shook herself. "I've no business to be here. I should be with them. I was just packing this cart for the market when it happened. Why did I go away? Oh, for shame! I'll go back to them." And forthwith she turned the dog round and trudged the same way they were going. At last they came opposite the courtyard of the villa, and saw the lawn and gravel sweep full of helmeted soldiers in green grey uniforms, their bodies hung with equipment, bags, greatcoats, rolled up blankets, trench spades, cartridge bandoliers. Vivie jumped down quickly, said to her mother in a low firm voice, "Leave everything to me. Say as little as possible." Then to the farmer, "Nous vous remercions infiniment. Vous aurez mille choses à faire chez vous, je n'en doute. Nous réglerons notre compte tout à l'heure. Pour le moment, adieu." She clutched the handbags of valuables, slung them somehow on her left arm, while with her other she piloted the nearly swooning Mrs. Warren into the court. They were at once stopped by a non commissioned officer who asked them in abrupt, scarcely understandable German what they wanted. Vivie, guessing his meaning, said in English she scarcely knew any German, "This is our house. We have been absent in Brussels. We want to see the officer in command." The soldier knew no English, but likewise guessed at their meaning. He ordered them to wait where they were. Presently he came out of the villa and said the Herr Oberst would see them. Vivie led her mother into the gay little hall. How pleasant and cool it had looked in the early morning. It was now full of surly looking soldiers. Without hesitating she took a chair from one soldier and placed her mother in it. "You rest there a moment, dearest, while I go in and see the officer in command." The corporal she had first spoken with beckoned her into the pretty sitting room at the back where they had had their early breakfast that morning. Here she saw seated at a table, consulting plans of Brussels and other papers, a tall handsome man of early middle age, who might indeed have passed for a young man had he not looked very tired and careworn, and exhibited a bald patch at the back of his head, rendered the more apparent because the brown gold curls round it were dank with perspiration. He rose to his feet, clicked his heels together and saluted. "An English young lady, I am told, rather a surprise on the outskirts of Brussels." His English was excellent if rather staccato and spaced. "It is not usual for English women to be owners of châteaux in Belgium, but I hear it is your mother who is the owner, from long time, and you are her daughter newly arrived from England, nicht wahr? Sie verstehen nicht Deutsch, gnädiges Fräulein?" "No," said Vivie, "I don't speak much German, and fortunately you speak such perfect English that it is not necessary." "I have stayed some time in England," was the reply. "I was once military attaché in London. Both your voice and your face seem what should one say familiar to me. Are you of London?" "Yes, I suppose I may say I am a Londoner. though I believe I was born in Brussels. But I don't want to beat about the bush. There is so much to be said and explained, and all this time I am very anxious about my mother. She is in the hall outside. Feels a little faint, I think, with shock. Might I? But my dear Miss Warren. My dear Miss Warren, of course. We are enemies pour le moment, but we Germans are not monsters. What about those peasants' stories? Said Vivie to herself. Your lady mother must come in here and take that fauteuil. Then we can talk better at our ease. Vivie got up and brought her mother in. Now you shall tell me everything, is it not so? Better to be quite frank. À la guerre comme à la guerre. First, you are English? Yes, my mother is Mrs. Warren. I am her daughter, Vivian Warren. My mother has lived many years in Belgium, though also in other places, in Germany, Austria and France. Of late, however, she has lived entirely here. This place belongs to her. And you? I have just been released from prison in London, Holloway Prison. My dear young lady, you are surely joking. What do you say? You pull my leg? But no, I see, you have been Suffragette. Aha, I understand, you are the Miss Warren, the Miss Warren who make the English Government afraid, nicht wahr? You set fire to Houses of Parliament. Vivie, interrupting. No, only to some racing stables. Oberst. I understand. But you are rebel? Vivie. I hate the present British Government. The most hypocritical, the most... Oberst. But we are in agreement, you and I. This is splendid. But now we must be praktisch. We are at war, though we hope here for a peaceful occupation of Belgium. You will see how the Flemish... you say the Fleming? The Flemish part of Belgium will receive us with such pleasure. It is only with the Walsh, the Walloon part we disagree. But there is so much for me to do. We must talk of all these things some other time. Let us begin our business. I must first introduce myself. I am Oberst Gottlieb von Giesselin, of the Saxon Army. He rose, clicked heels, bowed and sat down. I see you have 3 heavy bags you look at often. What is it? Vivie, taking courage. It is my mother's jewellery and some plate. She fears... Von G. I understand. We have a dreadful reputation, we poor Germans. The French stuff you up with lies. But we are better than you think. You shall take them in 2-3 days to Brussels when things are quiet and put them in some bank. Here I fear I must stay. I must intrude myself on your hospitality. But better for you perhaps if I stay here at present. I will put a few of my men in your buildings. Most of them shall go with their officers to Tervueren for billet. Turning to Mrs. Warren. Madam, you must cheer up. I foresee your daughter and I will be great friends. Let us now look through the rooms and see what disposition we can make. I think I will have to take this room for my writing, for my work. I see you have telephone here. Gut. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 16, Brussels and the War, 1914, part 2. Leaving Mrs. Warren still seated, but a little less stertorous in breathing, a little reassured, Vivie and Oberst von Giesselin then went over the villa, apportioning the rooms. The Colonel and his orderly would be lodged in 2 of the bedrooms. Vivie and her mother would share Mrs. Warren's large bedroom and retain the salon for their exclusive occupation. They would use the dining room in common with their guest. Vivie, looking out of the windows occasionally as they passed from room to room, saw the remainder of the soldiery strolling off to be lodged at their nearest neighbour's, the farmer who had driven them into Brussels that morning. There were perhaps 30, accompanying a young lieutenant. How would he find room for them, poor man? They were more fortunate in being asked only to lodge 6 or 7, in addition to the Colonel's orderly and soldier clerk. Before sunset the Villa Beau séjour was clear of soldiers, except the few that had gone to the barn and the outhouses. The morning room had been fitted up with a typewriter at which the military clerk sat tapping. The Colonel's personal luggage had been placed in his bedroom. A soldier was even sweeping up all traces of the invasion of armed men and making everything tidy. It all seemed like a horrid dream that was going to end up happily after all. Presently Vivie would wake up completely, and there would even be no Oberst, no orderly, only the peaceful life of the farm that was going on yesterday. Here a sound of angry voices interrupted her musings. The cows, returning by themselves from the pasture, were being intercepted by soldiers who were trying to secure them. Vivie in her indignation ran out and ordered the soldiers off in English. To her surprise they obeyed silently, but as they sauntered away to their quarters she was saddened at seeing them carrying the bodies of most of the turkeys and fowls, and even the corpse of the poor tailless peacock. They had waited for sundown to rob the hen roosts. Very much disillusioned, she ran to the morning room and burst in on the Colonel's dictation to his clerk. "Excuse me, but if you don't keep your soldiers in better order, you will have very little to eat whilst you are here. They are killing and carrying off all our poultry." The Colonel flushed a little at the peremptory way in which she spoke, but without replying went out and shouted a lot of orders in German. His orderly summoned soldiers from the barn, and together they drove the cows into the cowsheds. All the Flemish servants having disappeared in a panic, the Germans had to milk the cows that evening, and Vivie, assisted by the orderly, cooked the evening meal in the kitchen. He was, like the Colonel, a Saxon, a pleasant featured, domesticated man, who explained civilly in the Thuringian dialect though to Vivie there could be no discrimination between varieties of High German that the Saxon folk were eines gutes Leute, and that all would go smoothly in time. Nevertheless, the next morning, when she could take stock, she found nearly all the poultry except the pigeons had disappeared, and most of the apples, ripe and unripe, had vanished from the orchard trees. The female servants of the farm, however, came back, and finding no violence was offered, took up their work again. 2 days afterwards von Giesselin sent Vivie into Brussels in his motor with his orderly to escort her, so that she might deposit her valuables at a bank. She found Brussels, suburbs and city alike, swarming with grey uniformed soldiers, most of whom looked tired and despondent. Those who were on the march, thinking Vivie must be the wife of some German officer of high rank, struck up a dismal chant from dry throats with a refrain of "Gloria Victoria hoch, Deutschland hoch." At the bank the Belgian officials received her with deference. Apart from being the daughter of the well to do Mrs. Warren, she was English, and seemed to impose respect even on the Germans. They took over her valuables, made out a receipt, and cashed a fairly large cheque in ready money. Vivie then ventured to ask the bank clerk who had seen to her business if he had any news. Looking cautiously round, he said the rumours going through the town were that the Queen of Holland, enraged that her Prince Consort should have facilitated the crossing of Limburg by German armies, had shot him dead with a revolver; that the Crown Prince of Germany, despairing of a successful end of the war, had committed suicide at his father's feet; that the American Consul General in Brussels, to whom, by the by, Vivie ought to report herself and her mother in order to come under his protection, had notified General Sixt von Arnim, commanding the army in Brussels, that, unless he vacated the Belgian capital immediately, England would bombard Hamburg and the United States would declare war on the Kaiser. Alluring stories like these flitted through despairing Brussels during the first 2 months of German occupation, though Vivie, in her solitude at Tervueren, seldom heard them. After her business at the bank she walked about the town. No one took any notice of her or annoyed her in any way. The restaurants seemed crowded with Belgians as well as Germans, and the Belgians did not seem to have lost their appetites. The Palace Hotel had become a German officers' club, On all the public buildings the German imperial flag hung alongside the Belgian. Only a few of the trams were running, yet you could still buy, without much difficulty at the kiosks, Belgian and even French and British newspapers. From these she gathered that the German forces were in imminent peril between the Belgian Antwerp army on the north and the British army advancing from the south, and that in the plains of Alsace the French had given the first public exhibition of the new Turpin explosive. The results had been foudroyants and simple. Complete regiments of German soldiers had been destroyed in 1 minute. It seemed curious, she thought, that with such an arm as this, the French command did not at once come irresistibly to the rescue of Brussels. However, it was 4 o'clock, and there was her friend the enemy's automobile drawn up outside the bank, awaiting her. She got in, and the soldier chauffeur whirled her away to the Via Beau séjour beyond Tervueren. On her return she found her mother prostrate with bad news. Their nearest neighbour, Farmer Oudekens, who had driven them into Brussels the preceding day, had been executed in his own orchard only an hour ago. It seemed that the lieutenant in charge of the soldiers billeted there had disappeared in the night, leaving his uniform and watch and chain behind him. The farmer's story was that in the night the lieutenant had appeared in his room with a revolver and had threatened to shoot him unless he produced a suit of civilian clothes. Thus coerced, he had given him his eldest son's Sunday clothes left behind when the said son went off to join the Belgian army. The lieutenant, grateful for the assistance, had given him as a present his watch and chain. On the other hand, the German non-commissioned officers insisted their lieutenant had been made away with in the night. The farmer's allegation that he had deserted, as in fact he had, only enhanced his crime. The finding of the court, after a very summary trial, was guilty, and despite the frantic appeals of the wife, reinforced later on by Mrs. Warren, the farmer had been taken out and shot. The evening meal, consequently, was one of strained relations. Colonel von Giesselin came to supper punctually and was very spruce in appearance, but he was gravely polite and uncommunicative. And after dessert the two ladies asked permission to retire. They lay long awake afterwards, debating in whispers what terror might be in store for them. Mrs. Warren cried a good deal and lamented futilely her indolent languor of a few days previously. Why had she not, while there was yet time, cleared out of Brussels, gone to Holland and thence regained England with Vivie, and from England the south of France? Vivie, more stoical, pointed out it was no use crying over lost opportunities. Here they were, and they must sharpen their wits to get away at the first opportunity. Perhaps the American consul might help them. The next morning, however, their guest, who had insensibly turned host, told Vivie the tram service to Brussels, like the train service, was suspended indefinitely, and that he feared they must resign themselves to staying where they were. Under his protection they had nothing to fear. He was sorry the soldiers had helped themselves so freely to the livestock, but everything had now settled down. Henceforth they would be sure of something to eat, as he himself had got to be fed. And all he asked of them was their agreeable society. 2 months went by of this strange life. 2 months in which Vivie only saw German newspapers, which she read with the aid of von Giesselin. Their contents filled her with despair. They made very little of the Marne rebuff, much of the capture of Antwerp and Ostend, and the occupation of all Belgium, as they put it. Vivie noted that the German Emperor's heart had bled for the punishment inflicted on Louvain. She wondered how that strange personality, her father, had fared in the destruction of monastic buildings. But she had then no true idea of what had taken place and the far-reaching harm this crime had done to the German reputation. She noted that the German press expressed disappointment that the cause of Germany, the crusade against Albion, had received no support from the Irish nationalists or from the revolting women, the Suffragettes, who had been so cruelly maltreated by the administration of Asquith and Sir Grey. This point was discussed by the Colonel, but Vivie found herself speaking as a patriot. How could the Germans expect British women to turn against their own country in its hour of danger? "Then you would not," said von Giesselin, "consent to write some letters to your friends, if I said I could have them sent safely to their destination? Only letters," he added hastily, seeing her nostrils quiver and a look come into her eyes, "to ask your Suffrage friends to bring pressure to bear on their Government to bring this dreadful war to a just peace. That is all we ask." But Vivie said, with all her own private grudge against the present Ministry, she felt, au fond, she was British. She must range herself in time of war with her own people. Mrs. Warren went much farther. She was not very voluble nowadays. The German occupation of her villa had given her a mental and physical shock from which she never recovered. She often sat quite silent and rather huddled at meal times and looked the old woman now. In such a conversation as this she roused herself and her voice took an aggressive tone. "My daughter write to her friends to ask them to obstruct the Government at such a time as this? Never! I'd disown her if she did. I'd repudiate her. She may have had her own turn up with 'em, I was quite with her there, but that, so to speak, was only a domestic quarrel. We're British all through, and don't you forget it. Sir," she added deprecatingly, "British all through, and we're going to beat Germany yet. You'll see. The British Navy never has been licked, nor won't be this time." Colonel von Giesselin did not insist. He seemed depressed himself at times and far from elated at the victories announced in his own newspapers. He would in the dreary autumn evenings show them the photographs of his wife, a sweet looking woman, and his two solid looking handsome children, and talk with rapture of his home life. Why indeed was there this war? His heart, like his Emperor's, bled for these unhappy Belgians. But it was all due to the Machiavellian policy of Sir Grey and Asquith. If Germany had not felt herself surrounded and barred from all future expansion of trade and influence, she would not have felt forced to attack France and invade Belgium. Why, see, all the time they were talking, barbarous Russia, egged on by England, was ravaging East Prussia. Then, in other moods, he would lament the war and the policy of Prussia. How he had loved England in the days when he was military attaché there. He had once wanted to marry an Englishwoman, a Miss Fraser, a so handsome daughter of a Court physician. "Why, that must have been Honoria, my former partner," said Vivie, finding an intense joy in this link of memory. And she told much of her history to the sentimental Colonel, who was conceiving for her a sincere friendship and camaraderie. They opened up other veins of memory, talked of Lady Phoenix, of the musical parties at the Perrys, of Emily Damon's playing, of this, that and the other hostess, of such and such an actress or singer. The Colonel, of course, was often absent all day on military duties. He advised Vivie strongly on such occasions not to go far from Mrs. Warren's little domain. "I am obliged to remind you, dear young lady, that you and your mother are my prisoners in a sense. Many bad things are going on, things we cannot help in war, outside this quiet place." In November, however, there was a change of scene, which in many ways came to Vivie and her mother with a sense of great relief. Colonel von Giesselin told them one morning he had been appointed secretary to the German Governor of Brussels and must reside in the town not far from the Rue de la Loi. He proposed that the ladies should move into Brussels likewise. In fact, he delicately insisted on it. Their pleasant relations could thus continue, perhaps, who knows, to the end of this war, to that peace which will make us friends once more. It would in any case be most unsafe if, without his protection, they continued to reside at this secluded farm on the edge of the great woods. In fact, it could not be thought of, and another officer was coming here in his place with a considerable suite. Eventually compensation would be paid to Mrs. Warren for any damage done to her property. The two women readily agreed. In the curtailment of their movements and the absence of normal means of communication, their life at Villa Beau séjour was belying its name. Their supply of money was coming to an end. Attempts must be made to regularize that position by drawing on Mrs. Warren's German investments and the capital she still had in Belgian stock, if that were negotiable at all. Where should they go? Mrs. Warren still had some lien on the Hotel Édouard Sept (the name, out of deference to the Germans, had been changed to Hôtel Impérial). With the influence of the German secretary behind her she might turn out some of its occupants and regain the use of the old appartement. This would accommodate Vivie too, and there was no reason why their friend should not place his own lodging and office at the same hotel, which was situated conveniently on the Rue Royale, not far from the Governor's residence in the Rue de la Loi. So this plan was carried out, and in December 1914 Mrs. Warren had some brief flicker of happiness once more, and even Vivie felt the nightmare had lifted a little. It was life again. Residence at the Villa Beau séjour had almost seemed an entombment of the living. Here, in the heart of Brussels at any rate, you got some news every day, even if much of it was false. The food supply was more certain. There were 700,000 people all about you. True, the streets were very badly lit at night, and fuel was scarce and dear, but you were in contact with people. In January Vivie tried to get into touch with the American Legation, not only to send news of their condition to England, but to ascertain whether permission might not be obtained for them to leave Belgium for Holland. But this last plea was said by the American representative to be unsustainable. For various reasons the German Government would not permit it, and he was afraid neither Vivie nor her mother would get enough backing from the British authorities to strengthen the American demand. She must stop on in Brussels till the war came to an end. "But how are we to live?" asked Vivie with a catch in her throat. "Our supply of Belgian money is coming to an end. My mother has considerable funds invested in England. These she can't touch. She has other sums in German securities, but soon after the war they stopped sending her the interest on the plea that she was an enemy. As to the money we have in Belgium, the bank in Brussels can tell me nothing. What are we to do?" The rather cold-mannered American diplomatist (it was one of the Secretaries of Legation and he knew all about Mrs. Warren's past and regarded Vivie as an outlaw) said he would try to communicate with her friends in England and see if through the American Relief Organization funds could be transmitted for their maintenance. She gave him the addresses of Rossiter, Praed and her mother's London bankers. Vivie now tried to settle down to a life of usefulness. To increase their resources she gave lessons in English to Belgians and even to German officers. She offered herself to various groups of Belgian ladies who had taken up such charities as the Germans permitted. She also asked to be taken on as a Red Cross helper, but in all these directions she had many snubs to meet and little encouragement. Scandal had been busy with her name, the unhappy reputation of her mother, the peculiar circumstances under which she had left England, the 2 or 3 months shut up at Tervueren with Colonel von Giesselin, and the very protection he now accorded her and her mother at the Hôtel Impérial. She felt herself looked upon almost as a pariah, except among the poor of Brussels in the Quartier des Marolles. Here she was only regarded as a kind Englishwoman, unwearied in her efforts to alleviate suffering, mental and bodily. And meantime silence, a wall of silence as regarded England, England which she was beginning to look upon as the paradise from which she had been chased. Not a word had come through from Rossiter, from Honoria, Bertie Adams or any of her Suffrage friends. I can supply briefly what she did not know. Rossiter, at the very outbreak of war, had offered his services as one deeply versed in anatomy and in physiology to the Army Medical Service, and especially to a great person at the War Office, but had been told quite cavalierly that they had no need of him. As he persisted, he had been asked, in the hope that it might get rid of him, to go over to the United States in company with a writer of comic stories, a retired actor and a music hall singer, and lecture on the causes of the war in the hope of bringing America in. This he had declined to do, and being rich and happening to know personally General Armstrong, Honoria's husband, he had been allowed to accompany him to the vicinity of the front and there put his theories of grafting flesh and bone to the test, with the ultimate result that his work became of enormous beneficial importance and he was given rank in the R.A.M.C. Honoria, racked with anxiety about her dear army, and very sad as to Vivie's disappearance, slaved at war work as much as her children's demands on her permitted, or even put her children on one side to help the sick and wounded. Vivie's Suffrage friends forgot she had ever existed, and turned their attention to propaganda, to recruiting for the voluntary army which our ministers still hoped might suffice to win the war, to the making of munitions or aeroplane parts, to land work and to any other work which might help their country in its need. And Bertie Adams? When he realized that his beloved and revered Miss Warren was shut off from escape in Belgium, could not be heard of, could not be got at and rescued, he went nearly off his nut. He reviewed during a succession of sleepless nights what course he might best pursue. His age was about 32. He might of course enlist in the army, but though very patriotic, his allegiance lay first at the feet of Vivie Warren. If he entered the army he might be sent anywhere but to the Belgian frontier, and even if he got near Belgium he could not dart off to rescue Vivie without becoming a deserter. So he came speedily to the conclusion that the most promising career he could adopt, having regard to his position in life and lack of resources, was to volunteer for foreign service under the Y.M.C.A. and express the strongest possible wish to be employed as near Belgium as was practicable. So that by the end of September 1914 Bertie was serving out cocoa and biscuits, writing paper and cigarettes, hot coffee and sausages and cups of Bovril to exhausted or resting soldiers in the huts of the Y.M.C.A. near Ypres. Alternating with these services, he was, like other Y.M.C.A. men in the same district and at the same time, acting as stretcher bearer to bring in the wounded, as amateur chaplain with the dying, as amateur surgeon with the wounded, as secretary to some distraught officer in high command whose clerks had all been killed, and in any other capacity if called upon. But always with the steadfast hope and purpose that he might somehow reach and rescue Vivie Warren. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17, part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 17. The Germans in Brussels, 1915 to 1916. Part 1. In the early spring of 1915, Vivie, anxious not to see her mother in utter penury, and despairing of any effective assistance from the Americans, very much prejudiced against her for the reasons already mentioned, took her mother's German and Belgian securities of a face value amounting to about £18,000 and sold them at her Belgian bank for 100,000 francs £4,000 in Belgian or German bank notes. She consulted no one except her mother. Who was there to consult? She did not like to confide too much in Colonel von Giesselin, a little too prone in any case to "protect" them. But as she argued with Mrs. Warren, what else were they to do in their cruel situation? If the Allies were eventually victorious, Mrs. Warren could return to England. There at least she had in safe investments £40,000, ample for the remainder of their lives. If Germany lost the war, the German securities nominally worth 200,000 marks might become simply waste paper. Even now they were only computed by the bank at a purchase value of about 1/5 what they had stood at before the war. If Germany were victorious or agreed to a compromise peace, her mother's shares in Belgian companies might become unsaleable. Better to secure now a lump sum of £4,000 in bank notes that would be legal currency, at any rate as long as the German occupation lasted. And as one never knew what might happen, it was safer still to have all this money, equivalent to 100,000 francs, in their own keeping. They could live even in war time on such a sum as this for 4, perhaps 5 years, as they would be very economical, and Vivie would try to earn all she could by teaching. It was useless to hope they would be able to return to Villa Beau séjour so long as the German occupation lasted, or during that time receive a penny in compensation for the sequestration of the property. The notes for the 100,000 francs, therefore, were carefully concealed in Mrs. Warren's bedroom at the Hôtel Impérial, and Vivie for a few months afterwards felt slightly easier in her mind as to the immediate future. For, as a further resource, there were also the jewels and plate at the bank. They dared hope for nothing from Villa Beau séjour. Von Giesselin, after more entreaty than Vivie cared to make, had allowed them with a special pass and his orderly as escort to go in a military motor to the Villa in the month of April, in order that they might bring away the rest of their clothes and personal effects of an easily transportable nature. But the visit was a heartbreaking disappointment. Their reception was surly. The place was little else than a barrack of disorderly soldiers and insolent officers. Any search for clothes or books was a mockery. Nothing was to be found in the chests of drawers that belonged to them. Only stale food and unnameable horrors or military equipment articles. The garden was trampled out of recognition. There had been a beautiful vine in the greenhouse. It was still there, but the first foliage of spring hung withered and russet coloured. The soldiers, grinning when Vivie noticed this, pointed to the base of the far spreading branches. It had been sawn through, and much of the glass of the greenhouse deliberately smashed. On their way back, Mrs. Warren, who was constantly in tears, descried waiting by the side of the road the widow of their farmer neighbour, Madame Oudekens. She asked the orderly that they might stop and greet her. She approached. Mrs. Warren got out of the car so that she might more privately talk to her in Flemish. Since her husband's execution, the woman said, she had had to become the mistress of the sergeant major who resided with her, as the only means, seemingly, of saving her one remaining young son from exile in Germany and her daughters from unbearably brutal treatment; though she added, as to their virtue, that has long since vanished. All I ask is that they be not half killed whenever the soldiers get drunk. Oh, Madame, if you could only say a word to that colonel with whom you are living." Mrs. Warren dared not translate this last sentence to Vivie, for fear her daughter forced her at all costs to leave the Hôtel Impérial. Where, if she did, were they to go? The winter of 1914 had witnessed an appalling degree of frightfulness in eastern Belgium, the Walloon or French speaking part of the country more especially. The Germans seemed to bear a special grudge against this region, regarding it as doggedly opposed to absorption into a Greater Germany; whereas they hoped the Flemish half of the country would receive them as fellow Teutons and even as deliverers from their former French oppressors. Thousands of old men and youths, of women and children in the provinces south of the Meuse had been shot in cold blood. Village after village had been burnt. Scenes of nearly equal horror had taken place between Brussels and Antwerp, especially around Malines. Von Bissing's arrival as Governor General was soon signalized by those dreaded red placards on the walls of Brussels announcing the verdicts of courts martial, the condemnation to death of men and women who had contravened some military regulation. Yet in spite of this, life went on in Brussels once more, by von Bissing's stern command, as though the country were not under the heel of the invader. The theatres opened their doors, the cinemas had continuous performances, there was grand opera, there were exhibitions of toys or pictures and charitable bazaars. 10 days after the fall of Antwerp, char à bancs packed with Belgians drove out of Brussels to visit the scenes of the battles, and those shattered forts, so fatuously deemed impregnable, so feeble in their resistance to German artillery. Vivie, even had she wished to do so, could not have joined the sightseers. As the subjects of an enemy power, she and her mother had early in January, to register themselves at the Kommandantur, and were there warned that without a special passport they might not pass beyond the limits of Brussels and its suburbs. Except in the matter of the farewell visit to the farm at Tervueren, Vivie was reluctant to ask for any such favour from von Giesselin, though she was curious to see the condition of Louvain and to ascertain whether her father still inhabited the monastic house of his order. She had an idea that he was away in Germany in connection with his schemes for raising the Irish against the British Government. Von Giesselin, however, was becoming sentimentally inclined towards her, and she saw no more of him than was necessary to maintain polite relations. Frau von Giesselin, for various reasons of health or children, could not join him at Brussels, as so many German wives had done with other of the high functionaries, to the great embitterment of Brussels society; and there were times when von Giesselin's protestations of his loneliness alarmed her. The King of Saxony had paid a visit to Brussels in the late autumn of 1914 and had invited this colonel of his army to a fastuous banquet given at the Palace Hotel. The King, whom the still defiant Brussels press, especially that unkillable La Libre Belgique, reminded ironically of his domestic infelicity by enquiring whether he had brought Signor Toselli to conduct his orchestra, was gratified that a subject of his should be performing the important duties of secretary to the Brussels government, and his notice of von Giesselin gave the latter considerable prestige for a time, an influence which he certainly exercised as far as he was able in softening the edicts and the intolerable desire to annoy and exasperate on the part of the Prussian governors of province and kingdom. He even interceded at times for unfortunate British or French subjects stranded in Brussels, and sometimes asked Vivie about fellow countrymen who sought this intervention. This caused her complicated annoyances. Seeing there was some hope in interesting her in their cases, these English governesses, tutors, clerks, tailors' assistants and cutters, music hall singers, grooms, appealed to Vivie to support their petitions. They paid her or her mother a kind of base court on the tacit assumption that she, Vivie, had placed Colonel von Giesselin under special obligations. If in rare instances, out of sheer pity, she took up a case, and von Giesselin granted the petition or had it done in a higher quarter, his action was clearly a personal favour to her. And the very petitioners went away with the ingratitude common in such cases, and spread the news of Vivie's privileged position at the Hôtel Impérial. It was not surprising, therefore, that in the small circles of influential British or American people in Brussels she was viewed with suspicion or contempt. She supported this odious position at the Hôtel Impérial as long as possible, in the hope that Colonel von Giesselin, when he had realized the impossibility of using herself or her mother in any kind of intrigue against the British Government, would do what the American Consul General professed himself unable or unwilling to do, obtain for them passports to proceed to Holland. Von Giesselin from December 1914 took up among other duties that of press censor and officer in charge of publicity. After the occupation of Brussels and the fall of Antwerp, the patriotic Belgian press had withdrawn itself to France and England, or had stopped publication. Its newspapers had been invited to continue their functions as organs of news distribution and public opinion, but of course under the German censorate and martial law. As one editor said to a polite German official, "If I were to continue the publication of my paper under such conditions, my staff and I would all be shot in a week." But the large towns of Belgium could not be left without a press. Public opinion must be guided, and might very well be guided in a direction favourable to German policy. The German government had already introduced the German hour into Belgian time, the German coinage, the German police system, and German music, but it had no intention seemingly of forcing German speech on the old dominions of the House of Burgundy. On the contrary, in their tenure of Belgium or of North East France, the Germans seemed desirous of showing how well they wrote the French language, how ready they were under a German regime to give it a new literature. Whether or not they enlisted a few recreants, or made use of Alsatians or Lorrainers to help them, it is nevertheless remarkable how free as a rule their written and printed French was from mistakes or German idioms, though their spoken French always remained Alsatian. It suffered from that extraordinary misplacement and exchange in the upper and lower consonants which has distinguished the German people, that nation of great philologists, since the death of the Roman Empire. German officers still said "Partons d'il faut brie" instead of "Pardon, je vous prie" if they were polite, but they were quite able to contribute articles de fond to a pretended national Belgian press. Besides, there was a sufficiency of Belgian sans patrie ready to come to their assistance, Belgian nationals of German Jewish or Dutch Jewish descent, who in the present generation had become Catholic Christians as it ranged them with the best people. They were worthy and wealthy Belgian citizens, but presumably would not have deeply regretted a change in the political destinies of Belgium, provided international finance was not adversely affected. There were also a few Belgian socialists, a few, but enough, who took posts under the German Provisional Government on the plea that until you could be purely socialistic, it did not matter under what flag you drew your salary. Von Giesselin was most benevolently intentioned, in reality a kind-hearted man, a sentimentalist, not quite prepared to go to the stake himself in place of any other victim of Prussian cruelty, but ready to make some effort to soften hardships and reduce sentences. There were others like him, Saxon, Thuringian, Hanoverian, Württembergisch, or the German occupation of Belgium might have ended in a vast Sicilian Vespers, a boiling over of a maddened people, reckless at last of whether they died or not, so long as they slew their oppressors. He hoped through the pieces played at the theatres and through his censored, subsidized press, to bring the Belgians round to a reasonable frame of mind, to a toleration of existence under the German Empire. But his efforts brought down on him the unsparing ridicule of the Parisian-minded Bruxellois. They were prompt to detect his attempts to modify the text of French operettas so that these, while delighting the lovers of light music, need not at the same time excite a military spirit or convey the least illusion of an impertinent or contemptuous kind towards the Central Powers. Thus the couplets "Dans le service de l'Autriche, le militaire n'est pas riche" were changed to "Dans le service de la Suisse, le militaire n'est pas riche." These passionate lines of a political exile, "À l'étranger un partant pis, vendez mon sang, liez ma foi, mais à présent, ô ma patrie, je pourrais donne mourir pour toi," were rendered harmless as "À l'étranger en rêverie, chaque jour je pleurais sur toi, mais à présent, ô ma patrie, je penserai sans cesse à toi." The pleasure he took in recasting this doggerel, calling in Vivie to help him as presumably a good scholar in French, got on her nerves, and she was hard put to it to keep her temper. Sometimes he proposed that she should take a hand, even become a salaried subordinate, compose articles for his subsidized paper, L'Ami de l'Ordre, nicknamed L'Ami de l'Ordure by the Belgians, La Belgique, le Bruxellois, vers la paix. He would allow her a very free hand so long as she did not attack the Germans or their allies, or put in any false news about military or naval successes of the foes of Central Europe. She might, for instance, dilate on the cruel manner in which the women Suffragists had been persecuted in England, give a description of forcible feeding or of police ferocity on Black Friday. Vivie declined any such propositions. "I have told you already, and often," she said. "I am deeply grateful for all you have done for my mother and me. We might have been in a far more uncomfortable position but for your kindness. But I cannot in any way associate myself with the German policy here. I cannot pretend for a moment to condone what you do in this country. If I were a Belgian woman I should probably have been shot long ago for assassinating some Prussian official. I can hardly see von Bissing pass in his automobile, as it is, without wishing I had a bomb. But there it is. It is no business of mine. As I can't get away, as you won't let us go out of the country Switzerland, Holland and as I don't want to go mad by brooding, find something for me to do that will occupy my thoughts, and yet not implicate me with the Germans. Can't I go and help every day in your hospitals? If you'll continue your kindness to mother and believe me," she broke off, "I do appreciate what you have done for us. I shall never forget I have met one true German gentleman. If you'll continue to be as kind as before, you will simply give instructions that mother is in no way disturbed or annoyed. There are Germans staying here who are odious beyond belief. If they meet my mother outside her room they ask her insulting questions, whether she can give them the addresses of light women. You know the sort of thing. I have always been outspoken with you. All I ask is that mother shall be allowed to stay in her own room while I am out, and have her meals served there. But the hotel people are beginning to make a fuss about the trouble, the lack of waiters. A word from you. And then if my mind was at ease about her, I could go out and do some good with the poor people. They are getting very restive in the Marolles quarter. The shocking bad bread, the lack of fuel. Most of all I should like to help in the hospitals. My own countrywomen will not have me in theirs. They suspect me of being a spy in German pay. Besides, your von Bissing has ordered now that all Belgian, British and French wounded shall be taken to the German Red Cross. Well, if you want to be kind, give me an introduction there. Surely it would be bare humanity on your part to let an Englishwoman be with some of those poor lads who are sorely wounded. Dying, perhaps." She broke down. "The other day I followed 2 of the motor ambulances along the Boulevard d'Anspach. Blood dripped from them as they passed, and I could hear some English boy trying to sing Tipperary." "My dear Miss Warren, I will try to do all that you want. You will not do anything I want, but never mind. I will show you that Germans can be generous. I will speak about your mother. I am sorry that there are bad-mannered Germans in the hotel. There are some what you call bounders among us, as there are with you. It is to be regretted. As to our Red Cross hospitals, I know of a person who can make things easy for you. I will write a letter to my cousin. Like me she is a Saxon and comes from Leipzig. Minna von Stachelberg. She is but a few months' widow of a Saxon officer, Graf von Stachelberg, who was killed at Namur. Oh, it was very sad. They were but 6 months married. Afterwards she came here to work in our Red Cross. I think now she is in charge of a ward." So Vivie found a few months' reprieve from acute sorrow and bitter humiliation. Gräfin von Stachelberg was as kind in her way as her cousin the Colonel, but much less sentimental. In fact she was of that type of new German woman, taken all too little into account by our press at the time of the war. There were many like her of the upper middle class, the professorial class, the lesser nobility, to be found not only in Leipzig, but in Berlin, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Halle, Bonn, München, Hanover, Bremen, Jena, Stuttgart, Cologne. Nice to look at, extremely modern in education and good manners, tasteful in dress, speaking English marvellously well, highly accomplished in music or with some other art, advocates of the enfranchisement of women. The war came just too soon. Had Heaven struck down that epilept Emperor and a few of his ministers, had time been given for the new German woman to assert herself in politics, there would have been no invasion of Belgium, no maltreatment of Servia. Germany would have ranged herself with the Western powers and Western culture. Minna von Stachelberg read her cousin's note and received the worn and anxious looking Vivie like a sister, like a comrade, she said, in the war for the vote, "which we will resume, my dear, as soon as this dreadful man's war is over, only we won't fight with the same weapons." But though kind, she was not gushing, and she soon told Vivie that in nursing she was a novice and had much to learn. She introduced her to the German and Belgian surgeons, and then put her to a series of entirely menial tasks from which she was to work her way up by degrees. But if any English soldier were there and wanted sympathy, she should be called in to his ward. From that interview Vivie returned almost happy. In the hot summer months she would sometimes be allowed to accompany Red Cross surgeons and nurses to the station, where convoys of wounded were expected, if there was likelihood that British soldiers would be amongst them. These would cheer up at the sound of her pleasant voice speaking their tongue. Yet she would witness on such occasions incongruous incidents of German brutality. Once there came out of the train an English and a French soldier, great friends evidently. They were only slightly wounded, and the English soldier stretched his limbs cautiously to relieve himself of cramp. At that moment a German officer on leave came up and spat in his face. The Frenchman felled the German with a resounding box on the ear. Alarms, excursions. A German officer rushed up to enquire, while the Frenchman was struggling with two colossal German military policemen, and the Englishman was striving to free him. Vivie explained to the officer what had occurred. He bowed and saluted, seized the soldier spitter by the collar and kicked him so frightfully that Vivie had to implore him to cease. Moreover, the red placards of von Bissing were of increasing frequency. As a rule Vivie only heard what other people said of them, and that wasn't very much, for German spies were everywhere, inviting you to follow them to the dreaded Kommandantur in the Rue de la Loi, a scene of as much in the way of horror and mental anguish as the Conciergerie of Paris in the days of the Red Terror. But some cheek-blanching rumour she had heard on a certain Monday in October caused her to look next day on her way home at a fresh red placard which had been posted up in a public place. The daylight had almost faded, but there was a gas lamp which made the notice legible. It ran: Condamnation. Par jugement du 9 octobre 1915, le tribunal de campagne a prononcé les condamnations suivantes pour trahison commise pendant l'état de guerre, pour avoir fait passer des recrues à l'ennemi. 1. Philippe Bock, architecte à Bruxelles. 2. Louise Tulliez, professeure à Lille. 3. Edith Cavell, directrice d'un institut médical à Bruxelles. 4. Louis Séverin, pharmacien à Bruxelles. 5. Comtesse Jean de Belleville à Montigny, à la peine de mort. Vivie then went on to read with eyes that could hardly take in the words a list of other names of men and women condemned to long terms of hard labour for the same offence, assisting young Belgians to leave the Belgium that was under German occupation. And further, the information that of the 5 condemned to death, Philip Bauck and Edith Cavell had already been executed. The monsters! Oh, that von Bissing! How gladly she would die if she might first have the pleasure of killing him! That pompous old man of 71 with a blotched face, who had issued orders that wherever he passed in his magnificent motor he was to be saluted with Eastern servility, who boasted of his tender heart, so that he issued placards about this time, punishing severely all who split the tongues of finches to make them sing better. Edith Cavell! She did not pause to consider the fate of patriotic Belgian women, but Edith Cavell, directress of a nursing home in Brussels, known far and wide for her goodness of heart. She had held aloof from Vivie, but was that to be wondered at when there was so much to make her suspect, living seemingly under the protection of a German official? But the very German nurses and doctors at the Red Cross Hospital had spoken of her having given free treatment in her home to Germans who needed immediate operations and for whom there was no room in the military hospitals. And for such a trivial offence as that, and to kill her before there could be any appeal for reconsideration or clemency. Oh, what a nation! She would tend their sick and wounded no more. Chapter 17 Chapter 17 Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 17 The Germans in Brussels, 1915 to 1916. Part 2. She hurried on up the ascent of the boulevard of the Botanic Garden, on her way to the Rue Royale. She burst into von Giesselin's office. He was not there. A clerk, looking at her rather closely, said that the Herr Oberst was packing, was going away. Vivie scarcely took in the meaning of his German phrases. She waited there, her eyes ablaze, feeling she must tell her former friend and protector what she thought of his people before she renounced any further relations with him. Presently he entered, his usually rather florid face pale with intense sorrow or worry, his manner preoccupied. She burst out: "Have you seen the red placard they have just put up?" "What about?" he said wearily. "The assassination by your government of Edith Cavell, a crime for which England, yes, and America, will never forgive you. From this moment I..." "But have you not heard what has happened to me? I am dismissed from my post as secretary. I am ordered to rejoin my regiment in Lorraine. It is very sad about your Miss Cavell. I knew nothing of it till this morning when I received my own dismissal. And oh, my dear miss, I fear we shall never meet again." "Why are they sending you away?" asked Vivie drily, compelled to interest herself in his affairs, since they so closely affected her own and her mother's. "Because of this," said von Giesselin, nearly in tears, pulling from a small portfolio a press cutting. "Do you remember a fortnight ago I told you some Belgian, had written a beautiful poem and sent it to me for one of our newspapers? I showed it to you at the time and you said it was well enough, but it did not seem to have much point." Vivie did remember having glanced very perfunctorily at some effusion in typewriting which had seemed unobjectionable piffle. She hadn't cared two straws whether he accepted it or not, only did not want to be too markedly indifferent. Now she took it up and still read it through uncomprehendingly, her thoughts absent with the fate of Miss Cavell. "Well, what is all the fuss about? I still see nothing in it. It is just simply the ordinary sentimental flip-flap that a French versifier can turn out by the yard." "It is far worse than that. It is horrible, what the French call acrostiche, a deadly insult to our people. And I never saw it, the editor never saw it, and you even never guessed its real meaning. The original, as you say, was in typewriting, and at the bottom was the name and address of a very well known homme de lettres, and the words 'Offert à la rédaction de l'Ami de l'Ordre.' He say now, never, never did he send it. It was a forgery. When we came to understand what it meant, all the blame fall on me. I am sent back to the army. I shall be killed before Verdun. So good bye, dear miss. We have been good friends. Oh, this war, this dreadful war. It has spoilt everything. Now we can never be friends with England again." He gave way to much emotion. Vivie, though still dazed with the reverberating horror of Edith Cavell's execution, tried to regain her mind balance and thank him for the kindness he had shown them. But it was now necessary to see her mother, who might also be undergoing a shock. As she walked up to their bedroom, she reflected that the departure of von Giesselin would have to be followed by their own exile to some other lodging. They would share in his disgrace. The next morning, in fact, the Belgian manager of the hotel, with many regrets, gave them a month's warning. The hotel would be required for some undefined need of the German government, and he had been told no one could be lodged there who was not furnished with a permit from the Kommandantur. For 3 weeks Vivie sought in vain for rooms. Every suitable place was either full, or else for reasons not given they were refused. She was reduced to eating humble pie, to writing once more to Gräfin von Stachelberg and imparting the dilemma in which they were placed. Did this kind lady know where a lodging could be obtained? She herself could put up with any discomfort, but her mother was ill. If she could help them, Vivie would humbly beg her pardon for her angry letter of 3 weeks ago, and resume her hospital work. Minna von Stachelberg made haste to reply that there were some things better not discussed in writing. If Vivie could come and see her at 6 one evening when she had a slight remission from work? Vivie went. Out of hearing, Gräfin von Stachelberg, who, however, to facilitate intercourse, begged Vivie to call her Minna "We may all be dead, my dear, before long, of blood poisoning, bombs from your aeroplanes, a rising against us in the Marolles quarter," said very plainly what she thought of Edith Cavell's execution. "It makes me think of Talleyrand, was it not, who said, 'It is a blunder, worse than a crime.' These terrible old generals, they know nothing of the world outside Germany. As to her cousin Gottlieb von Giesselin, really, dear, if in this time of horrors one dare laugh at anything, I feel, oh, it is too funny, but also too shocking, as we suppose all English women say. Yet of course I am sad about him, because he is a good, kind man, and I know his wife will be very, very unhappy when she hears, and it means he will die for certain. He must risk his life to regain his position, and he will be shot before Verdun in one of those dreadful assaults." Then she told Vivie where she might find rooms, where at any rate she could use her name as a reference. Also, "Stay away at present and look after your mother. When she is quite comfortably settled, come back and work with me, here. It is at any rate the only way in which you can see and help your countrymen." One day in November, when their notice at the hotel was nearly expired, Vivie proposed an expedition to her mother. They would walk slowly, because Mrs. Warren now got easily out of breath, up to the Jardin Botanique. Vivie would leave her there in the Palm House. It was warm, it was little frequented, there were seats, and the Belgians in charge knew Mrs. Warren of old time. Vivie would then go on along the inner boulevards by tram and look at some rooms recommended by Minna von Stachelberg in the Quartier Saint-Gilles. Mrs. Warren did as she was told. Vivie left her seated in one of the long series of glass houses overlooking Brussels from a terrace, wherein are assembled many glories of the tropics: palms, dracaenas, yuccas, aloes, tree ferns, cycads, screw pines and bananas, promising to be back in an hour's time. Somehow as she sat there, it seemed to Mrs. Warren it was going for her to be the last hour of fully conscious life, fully conscious and yet a curious mingling in it of the past and present. She had sat here in the middle of the 70's with Vivie's father, the young Irish seminarist, her lover for 6 months. He had a vague interest in botany, and during his convalescence after his typhoid fever, when she was still his nurse, not yet his mistress, she used to bring him here to rest and to enjoy the aspect of these ferns and palms. What a strange variety of men she had known! Some she had loved more or less, some she had exploited frankly. Some, like George Crofts and Baxendale Strangeways, she had feared, though in her manner she had tried to conceal her dread of their violence. Well, she had taken a lot of money off the rich, but she had never plundered the poor. Her greatest conquest, and that when she was a woman of 40, was the monarch of this very country which now lay crushed under the Kaiser's heel. For a few months he had taken a whimsical liking to her handsome face, well-preserved figure, and amusing Cockney talk. But he had employed her rather as the mistress of his menu plaisir, as his recruiting agent. He had rewarded her handsomely. Now it was all in the dust. her beautiful Villa Beau Séjour a befouled barrack for German soldiers, she herself a homeless woman, repudiated by the respectable British and Americans more or less interned in this unhappy city. Not much more than a year ago she had been one of the most respected persons in Brussels, with a large income derived from safe investments. Now all she had for certain was something over £3,000 in bank notes that might turn out next month to be worthless paper. And was she even certain of them? Had Vivie, before they left the hotel, remembered to put some at least of this precious sum on her person? Suppose, whilst they were out looking for a fresh dwelling place, the hotel servants or the police raided her bedroom and found the little hoard of notes. This imagined danger made her want to cry. They were so friendless now. She in particular felt so completely deserted. Had she deserved this punishment by fate? Was there after all a God who minded much about the sex foolishnesses and punished you for irregularities, for having lovers in your youth, for selling your virtue and inducing other women to sell theirs? Was she going to die soon, and was there a hereafter? She burst out crying in an abandonment of grief. An elderly gardener who had been snipping and sweeping in the next house came up and vaguely recognized her as a well-known Bruxelloise, a good-natured lady, a foreigner who, strange to say, spoke Flemish. "Ach," he said, looking out where he thought lay the source of her tears, at the dim view of beautiful Brussels through the steamy glass. "Onze armes ou de Bruxelles." Mrs. Warren wept unrestrainedly. "Madame is ill?" he enquired. Mrs. Warren nodded. She felt indeed very ill and giddy. He left her and returned shortly with a small glass of schnapps. "If Madame is faint?" She sipped the cordial and presently felt better. Then they talked of old times. Madame had kept the Hôtel Léopold II in the Rue Royale. Ah, now he placed her. A superb establishment, always well spoken of. Her self-respect returned a little. "Yes," she said, "never a complaint. I looked after those girls like a mother, indeed I did. Many a one married well from there." The gardener corroborated her statement and added that her clientèle had been of the most chic. He had a private florist business of his own, and he had been privileged often to send bouquets to the pensionnaires of Madame. But Madame was not alone surely in these sad times. Had he not seen her come here with a handsome English lady, who was said to have been fortunately au mieux with one of the German officials? "That was my daughter," Mrs. Warren informed him with pride. "She is a lady who has taken a high degree at an English university. She has been an important person in the English feminist movement. When this dreadful war is over, I and my daughter will..." At this juncture Vivie entered. "Mother, I hope you haven't missed me, haven't been unwell?" she said, looking rather questioningly at the little glass of schnapps, only half of which had been drunk. "Well, yes, dear, I have. Terrible low spirits and all swimmy like. Thought I was going to faint. But this man here has been so kind." Her tears flowed afresh. "We've been talking of old times. He used to know me before..." Vivie: "Quite so. But I think, dear, we had better be going back. I want to talk to you about the new rooms I've seen. Are you equal to walking? If not, perhaps this kind man would try to get us a cab?" But Mrs. Warren said it was no distance, only round the corner, and she could well walk. When they got back she would go and lie down. Vivie, reading her mother's thoughts, pressed a 5-franc note into the gardener's not reluctant palm, and they regained the Rue Royale. But just as they were passing through the revolving door of the Hôtel Impérial, a German who had been installed as manager came up with 2 soldiers and said explosively: "Heraus! Foutez-nous le camp! Out you go! Don't show your face here again!" "But," said Vivie, "our notice doesn't expire till the end of this week." "Das macht nichts. The rooms are wanted, and I won't have you on the premises. Off you go, or these soldiers shall take you both round to the Kommandantur." "But our luggage! Surely you will let me go up to our room and pack it, and take it away? We—" "Your luggage has been packed and is in the corridor. If you send round for it, it shall be delivered to your messenger. But you are not to stop on the premises another minute. You understand?" he almost shrieked. "But—" For answer the soldiers took them by the shoulders and whirled them through the revolving door on to the pavement, where a crowd began to collect, as it does in peace or war if you cough twice or sneeze 3 times in Brussels. "Englische Ruhr! Englische Kuplerin!" shouted the soldiers as they retreated and locked the revolving door. Mrs. Warren turned purple and swayed. Vivie caught her round the waist with her strong arm. Thus was Mrs. Warren ejected from the once homely inn, which she had converted by her energy, management and capital into the second most magnificent hostelry of Brussels. Thus was Vivie expelled from the place of her birth. Hearing the shouting and seeing the crowd, a Belgian gendarme came up. To him Vivie said, "Si vous êtes chrétien et pas Allemande." "Prenez garde, madame," he said warningly. "Vous m'aiderez à porter ma mère à quelque endroit où elle peut se remettre." He assisted her to carry the inert old woman across the street and a short distance along the opposite pavement. Here there was a pleasant, modest looking tea shop with the name of Walker over the front, and embedded in the plate glass were the words "Tea Rooms." These of course dated from long before the war, when the best Chinese tea was only 4 francs the demi kilo, and the fashion for afternoon tea had become established in Brussels. Vivie and her mother had often entered Walker's shop in happier days, for a cup of tea and delicious forms of home-made pastry. Besides the cakes, which in pre-war times were of an excellence rarely equalled, they had been drawn to the pleasant-looking serving woman. She was so English in appearance, though she only spoke French and Flemish. Behind the shop was a cosy little room where the more intimate clients were served with tea, a room with a look out into a little square of garden. Thither Mrs. Warren was carried or supported. She regained consciousness slightly as she was placed on a chair, opened her eyes and said, "Thank you, my dears." Then her head fell over to one side and she was dead, seemingly. The agent de police went away to fetch a doctor and to disperse the crowd of "Ketjes," street urchins of Brussels. How they harassed the Germans and maddened them by mimicking their military manoeuvres, and loafers which had transferred itself from the hotel to the tea shop. The shopwoman, who was one of those angels of kindness that turn up unexpectedly in the paths of unhappy people, called in a stout serving wench from the kitchen, and the 3 of them carried Mrs. Warren out of the inner tea room into the back premises and a spare bedroom. Here she was laid on the bed, partially undressed, and all available and likely restoratives applied. The doctor, when he came, pronounced her dead, thought it was probably an effusion of blood on the brain, but couldn't be certain till he had made an autopsy. "What am I to do?" said Vivie, thinking aloud. "Why, stay here till all the formalities are over and you can find rooms elsewhere," said Madame Trouessart, the owner's servant of the tea shop. "I have another spare room. For the moment my locataires are gone. I know you both very well by sight. You were clients of ours in the happy days before the war. Madame votre mère was, I think, the gérante of the Hôtel Édouard VII when I first came to manage here. Since then you have often drunk my tea. Je me nomme Trouessart. C'est le nom de mon mari qui est... Vous pouvez deviner où il est. Où est à présent tout Belge loyal qui peut servir. Le nom Walker, c'était le nom de mon père. Et de plus, c'était un nom anglais transformé un peu en flamande. Mon arrière-grand-père était soldat anglais. Il se battait à Waterloo. For me, I speak no English or very little." She went on to explain whilst the doctors occupied themselves with their gruesome task and Vivie was being persuaded to take some nourishment, that her great-grandfather had been a soldier servant who had married a Belgian woman and settled down on the site of this very shop 100 years ago. He and his wife had even then made a specialty of tea for English tourists. She, his great-granddaughter, had, after her marriage to Monsieur Trouessart, carried on the business under the old name, Walker, made to look Flemish as Walker. Vivie, when left alone, suddenly thought of the money question. She remembered then that before going out to look for rooms she had transferred half the notes from their hiding place to an inner pocket. They were still there. But what about her luggage and her mother's, and the remainder of the money? In her distress she wrote to Gräfin von Stachelberg. Minna came over from her hospital at 6:30 in the evening. By that time the doctor had given the necessary certificate of the cause of death, and an undertaker had come on the scene to make his preparations. Minna went over to the Hôtel Impérial with Vivie. Appearing in her Red Cross uniform she was admitted, announced herself as the Gräfin von Stachelberg, and demanded to know what justification the manager could offer for his extraordinary brutality towards these English ladies, the result of which had been the death of the elder lady. The manager replied that inasmuch as the All Highest himself was to arrive that very evening to take up his abode at the Hôtel Impérial, the hotel premises had been requisitioned, etc., etc. He still refused absolutely to allow Vivie to proceed to her room and look for her money. She might perhaps be allowed to do so when the Emperor was gone. As to her luggage, he would have it sent over to the tea shop. The money, it might be noted, she never recovered. There were many things also missing from her mother's trunks, and no satisfaction was ever obtained. So there was Vivie one dismal, rainy November evening in 1915, homeless, her mother lying dead in a room of this tea shop, and in her own pocket only a matter of 30,000 francs to provide for her till the war was over. £1,000 in fluctuating value was all that was left of a nominal 20,000 of the year before. But the financial aspect of the case for the time being did not concern her. The death of her mother had been a stunning shock, and when she crossed over to the hotel what irony, by the by, to think she had been born there 39 years ago, in the old inn that had preceded the twice rebuilt hotel. When she crossed the street with Minna it had been with blazing, tearless eyes, and the desire to take the hotel manager and his minions by the coat collar, fling them into the street, and assert her right to go up to her room. But now her violence was spent, and she was a broken, weeping woman, as she sat all night by the bedside of her dead mother, holding the cold hand, imprinting kisses on the dead face which was now that of a saintly person with nothing of the reprobate in its lineaments. The burial, for various reasons, had to take place in the cemetery of St. Josse-ten-Noode, near the Jacquerie National Shooting Range, where Edith Cavell and numerous Belgian patriots had recently been executed. Minna von Stachelberg left her hospital with someone else in charge, and insisted on accompanying Vivie to the interment. This might have been purely laic, not on account of any harsh dislike to the religious ceremony on Vivie's part, only due to the fact that she knew no priest or pastor. But there appeared at the graveside to make a very suitable and touching discourse, and to utter one or two heartfelt prayers, a Belgian Baptist minister, a relation of Madame Trouessart. Waterloo left many curious things behind it, not only a tea shop or two, but a nonconformist nucleus that intermarried, as Sergeant Walker or Walker had done, with Belgian women, and left descendants who in the third generation, and by inherent vigour, thrift, matrimony and conversion, had built up quite a numerous congregation, which even grew large enough and rich enough to maintain a mission of its own in Congo land. Kind Madame Trouessart, née Walker, distressed and unusually moved at the sad circumstances of Mrs. Warren's death, had called in her uncle the Baptist pastor, who also in some unexplained way seemed to hold a brief for the Salvation Army. He prayed silently by the death bed, which under the circumstances was more tactful than open intercession. He helped greatly over all the formalities of the funeral, and he took upon himself the arrangement of the ceremony, so that everything was done decorously, and certainly to the satisfaction of the Belgians who attended. Such people would be large minded in religion. You might be a Protestant if you were not a Catholic, or you might be Jewish. But a funeral without some outward sign of faith and hope would have puzzled and distressed them. To Vivie's great surprise there was a considerable attendance at the ceremony. She had expected no more than the company of Minna, an unprofessing but real Christian if ever there were one, and the equally Christian if equally hedonist Madame Troussart. But there came in addition quite a number of shopkeepers from the Rue Royale, the Rue de Jacquerie, du Marais, de Lyon, and de l'Association, with whom Mrs. Warren had dealt in years gone by. "C'était une dame très convenable," said one purveyor, and the others agreed. "Elle m'a pas écu sonnant," said another, "et toujours sans marchander." There was even present a more distinguished acquaintance of the past, a long retired commissaire de police of the quartier in which Mrs. Warren's hotel was situated. He appeared in the tightly buttoned frock coat of civil life, with a minute disc of some civic decoration in his buttonhole, and an incredibly tall chimney pot hat. He came to render his respectueux hommage to the maîtresse femme who had conducted her business within the four corners of the law, sans avoir maille à partir avec la police des mœurs. Mrs. Warren at least died with the reputation of one who promptly paid her bills, and the whole assistance, as it walked slowly back to Brussels, recalled many a deed of kindness and jovial charity on the part of the dead Englishwoman. Vivie, on sizing up her affairs, got Monsieur Walcker, the Baptist pastor, to carry a letter to the American Consulate General. Walcker was used to such missions as these, of which the German Government was more or less cognizant. The Germans, among their many contradictory features, had a great respect for religion, a great tolerance as to its forms. They not only appreciated the difference between Jews and Christians, Catholics and Lutherans, but between the Church of England and the various free churches of Britain and America. The many people whom they sentenced to death must all have their appropriate religious consolation before facing the firing party. Catholics, Lutherans and Calvinists were all provided for. There was a Church of England chaplain for the avowed Anglicans, but what was to be done for the free churches and nonconformist sects of the Anglo-Saxons? They were not represented by any captive pastor. So in default this much respected Monsieur Walcker, the Belgian Baptist, was called in to minister to the nonconformist mind in its last agony. He therefore held a quasi-official position, and was often entrusted with missions which would have been dealt with punitorily on the part of any one else. Consequently he was able to deliver Vivie's communication to the American Consul General with some probability of its being sent on. It contained no further appeal to American intervention than this, that the Consul General would try to convey to England the news of her mother's death to such and such solicitors, and to Louis Maitland Praed, A.R.A., in Hans Place. She went to the Brussels bank a fortnight after her mother's death, whilst still availing herself of the hospitality of Madame Troussart, to withdraw the jewellery and plate which she had deposited there on her mother's account. But there she found herself confronted with the red tape of the Latin which is more formidable even than that of the land of Dora at the present day. These deposited articles were held on the order of Mrs. Warren. They could not be given up till her will was proved and letters of administration had been granted. So that small resource in funds was withheld, at any rate till some time after peace had been declared. However, she had £1,000 in notes between her and penury and the friendship of Minna von Stachelberg. She would resume her evening lessons in English Madame Troussart had found her several pupils and she would lodge, as they kindly invited her to do, with the Baptist pastor and his wife in the Rue Haute. And she would help Minna at the hospital and hope to be rewarded with the opportunity of bringing comfort and consolation to the wounded British prisoners. Thus, with no unbearable misery, she passed the year 1916. There were short commons in the way of food, and the cold was sometimes cruel, but Mrs. Walker was a wonderful cook and could make soup from a sausage skewer, and heap edredons on Vivie's bed. Vivie sighed a little over the blue placards which announced endless German victories by land and sea, and she gasped over the dreadful red placards with their lists of victims sentenced to death by the military courts. She ground her teeth over the announcement of Gabrielle Petit's condemnation, and behind the shut door of Minna's small sitting room and she only shut the door not to compromise Minna she raved over the judicial murder of this Belgian heroine, who was shot, as was Edith Cavell, for nothing more than assisting young Belgians to escape from German occupied Belgium. She witnessed the air raids of the Allies, when only comforting papers were dropped on Brussels cities, but bombs on the German aerodromes outside. And she also saw the Germans turn their guns from the aeroplanes, which soared high out of their reach or skimmed below range, on to thickly inhabited streets of the poorer quarters, to teach them to cheer the aircraft of the Allies. She beheld, or she was told of, many acts of rapine, considered cruelty and unreasoning ferocity on the part of German officials or soldiers, yet saw or heard of acts and episodes of unlooked for kindness, forbearance and sympathy from the same hated people. Von Giesselin, after all, was a not uncommon type, and as to Minna von Stachelberg, she was a saint of the new religion, the service of man. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 18, part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 18, The Bomb in Portland Place. Part 1. Mrs. Rossiter said to herself in 1915 that she had scarcely known a happy day or even hour since the war began. In the first place, Michael had again shown violence of temper with Ministers of State over the release from prison of that Miss Warren, a convict doing a sentence of hard labour. And then when he had got her released and gone himself with their beautiful new motor whatever could the chauffeur have thought? To meet her at the prison gates, there he was afterwards worrying himself over the war, not content as she was, as most of her friends were, as the newspapers were, to leave it all to Lord Kitchener and Mr. Asquith, Sir Edward Grey and even Mr. Lloyd George, though the latter had made some rather foolish and exaggerated speeches about alcohol. Michael, if he went on like this, would never get his knighthood. Then when Michael had at last, thanks to General Armstrong, found his right place and was accomplishing marvels, the papers said, as a mender of the maimed, here was she left alone in Portland Place with hardly any one to speak to, and all her acquaintances she now realized they were scarcely her friends too much occupied with war work to spend an afternoon in discussing nothing very important over a sumptuous tea still served by a butler and footman. Presently, too, the butler left to join the Professor in France, and the footman enlisted, and the tea had to be served by a distrait parlour maid, with her eye on a munitions factory, so that she might be in it, and her heart in the keeping of the footman, who, since he had gone into khaki, was irresistible. Mrs. Rossiter of course said in 1914 that she would take up war work. She subscribed most handsomely to the Soldiers' and Sailors' Families Association, to the Red Cross, to the Prince of Wales's Fund one of the unsolved wartime mysteries, what's become of it? To the Cigarette Fund, the 1914 Christmas Plum Pudding Fund, the Blue Cross, the Purple Cross, the Green Cross Funds, to the outstandingly good work at St. Dunstan's and at Petersham I'm glad she gave £100 each to them and to the French, Belgian, Russian, Italian, Serbian, Portuguese and Japanese Flag Days, and to our own day, besides enriching a number of semi-fraudulent war charities which had alluring titles. But if, from paying handsomely to all these praiseworthy endeavours to mitigate the horrors of war, she proceeded to render personal service, she became the despair of the paid organizers and business like workers. She couldn't add and she couldn't subtract or divide with any certainty of a correct result. She couldn't spell the more difficult words or remember the right letters to put after distinguished persons' names when she addressed envelopes in her large, childish handwriting. She couldn't be trusted to make enquiries or to detect fraudulent appeals. She lost receipts and never grasped the importance of vouchers. She forgot to fill up counterfoils or, if reminded, filled them up from memory so that they didn't tally. She signed her name, if there was any choice of blank spaces, in quite the wrong place. So invariably tactful secretaries or assistant secretaries were told off to explain to her, ever so nicely, that she was no business woman (this to the daughter of wholesale manufacturers sounded rather flattering), and that though she was invaluable as a name, as a patroness, or one of 18 vice presidents, she was of no use whatever as a worker. She had no country house to place at the disposal of the Government as a convalescent home. Michael after a few experiments forbade her offering any hospitality at No. 1 Park Crescent to invalid officers. Such as were entrusted to her in the spring of 1915 soon found that she was, as they phrased it, a pompous little middle class fool, wielding no authority. They larked in the laboratory with Red Cross nurses, broke specimens and did very unkind and noisy things, besides smoking in both the large and the small dining rooms. So after the summer of 1915 she lived very much alone, except that she had the Adams children from Marylebone to spend the day with her occasionally. Poor Mrs. Adams, though a valiant worker, was very downcast and unhappy. She confided to Mrs. Rossiter that although she dearly loved her Bert, and a better husband I defy you to find, he never seemed all hers. Always so wrapped up in that Miss Warren, or her cousin the barrister. And no sooner had war broken out than off he was to France as a kind of missionary, she believed, the young men's Christian something or other, though before the war he didn't seem particular stuck on religion, and it was all she could do to get him sometimes to church on a Sunday morning. Oh yes, she got her money all right, and she couldn't say too much of Mr. and Mrs. Rossiter's kindness. There was Bert not doing a stroke of work for the Professor, and yet his pay going on all the same. Indeed she was putting money by, because Bert was kep' out there and all found. However, his 2 pretty children were some consolation to Mrs. Rossiter, whom they considered a very grand lady and one that was lavishly kind. Mrs. Rossiter tried sometimes in 1915 having working parties in her house or in the studio, and if she could attract workers gave them some elaborate lunches and plethoric teas that very little work was done, especially as she herself loved a long, aimless gossip about the royal family or whether Lord Kitchener had ever really been in love. Or she tried, since she was a poor worker herself her only jersey and muffler were really finished by her maid reading aloud to the knitters or stitchers, preferably from the works of Miss Charlotte Yonge or some similar novelist of a later date. But that was found to be too disturbing to their sense of the ludicrous, for she read very stiltedly with a strange exotic accent for the love passages or the death scenes. As Lady Victoria Freebooter said, she would have been priceless at a music hall matinée which was raising funds for war charities, if only she could have been induced to read passages from Miss Yonge in that voice for a quarter of an hour. Even the Queen would have had to laugh. But as that could not be brought off, it was decided that working parties at her house led to too much giddiness from suppressed giggles or torpor from too much food. So she relapsed once more into loneliness. Unfortunately air raids were now becoming events of occasional fright and anxiety in London, and this deterred cousin Sophie from Darlington, cousin Mattie from Leeds, Joseph's wife from Northallerton, or old married schoolfellows from other northern or midland towns, coming to partake of her fastuous hospitality. Also they all seemed to be busy, either over their absent husbands' business, or their sons', or because they were plunged in war work themselves. And really in these times I couldn't stand Linda for more than 5 minutes, one of them said. As to the air raids, she was not greatly alarmed at them. Of course it was very uncomfortable having London so dark at night, but then she only went out in the afternoon and never in the evening, and the Germans seemed to be content and discriminating enough not to bomb what she called the residential parts of London. The nearest to Portland Place of their attentions was Hampstead or Bloomsbury. "We're protected, my dear, by the open spaces of Regent's Park. They wouldn't like to waste their bombs on poor me." However, her maid didn't altogether like the off chance of the Germans or our aircraft guns making a mistake and trespassing on the residential parts of London, so she persuaded her mistress to spend part of the winter of 1915-16 at Bournemouth. Here she was not happy and far lonelier even than in London. She did not like to send all that way for the Adams children. She had a parlour suite all to herself at the hotel, and was timid about making acquaintances outside, since everybody nowadays wanted you to subscribe to something, and it was so disagreeable having to say no. She was not a great walker, so she could not enjoy the Talbot Woods. The sea made her feel sad, remembering that Michael was the other side and the submarines increasingly active. In short, air raids or no air raids, she returned home in March, and her maid, who had been with her 10 years, gave her warning. But then she had an inspiration. She engaged Mrs. Albert Adams to take her place, and although the parlour maid at this took offence and cut the painter of domestic service, went off to the munitions till Sergeant Frederick Somers should get leave to come home and marry her, and they were obliged to engage another parlour maid in her place at double the wages. Mrs. Rossiter had done a very wise thing. Bert had been home for 3 weeks in the preceding February, and the recently bereaved Mrs. Adams had united her tears with Mrs. Rossiter's on the misery of the war which separated attached husbands and wives. It now alleviated the sorrows of both that they should be together as mistress and maid. The cook, a most important factor, had always liked Bertie and adored his sweet pretty little children. If you let 'em sleep in the spare room on the 4th floor next their mother, and play in the daytime in the servants' hall, there'll be no manner of difficulty nor bother to me and the maids. We shall love to 'ave 'em, the darlin's, and they'll serve to cheer you up a bit, ma'am, till the Professor comes back." Mrs. Adams was a very capable person who hated dust and grime. The big house wanted some such intervention, as since the butler's departure it had become rather slovenly, save in the portions occupied by Mrs. Rossiter. Charwomen were got in, and spring cleanings on a gigantic scale took place, so that when Rossiter did return he thought it had never looked so nice, or his Linda been so cheery and companionable. But before this happy confirmation of her wisdom in engaging Nance Adams as maid and factotum, Mrs. Rossiter had several waves of doubt and distress to breast. There was the suffrage question. Once converted by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Miss Violet Markham, Sir Almroth White, whose praenomen she could not pronounce, the late Lord Cromer and the impressive Lord Curzon to the perils of the woman's vote, Mrs. Rossiter was hard to move from her uncompromising opposition to the enfranchisement of her sex. Some adroit champion of the wrong had employed the argument that once women got the vote, the divorce laws would be greatly enlarged. This would be part of the scheme of the wild women to get themselves all married. That, and the legalization of polygamy which would follow the vote, as surely as the night the day. Linda had an undefined terror that her Michael might take advantage of such licentiousness to depose her, like the Empress Josephine was put aside in favour of a child-producing rival. Or if polygamy came into force, that Miss Warren might lawfully share the Professor's affections. She was therefore greatly perturbed in the course of 1916 at the sudden throwing up of the sponge by the anti-suffragists. However, there it was. The long struggle drew to a victorious close. Example as well as precept pointed to what women could do and were worth. Sound arguments followed the inconveniences of militancy, and the men were convinced. or rather the men in the mass and the fighting working men had for some time been convinced, but the great statesmen who had so obstinately opposed the measures were now weakening at the knees before the results of their own mismanagement in the conduct of the war. A further perplexity and anxiety for Mrs. Rossiter arose over the German spy mania. She had been to one of Lady Towcester's afternoon parties to "keep up our spirits." Lady Towcester collected for at least 6 different charities and funds, and Mrs. Rossiter was a generous subscriber to all 6. Touching the wood of the central tea table, she remarked to Lady Victoria and Lady Helen Freebooter how fortunate they, who lived within the prescribed area defined by Lady Jeune, had been in so far escaping air raids. "But don't you know why?" said Lady Victoria. Mrs. Rossiter didn't. "Because in Manchester Square, in Cavendish, Grosvenor, Hanover Squares, in Portland Place, a few doors off your own house, in Harley Street and Wigmore Street, there are special friends of the Kaiser living. They may call themselves by English names and they may even be ex-cabinet ministers, but they are working for the Kaiser all the same. And he wouldn't be such a fool as to have them bombed, would he? Especially as it is well known that there is a wireless installation on a house in Portland Place which communicates with a similar installation in the Harz Mountains," added Lady Helen. This was a half reassuring, half terrifying statement. It was comfortable to know that you lived under the Kaiser's wing. Mrs. Rossiter hoped the aim of the aeronauts was accurate and their knowledge of London topography good. At the same time it was alarming to feel that you might be involved in that final blow up of the villains which must bring such scoundreldom to a close. But if Lady Vera and Lady Helen knew all this for a fact, why not tell the police? What would be the good? They'd deny everything, and we should only be sued for libel. However, to form some conception of how English home life was undermined with plots, she was advised to go and see Mr. Dennis Eadie in The Man That Stayed at Home. She did, taking Mrs. Adams with her to the dress circle for a matinée. Both were very much impressed, and on their return expected the fireplaces to open all of a piece and reveal German spies with masked faces and pistols standing in the chimney. At least these and other nightmares were dispelled by the arrival of Rossiter on leave of absence in the autumn of 1916. He had the rank of Colonel in the R.A.M.C. and wore the khaki uniform Mrs. Rossiter proudly thought of a General. He had shaved off his beard and trimmed his moustache and looked particularly soldierly. The butler who came with him, though not precisely a soldier but a sort of N.C.O. in a medical corps, also looked quite martial and had so much to say for himself that Mrs. Rossiter felt he could never become a butler again. But he did all the same, and a most efficient one, though a little breezy in manner. Linda now entered on an aftermath of matrimonial happiness. Rossiter was to take quite a long leave so that he could pursue the most important researches in curative surgery, bone grafting and the like, not only in his own laboratory, but at the College of Surgeons and the Zoological Gardens Prosectorium. With only occasional week ends at home, he had been away from London since September 1914, had known great hardships, the life of the trenches and the bomb-proof shelter, stewed tea and bad tinned milk, rum and water, bully beef, plum and apple jam, good bread, it is true, but shocking margarine for butter. He had slept for weeks together on an old sofa more or less dressed, kept warm by his great coat and 2 army blankets of woven porcupine quills seemingly, the ends of which tickled his nose and scratched his face. He had been very cold and sweatingly hot, furiously hungry with no meal to satisfy his healthy appetite, madly thirsty and no long drink attainable, unable to sleep for 3 nights at a time owing to the noise of the bombardment, surfeited with horrible smells, sickened with butchery, shocked at his own failures to retrieve life, yet encouraged by an isolated victory here and there over death and disablement. So the never before appreciated comfort of his Park Crescent home filled him with intense gratitude to Linda. Had he known, he owed some of his acknowledgment to Mrs. Adams, who had worked both hard and tactfully in her undefined position of lady's maid, housekeeper, companion. But naturally he didn't know, though he praised his wife warmly for her charity of soul in taking pity on the poor little woman and her 2 children. He could only give the slightest news about Bertie, but said he was a sort of jack of all trades for the Y.M.C.A. As to Vivie, that Miss Warren, he answered his wife's questions neither with the glowering taciturnity nor suspicious loquacity of former times. Miss Warren? Vivie? I fancy she's still at Brussels, but there's no chance of finding out. There is a story that her mother is dead. P'raps now they'll let her come away. She must be jolly well sick of Brussels by now. When I last heard of Adams he was still hoping to get in touch with her. I hope he won't take any risks. She's a clever woman and I dare say can take care of herself. I hope we shall all meet again when the war is over. He seemed very pleased to hear of the new Conciliation Bill, the general agreement all round on the Suffrage question and the enlargement of the electorate. He had always told Linda it was bound to come. And after it has come, dearie, you mark my words, things will go on pretty much as before. But his real, intense, absorbing interest lay in the new experiments he was about to make in bone grafting and cartilage replacing, and the functions of the pituitary body and the interstitial glands. To carry these out adequately, the Zoological Society had accumulated troops of monkeys and baboons. At a certain depot in Camden Town dogs were kept for his purposes, and the vaults and upper floors of the Royal College of Surgeons were at Rossiter's disposal, with Professor Keith to co-operate. Never had his house in Portland Place, to be accurate the Park Crescent end thereof, seemed so conveniently situated, or its studio laboratory so well designed. Air raids? Pooh! Just about one chance in a million we should be struck. Besides, can't think of that when so much is at stake. That's a fine phrase, menders of the maimed. Just what we want to be. No more artificial limbs if we can help you to grow your own new legs and arms, perhaps. At any rate, mend up those that are a hopeless mash. Grand work. Only bright thing in the war. Now, dear, are you ready with that lymph? And she was. Never had Linda been so happy. She overcame her disgust at the sight of blood, at monkeys, dogs and humans under anaesthetics, at yellow fat, gleaming sinew and blood-stained bone. She was careful as a washer-up. The services of Mrs. Adams were enlisted, and she was more deft even than her mistress. And the butler, who was by this time a regular hospital dresser, greatly admired her pretty arms when they were bared to the elbow, and her flushed cheeks when she took a humble part in some tantalizing adjustment. "I'm some use to you after all," Linda would say when they retired from the studio for a rest and she made the tea. "Some use? I should think so," said Rossiter, whether truly or not. And he reproached himself that 20 years ago he had not trained and developed her to help him in his work, to be a real companion in his studies. He was really fond of her through the winter of 1916, and so jovial and lover-like, so boyish in his fun, so like the typical Tommy home from the trenches. When he was overjoyed at the success of some uncovered and peeped-at experiment, he would sing, "When I get me civvies on again, and it's home sweet home once more," and ask for the ideal cottage, with rouses round the door, and a nice warm bottle in me nice warm bed, and a nice soft pillow for me nice soft dead. Mrs. Rossiter began to think there was a good side to the war after all. It made some men more conscious of their home comforts, and less exigent for intellectuality in their home companions. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 18, The Bomb in Portland Place, part 2. They went out very little into society. Rossiter held that wartime parties were scandalous. He pooh-poohed the idea that immodest dancing with frisky matrons or abandoned spinsters was necessary to restore the shell-shocked nerves of temporary captains, locally ranked majors, or the recently joined subaltern. He was far too busy for twaddly tea fights and carping at hard-worked generals who were doing their best, and a good best too. He and Linda did dine occasionally with Honoria, but the latter felt she could not let herself go about Vivie in the presence of Mrs. Rossiter, and seemed a little cold in manner. Ordinarily, after working hard all day while the daylight lasted, they much preferred an evening of complete solitude. Rossiter's new robustness of taste included love of a gramophone. Money being no consideration with them, they acquired a tip-top one with superlative records, not so much the baaing, bellowing and shrieking of fashionable singers, but orchestral performances, heart-melting duets between violin and piano. What human voice ever came up to a good violin or violoncello? Racy comic songs, inspiriting two-steps, xylophone symphonies, and dreamy, sensuous waltzes. This gramophone Linda learnt to work, and while Michael read voraciously the works of Hunter, Hugh Owen Thomas, Strohmeyer, Duchenne, Goodsir, Wolfe and Redfern, on bones, muscles, ligaments, tendons, cartilage, periosteum and osteogenesis, or more often Keith's compact and lucid analysis of their experiments and conclusions, Linda let loose in the scented air of a log fire these varied melodies which attuned the mind to extraordinary perceptibility. The little Adamses were allowed to steal in and listen, on condition they never uttered a word to break the spell of Colonel Rossiter's thoughts. I think also Rossiter felt his wife had been unjustly snubbed by the great ladies and the off-hand harum-scarum young war workers, so he flatly declined to have any of them messing around his studio or initiated into his research work. It was intimated that the Rossiter Thursday afternoons of long ago would not be resumed until after the peace. Linda therefore derived much consolation and satisfaction for past injuries to her pride when Lady Vera or Victoria, freebooter, called one day just before Christmas and said, "Oh, mother's let our house till February and thinks we'd better I mean the Marylebone Guild of War Workers meet at your house instead," and she, Linda, had the opportunity of replying, "Oh, I'm sorry, but it's quite impossible. The Professor I mean Colonel Rossiter and I are so very busy. We are seeing no one just now. Indeed, we've enlisted all the servants to help the Colonel in his work, so I can't even offer you a cup of tea. I must rush back at once. You'll excuse me?" "That Rossiter woman is quite off her head with grandeur," said Lady Vera to Lady Helen. "I expect Uncle Algy has let out that her husband is in the New Year's honours." And so he was. But Uncle Algy, though he might have babbled to his nieces, had not written a word to the Rossiters. So they just enjoyed Christmas too much, they thought, more than any Christmas before, in the simple satisfaction of being Colonel and Mrs. Rossiter, all in all to each other, but rendered additionally happy by making those around them happy. The little Adamses staggered under their presents and had a Christmas tree to which they were allowed to ask their two grannies, Mrs. Laidley from Fig Tree Court and Mrs. Adams from the Kilburn Laundry, and numerous little friends from Marylebone, who had been washed and curled and crimped and adjured not to disgrace their parents, or father in the trenches would be told, as sure as I stand here. The little Adamses were also warned that if they ever again were heard calling Mrs. Rossiter grandma, they'd but the threat was too awful to be uttered, especially as their mother at this time was always on the verge of tears, either at getting no news of Bert or at the unforgettable kindness of Bert's employer. Mrs. Rossiter, quite unaware that she was soon to be a dame, gave Christmas entertainments at St. Dunstan's, at the Marylebone Workhouse, and to all the wounded soldiers in the parish. and on December 31st, 1916, Michael received a note from the Prime Minister to say that His Majesty, in recognition of his exceptional services in curative surgery at the front, had been pleased to bestow on him a Knight Commandership of the Bath. So that, Linda, you can call yourself Lady Rossiter, and you will have to get some new cards printed for both of us." Linda didn't feel quite that ecstasy over her title that she had expected in her daydreams. She was getting a little frightened at her happiness. Generations of Puritan forefathers and mothers had left some influence of Calvinism on her mentality. She was brought up to believe in a jealous God, whose providence when you felt too happy on earth just landed you in some unexpected disaster to fit you for the kingdom of heaven, a kingdom which all healthy human beings shrink from entering with the terror of the unknown and a certain homeliness of disposition which is humbly content with this cosy planet and a corporeal existence. However, it was very nice to leave cards of calling on Lady Towcester, even though she was out of town on account of air raids, and others, inscribed "Lady Rossiter, Colonel Sir Michael Rossiter, Sir Michael and Lady Rossiter," and to see printed foolscap envelopes for Michael arrive from the War Office and lie on the hall table addressed "Colonel Sir Michael Rossiter, K.C.B., etc., 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 etc." And later on, in January or February, for some very good reason, Sir Michael and Lady Rossiter were received in audience by the King and Queen at Buckingham Palace. The King had already watched Sir Michael at work in his laboratory just behind the French front, so they too, as Linda timidly glanced at them, had no lack of subjects for conversation. But the Queen! Linda had thought she could never have talked to a Queen without swooning, and indeed had arrived primed with much sal volatile. Yet there, as in some realistic dream, she was led on to talk about her war charities and Sir Michael's experiments without trembling, and found herself able to listen with intelligence to the Queen's practical suggestions about war work and the application of relief funds in crowded districts. "We actually compared notes," said a flushed and triumphant Linda to her Michael, as they drove away through the blue twilight of St. James's Park. And so far from being puffed up by this, people said they had always thought Lady Rossiter was kind, but they really before had never imagined there was so much in her. She was even allowed to preside as Vice President in the absence of Lady Towcester, and got through it quite creditably, kind hearts being more than coronets, and made a little speech to which Cook and Nance Adams called out "Hear, hear," and roused quite a hearty response. Of course it was an awful wrench when Michael had to return to France, but he would be back in the autumn, and meantime she must remember she was a soldier's wife. So the summer was got through with cheerfulness, especially as she was now treated with much more regard in the different committees whereof she was Vice President. On these committees she met Honoria Armstrong, and the longing to renew the old friendship and talk about Michael's superlative qualities to one who had long known them, took her over to Kensington Square impulsively. Honoria perceived the need instinctively. The coldness engendered by Linda's silly anti-suffragism disappeared. They both talked by the hour together of their respective husbands and their outstanding virtues and charming weaknesses. The Armstrong children took to calling her Aunt Linda. Michael and Petworth, after all, were brothers in arms and friends from youth. Lady Rossiter was delighted, and lavished presents on them till Honoria reminded her it was war time and extravagance in all things was reprehensible, even in British made toys. They discussed the vote, soon to be theirs, and how it should be exercised. From that, by some instinct, Honoria passed on to a talk about Vivie Warren, a selective talk. She said nothing about David Williams, but enlarged on Vivie's absolute straightness, especially towards other women, her business capacities, her restoration of her mother to the ranks of the respectable, till at last it seemed as though the burning down of racing stables was a meritorious act, ridding England of an evil that good might come. And there was poor Vivie locked up in Brussels, if indeed she were still living. Linda felt shocked at her own treachery to the Woman's Cause in having betrayed that poor, well meaning Miss Warren to the police. Never could she confess this to Lady Armstrong Sir Petworth had just been knighted for a great success in battle tell her about the fragment of letter she had forwarded anonymously to Scotland Yard. Perhaps she might some day tell Michael, when he returned. In any case she would say at the next opportunity that as soon as Miss Warren reappeared in England he might ask her to the house as often as he liked, even to stay with them if she were in want of a home. She said as much to Michael when he came back in September 1917 to make some further investigations into bone grafting. He seemed genuinely pleased at her broad mindedness, and said it would indeed be delightful when the war was over, and it surely must be over soon, now Mr. Lloyd George and Clemenceau and President Wilson had taken it in hand, it would indeed be delightful to form a circle of close friends who had all been interested in the woman's movement. As to Vivie, if she were not dead, he should advise her to go in for Parliament. He had had no news of her since ever so long. What was worse, he had now very great misgivings about Bertie Adams. During the autumn of 1916 he had disappeared in the direction of La Bassée. There were stories of his having joined some American relief expedition at Lille, a most dangerous thing to do. Insensate, if it were not a mad attempt to get through to Brussels in disguise to rescue Miss Warren. No one in the Y.M.C.A. believed for a moment that he had done anything dishonourable. Most likely he had been killed, as so many Y.M.C.A. people were just then, assisting to bring in the wounded or going up to the trenches with supplies. Mrs. Adams had better be prepared, cautiously, for a bereavement. Rossiter himself was very sad about it. He had missed Bertie's services much these last 3 years. He had never known a better worker, turn his hand to anything such a good indexer, for example. Linda wondered whether she could do any indexing. 3 years ago Michael would have replied: "You? Nonsense, my dear, you'd only make a muddle of it. Much better stick to your housekeeping," which as a matter of fact was done in those days by cook, butler and parlour maid. But now he said thoughtfully: "Well, I don't know, perhaps you might. There's no reason you shouldn't try." And Linda began trying. But she also worked regularly in the laboratory now, calling it at his suggestion the lab, and stumbling no more over the word. She wore a neat overall with tight sleeves and her hair plainly dressed under a little white pleated cap. She never now caught anything with her sleeve and switched it off the table. She never let anything drop, and was a most judicious duster and wiper up. Rossiter, in this autumn of 1917, was extremely interested in certain crucial experiments he was making with spiculum in sponge cells, with scleroblasts, Mason cells, osteoblasts, and consciousness in bone cells. Most of the glass jars in which these experiments were going on, those of the sponges in sea water, required daylight for their progress. There was no place for their storage more suitable than that portion of his studio laboratory which was above ground, and the situation of his house in regard to air attacks, bombs, shrapnel, seemed to him far more favourable than the upper rooms at the College of Surgeons. That great building was often endangered because of its proximity to the Strand and Fleet Street, and the Strand and Fleet Street, being regarded by the Germans as arteries of Empire, were frequently attacked by German aircraft. But in Rossiter's studio there was an underground annex as continuation of the house cellars, and the household was instructed that if, in Rossiter's absence, official warnings of an air raid were given, certain jars were to be lifted carefully off the shelves and brought either into the library or taken down below in case through shrapnel or through the vibration of neighbouring explosions the glass of the studio roof was broken. One day in October 1917 the German air fleet made a determined attack on London. It was intended this time to belie the stories of the heart of the Western District being exempted from punishment because Lady So and so lived there and had lent her house in East Anglia to the Empress and her children in 1912, or because Sir Somebody else was really an arch spy of the Germans and had to go on residing in London. So the aeroplanes this time began distributing their explosives very carefully over the residential area between Regent's Park and Pall Mall, the Tottenham Court Road and Selfridge's. Lady Rossiter in her overall was disturbed at her indexing by the clamour of an approaching daylight raid, by the maroons, the clanging of bells, the hooters, the gunfire, and finally by the not very distant sounds of exploding bombs. She called and rang for the servants and then rushed from the library into the studio to commence removing the more important of the jars to a place of greater safety. She had seized 2 of them, one under each arm, and was making for the library door, when there came the most awful crash she had ever heard, and resounding bangs which seemed to echo indefinitely in her ears. Rossiter was working in the prosectorium at the Zoo when the daylight air raid began. It seemed to be coming across the middle of London, so hastily doffing his overall he left the Gardens and walked rapidly towards Portland Place. He had hardly got past the fountain presented by Sir Jamsetjee Jejeeboy in wasted benevolence, than he heard the deafening report of the bomb which had wrecked his studio, reduced it to a tangle of iron girders and stanchions, strewn its floor with brick rubble and thick dust, and left his wife a human wreck, lying unconscious with a broken spine, surrounded by splinters of glass, broken jars, porcelain trays, and nasty looking fragments of sponge and vertebrate anatomy. With an almost paralysing premonition of disaster he ran as quickly as possible towards Park Crescent. The Marylebone Road was strewn with glass, and a policeman every one else had taken shelter was ringing and knocking at his front door to ascertain the damage and possible loss of life. Michael let both of them in with his latchkey. In the hall the butler was lying prone, stunned by a small statue which had been flung at him by the capricious violence of the explosion. All the mirrors were shivered and most of the pictures were down. At the entrance to the library cook was standing, all of a tremble. The 2 little Adamses rushed up to him. "Oh, Sir Michael, Mummy is dead and Grandma is awfully hurted." But Mummy, Mrs. Adams, was not dead, neither was the expensive parlour maid. Both had fainted or been stunned by the explosion on their way to help their mistress. Both lay inanimate on the library floor. The library glass door was shivered to dangerous jagged splinters, but the iron framework, curse it, remained a tangled, maddening obstacle to his further progress. He could see through the splinters of thick glass something that looked like Linda, lying on her back, and something that looked like blood. The policeman who followed him was strong and adroit. Together they detached the glass splinters and wrenched open the framework, with space enough at any rate to pass through without the rending of clothes into the studio. Lady Rossiter was regaining consciousness for just a few more minutes of sentient life. She was aware there had been a dreadful accident to some one, perhaps to herself, but she fully believed she had first of all saved the precious jars. No doubt they had put her to bed, as there was something very warm her blood, poor thing round her body. They must have packed her with hot water bottles. Some idea of Michael's, no doubt. How kind he was. She would soon get right, with him to look after her. She opened her eyes to meet his as he bent over her, and said with the ghost of an arch smile, "I have been of some use to you, haven't I?" Then the voice faltered and trailed away. "I saved your specimens." End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 19, part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 19, Bertie Adams, part 1. One day early in April 1917, Vivie was standing in a corridor of the Hôpital de Saint Pierre, talking to Minna von Stachelberg. She had just come from the railway station, where in common with the few British and Americans who remained in Brussels she had been, to take a respectful and grateful farewell to the American Minister and his wife who were leaving Belgium for Holland prior to the American declaration of war. American diplomacy had done little for her or her mother, but it had been the shield, the salvation, the only hope of Belgium. Moreover, the break off of diplomatic relations initiated the certain hope of a happier future. American intervention in the war must lead to peace and freedom. Germany must now be beaten and Belgium set free. So she had contributed her mite to the fund which purchased spring flowers hothouse grown, for this April was a villainous prolongation of winter with which to strew the approach to the station and fill the reserve compartment of the train. As Vivie was nearing the end of her description and Minna was hoping it was the end as she wanted to get back to her patients, 2 German policemen marched up to Vivie, clicked their heels, saluted and said in German, "Mademoiselle Warren, nicht wahr? Be good enough to accompany us to the Kommandantur." At this dread summons Vivie turned pale, and Minna, dismayed, began to ask questions. The Polizei answered that they had none to give. Might she accompany her friend? She might not. Then followed a ride in a military motor with the 2 silent policemen. They arrived outside the Kommandantur. More clanking, clicking and gruff conversation in German. She got out in response to a tight pressure on her arm, a grip in fact, and accompanied her grim guide through halls and corridors, and at last entered a severely furnished office, a kind of magistrate's court, and was confronted with Bertie Adams. A whiskered, bearded, moustached, shabbily dressed, in a quasi-military uniform, Bertie Adams, lean and hollow-eyed, but with the love-light in his eyes. He turned on her such a look of dog-like fealty, of happy recognition, that although by instinct and for his safety she was about to deny all knowledge of him, she could not force her eyes or tongue to tell the lie. "Oh, miss, oh, my dear Miss Warren, how I have hungered and thirsted for a sight of you all these months and years. To see you once more is worth all and more I've gone through to get here. They may shoot me now if they've got the heart. Not that I've done anything to deserve it. I've simply had one object in view, to come here and help you." He looked around as if instinctively to claim the sympathy of the policemen. To say he met with none would be to make them out more inhuman than they were, but as all this speech was in English they understood but little of what he had said. They guessed he loved the woman to whom he spake, but he may have been pleading with her not to give him away, to palliate his acts of espionage. Vivie replied, "Dear Bertie, you couldn't be gladder to see me than I am you. I greet you with all my heart, but you must be aware that in coming here like this you..." Her words stuck in her throat. She knew not what to say lest she might incriminate him farther. A police officer broke in on her embarrassment and said in German, "Es ist genug. You recognize him, Madame? He was arrested this morning at the Hôtel Impérial, enquiring for you. Meantime you also are under arrest. Please follow that officer." "May I communicate with my friends?" said Vivie, with a dry tongue and a dry mouth. "Who are your friends?" "Gräfin von Stachelberg at the Hôpital de Saint-Pierre. Le Pasteur Walcker, Rue Haute 33. I will let them know that you are arrested on a charge of high treason, in league with an English spy," he hissed. Then Vivie was pushed out of the room and Bertie was seized by 2 policemen. They did not meet again for 3 days. It was a Saturday, and a police agent came into the improvised cell where Vivie was confined, who had never taken off her clothes since her arrest and had passed 3 days of such mental distress as she had never known, unable to sleep on the bug-infested pallet, unable to eat a morsel of the filthy food, and invited her to follow him. By the grace of the military governor of the prison of Saint Gilles, he said this in French as she understood German imperfectly, "you are permitted to proceed there to take farewell of your English friend, the prisoner Adams, who has been condemned to death." Bertie had been tried by court-martial in the Senate on the Friday. He followed all the proceedings in a dazed condition. Everything was carried on in German, but the parts that most concerned him were grotesquely translated by a ferocious-looking interpreter, who likewise turned Bertie's stupid, involved, self-condemnatory answers into German, no doubt very incorrectly. Bertie, however, protested over and over again that Miss Warren knew nothing of his projects, and that his only object in posing as an American and travelling with false passports was to rescue Miss Warren from Brussels and enable her to pass into Holland, or get out of the country somehow. As to the Emperor and taking his life, why, Lor' bless you, I don't want to take any one's life. I 'ate war, more than ever after all I've seen of it. Upon my honour, gentlemen, all I want is Miss Warren." Here one member of the court made a facetious remark in German to a colleague, who sniggered while, with his insolent light blue eyes, he surveyed Bertie's honest, earnest face, thin and hollowed with privations and fatigue. He was perfunctorily defended by a languid Belgian barrister, tired of the invidious rôle of mechanical pleading for the lives of prisoners, especially where, as in this case, they were foredoomed, and eloquence was waste of breath, and even got you disliked by the impatient ogres thirsty for the blood of an English man or woman. Du reste, he said to a colleague, agissait-il d'un Belge, mon cher, tu sais que l'on se sentirait forcé à risquer le déplaisir de ces ogres, tandis que pour un pauvre bougre d'Anglais. Et quand il fait pour nous les Anglais, nous avons tâché de leur boucher le trou à liège, et ils nous ont abandonnés. Enfin, allons boire un coup. Verdict, as translated by the ferocious interpreter: "The court finds you guilty. You are condemned to death, and you will be shot on Monday." In the prison of Saint Gilles, as I believe elsewhere in Belgium, though there might be a military governor in control, who was a German, the general direction remained in the hands of the Belgian staff which was there when the German occupation began. These Belgian directors and their subordinates were as kind and humane to the prisoners under their charge as the Germans were the reverse. Everything was done at Saint Gilles to alleviate the mental agony of the condemned to death. The German courts tried to prolong and enhance the agony as much as possible by sentencing the prisoners 3 days, 6 days, a week before the time of execution, though for fear of a reprieve this sentence was not immediately published, and letting them know that they had just so many days or hours to live. Consequently most of them wasted away in prison with mind agony, inability to sleep or eat, and even opiates or soporifics administered surreptitiously by the Belgian prison doctors were but slight alleviations. Bertie, when first placed in his cell at Saint Gilles, asked for pen, ink and paper. They were supplied to him. He was allowed to keep on the electric light all night, and he distracted his mind, with some dreadful intervals of horror at his fate, by trying to set forth on paper, for Vivie to read, an explanation and an account of his adventures. He intended to wind up with an appeal for his wife and children. Vivie never quite knew how Bertie had managed to cross the war zone from France into Belgium and reach Brussels without being arrested. When they met in prison they had so little time to discuss such details, in face of the one awful fact that he was there and was in all probability going to die in 2 days. But from this incomplete, tear-stained scribble that he left behind, and from the answers he gave to her few questions, she gathered that the story of his quest was something like this. He had planned an attempt to reach her in Brussels, or wherever she might be, from the autumn of 1914 onwards. The most practicable way of doing so seemed to be to pass as an American engaged in Belgian relief work, in the distribution of food. Direct attempts to be enrolled for such work proved fruitless, only caused suspicion. So he lay low. In course of time he made the acquaintance of one of those American agents of Mr. Hoover, a tousle-haired, hatless, happy-go-lucky, lawless individual who made mock of laws, rules, precedents, and regulations. He concealed, under a dry, taciturn, unemotional manner, an intense hatred of the Germans. But he was either himself of enormous wealth, or he had access to unlimited national funds. He spent money like water to carry out his relief work, and was lavishly generous to German soldiers or civilians, if thereby he might save time and set aside impediments. He took a strong liking to Bertie, though he showed it very little outwardly. The latter probably in his naïveté and directness unveiled his full purpose to this gum-chewing, grey-eyed American. When the news of Mrs. Warren's death had reached Bertie through a circuitous course Praed Honoria Rossiter he had modified his scheme, and at the same time had become still more ardent about carrying it into execution. In fact he felt that Mrs. Warren's death was opportune, as with her still living and impossible to include in a flight, Vivie would probably have refused to come away. Therefore in the summer of 1916 he asked his American friend to obtain 2 American passports, one for himself and one for his wife, Mrs. Violet Adams. Mr. Praed had sent him a credit for £500 in case he could get it conveyed to Vivie. Bertie turned the credit into American bank notes. This money would help him to reach Brussels, and once there, if Vivie would consent to pass as his wife, he might convey her out of Belgium into Holland, as 2 Americans working under the Relief Committee. It had been excessively difficult and dangerous crossing the war zone and getting into occupied Belgium. There was some hint in his talk of an Alsatian spy who helped him at this stage, one of those sans patries who spied impartially for both sides and sold any one they could sell. Fortunately after the armistice most of these Judases were caught and shot. The spy had probably at first blackmailed him when he was in Belgium, which is why of the £500 in dollar notes there only remained about a third in his possession when he reached Brussels, and then denounced him to the authorities for a reward. But his main misfortune lay in the long delay before he reached Brussels. During that time the entire American diplomatic and consular staff was leaving Belgium, and the Emperor was arriving more or less secretly in Brussels, it was said in the hope that a personal talk with Brand Whitlock might stave off the American declaration of war. Bertie on his arrival dared not to go to the American Legation for fear of being found out and disavowed. So he had asked his way in very English French, and wearing the semi-military uniform of an American relief officer, to the Hotel Edward Sett, where he supposed Vivie would be or could be heard of. When he reached the Hôtel Impérial and asked for Miss Warren, he had been at once arrested. Indeed, probably his steps had been followed all the way from the railway station to the door of the hotel by a plain-clothes German policeman. The Germans were convinced just then that many Englishmen and some American cranks were out to assassinate the Kaiser. They took Bertie's appearance at the door of the Hôtel Impérial as a proof of his intention. They considered him to have been caught red-handed, especially as he had a revolver concealed on his person and was obviously travelling with false passports. "Ah, Bertie," said Vivie when they first met in his cell at Saint Gilles prison, "if only I had not led you into this. I am mad with myself." "Are you, miss? But who could have foreseen this war would come along? We thought all we had to fight was the police and the 'Ome Office to get the vote. And then you'd have been able to come out into the open and practise as a barrister, and me again as your clerk. It was our damned Government that made you go abroad and get locked up 'ere, and once I realized you couldn't get away, thinks I to meself, I'll find a way." It was here that Vivie began questioning him as to how he had reached Brussels from the war zone, and as, towards the end of his story, some of which he said she would find he had written down in case they wouldn't let him see her, the reference to the Emperor came in, she sprang up and tried the door of the cell. It was fastened without, but a face covered the small square opening through which prisoners were watched, and a rough voice asked her what she wanted. It was a German police agent or spy who, perched on a stool outside next this small window, was there to listen to all they said. As they naturally spoke in English, and the rough creature only knew "God damn" and a few unrepeatable words, he was not much the wiser for his vigil. I must see the Director," said Vivie. Presently the Director came. "Oh, sir," said Vivie, "give me paper and an envelope. I implore you. There is pen and ink here, and I will write a letter to the Emperor, a petition. I will tell him briefly the true story of this poor young man, and then, if you will only forward it, he may grant a reprieve." The Director said he would do his best. After all, you never knew. And the Kaiser, though he said he hated them always, had a greater regard for the English than for any other nation. As he glanced from Vivie and her face of agonized appeal to the steadfast gaze which Bertie fixed on her, as on some fairy godmother, his own eyes filled with tears, as indeed they did many, many times over the tragic scenes of the German terror. Another request. Could Vivie see or communicate with Gräfin von Stachelberg, with Pastor Walcker? Here the police agent intervened. "Nothing of the kind. You're not going to hold a salon here. Far too many concessions already. Much more fuss and trouble, and I shall take you back to the Kommandantur and report. Write your letter to the All Highest, who may deign to receive it. As to Pastor Walcker, he shall come tomorrow, Sunday, to prepare the Englishman for his death on Monday." Vivie wrote her letter, probably in very incoherent language. It was handed to the German police agent. He smiled sardonically as he took it in his horny hand with its dirty broken nails. The Governor General disliked these appeals to the All Highest. Indeed, in most cases executions that were intended to take place were only announced at the same time as the condemnation, to obviate the worry of these appeals. Besides, he knew the Emperor had left that morning for Charleville, after having bestowed several decorations on the police officials who told him they had just frustrated an English plot for his assassination. Vivie and Bertie were at length alone, for the police agent was bored, couldn't understand their talk, and gave himself an afternoon off. In this prison of Saint Gilles the cells were in many ways superior to those of English prisons. They were well lit through a long window, not so high up but that by standing on a chair you could look out on the prison garden. Through this window the rays of the sun could penetrate into and light up the cell. There was no unpleasant smell, one of the horrors of Holloway. The floor was a polished parquet. The bed was comfortable. There was a table, even a bookshelf. The toilet arrangements were in no way repulsive or obvious. Vivie insisted on Bertie lying down on the bed. She would sit on the chair by his side. He must be so exhausted. "And what about you, miss? I'll lay you ain't slept these last 3 nights. What a mess I've made of the old thing." "Bertie, why did you do this? Why did you risk your life to come here? Oh why? Oh why?" wailed Vivie. "Because I loved you. Because I've always loved you, better'n any one else on earth. Since I was a boy of 14, and you spoke so kind to me, and encouraged me to get on and improve myself, and give me books, and encouraged me about me cricket. I suppose I'm going to die, so I ain't got any shame about telling you all this, though if I thought I was going to live I'd cut my tongue out sooner'n offend you. Oh," he gave a kind of groan, "when the news come about Mrs. Warren being dead, and you p'raps without money and at the mercy of these Germans, well, all I wonder at is I didn't steal an airyplane and come in that. I tell you I had to exercise great self control to stay week after week fiddling with the food distribution and pretendin' to be an American. Well, there it is, we all must die sooner or later. It's a wonder I ain't dead already. I been in some tight places since I come out for the Y.M.C.A. And talking about the Y.M.C.A., miss, I do beg of you, if you get out of this, and I'm sure you will, they'll never kill you," said Bertie adoringly, looking up at the grave, beautiful face that bent over him. "I do beg of you to make matters right with the Y.M.C.A. I ain't taken away 1 penny of their money. I served 'em faithfully up to the last day before I saw my chance of hooking it across the lines. They must think me dead, and so must poor Nance, my wife. For I haven't dared to write to any one since I've been in Belgium. But I did send her a line 'fore I started, sayin', 'Don't be surprised if you get no letter from me for some time. I'll turn up all right, you bet your boots.' That may have kept her open. And soon you'll be able to let her know. Who can say? I don't know. But peace, you'd think, must come soon. Seems like our poor old world is comin' to an end, don't it? What times we've had, if you don't mind me puttin' it like that. I remember when I had to be awful careful always to say 'sir' to you, and 'Mr. David' or 'Mr. Williams.'" And a roguish look, a gleam of merriment came into Bertie's eyes, and he laughed a laugh that was half sob. "If you was to write your life, no one 'ud believe it, miss. It licks any novel I ever read, and I've read a tidy few, lookin' after the Y.M.C.A. libraries. My, but you was wonderful as a pleader in the courts. I used sometimes to regular cry when I heard you takin' up the case of some poor girl as had been deserted by her feller and killed her baby. 'Tricks of the trade,' says some other barrister's clerk, sneerin' because you wasn't 'is boss. And then I'd punch his 'ead. And I don't reckon myself a soft-'earted feller as a rule. Recollect that Shillito case? Don't, Bertie. Don't say such things in praise of me. I'm not worth such love. I'm just an arrogant, vain, quarrelsome woman. Look how many people I've deceived, what little good I've really done in the world." "Rubbish! You've done good wherever you went. To my poor mother. Wonder, by the by, what she thinks, and how she's gettin' on. Sons are awful ungrateful and forgettin'. What with you and Nance and the little 'uns, I ain't scarcely give a thought to poor mother. But you'll let her know, won't you, miss? Think how good you was to your old father down in Wales, 'im as you called your father. And who's to say he wasn't? You never know, Miss Warren. What a pity it is you never married. There's lots was sweet on you, I bet. Yet I remember I used to 'ate the idea of your doin' so, and was glad you dressed up as a man and took 'em all in. I may tell you all, miss, now I'm goin' to die day after to morrow. My poor Nance, she see there was some one that always occupied my mind, and she used to get jealous like at times, but never did I let on it was you. Why, I wouldn't even have said it to myself. I respected you more than and Bertie, at a loss for a parallel, ceased speaking for a time, and gulped down the sobs that were mastering him. Then, after this pause, "I haven't a word to say against Nance. No one could have been a better wife. I know, miss, if you get away from here you'll look after her and my kids. I ain't been much of a father to 'em lately. P'raps this is a punishment for neglecting my home duties, as they used to say to you when you was suffragin'." He gave a bitter laugh. "Two such nice kids. I ain't seen 'em since last February 12th, more'n a year ago. I got a bit of leave then. There's little Vivie, the one we called after you. She's growin' up so pretty. And Bert, 'e'll be a bigger and a better man than me some day. 'E's started in life with better chances. I 'ope 'e'll be a cricketer. There's no game comes up to cricket in my opinion." End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 19, Bertie Adams. Part 2. At this juncture the Belgian Directeur of the gaol opened the door and asked Vivie to follow him, telling Bertie she would return in the afternoon. At the same time a warder, escorting 2 good conduct prisoners who did the food distribution, proceeded to place quite an appetizing meal in Bertie's cell. "Dear miss," said the Directeur in French, "you are so wise, I know. You will do what I wish?" Vivie bowed. "I shall not send you back to the Kommandantur. I will take that on myself. But I must regard you, while here, as my prisoner." He smiled sadly. "Come with me. I will give you a nice cell where you shall eat and sleep and yes, and my wife shall come and see you." In the evening of that day Vivie was led back to Bertie's cell. There she found kind Pastor Walcker. In some way he had heard of Bertie's condemnation, perhaps seen it posted up on a red placard, and in his quiet assumption that whatever he did was right, had not waited for an official summons, but had presented himself at the prison of Saint Gilles and asked to see the Directeur. He constituted himself Bertie's spiritual director from that time onwards. He spoke very little English, but he was there more to sympathize than to preach. "Ce n'est pas, chère Mamselle, que je suis venu le troubler sur les questions de religion. J'ai voulu le rassurer, et vous aussi, que j'ai déjà mis en train tous les procédés possibles et que je connais, pour obtenir sa grâce. But," he went on, "I have spoken to the prison doctor and begged him meantime to give the poor young man an injection or a dose of something to make him sleep a little while." Then he withdrew. The daylight turned pink and faded to grey whilst Vivie sat by the bed holding the left hand of the sleeping man. Exhausted with emotion, she dropped off to sleep herself, slid off the chair on to the parquet, laid her head on the angle of his pillow and slept likewise. The electric light suddenly shone out from a globe in the angle of the wall which served two cells. She awoke, Bertie awoke. He was still happy in some opiate dream, and his eyes in his haggard face looked at her with a sleepy, happy affection. Loath to awaken him to reality, she kissed him on the cheek and withdrew from the cell, for the Directeur, out of delicacy, had withdrawn and left the door ajar. She rejoined him in the corridor, and he led her to her own quarters for the night, where, worn out with sorrow and fatigue, she undressed and slept dreamlessly. But the hour of the awakening on that wintry Sunday morning! It was snowing intermittently, and the sky, seen from the high window, was lead coloured. Owing to the scarcity of fuel, the cell was unwarmed. She dressed hurriedly, feeling still untidy and dishevelled when she had finished. Her breakfast, and with it a little packet of white powder from the prison doctor, to be taken with the breakfast. She swallowed it. If it were poison sent by the German government, what matter? But it was in reality some drug which took the edge off sorrow. Bertie had evidently been given a similar dose. They spent the morning and the afternoon of that Sunday together, almost happily. With intervals of dreamy silence, they talked of old times. Neither would have been surprised had the cell walls dissolved as in a transformation scene, and they had been able to step out into the fountain court of the Temple or into the cheerful traffic of Chancery Lane. When, however, she returned to his cell after her evening meal, his mood had changed. The effect of the drug had passed. He had moods of despair and wild crying. No response had come, no answer to Vivie's appeal, no result from Monsieur Walker's activities. Bertie reproached himself for cowardice. Then the doctor came in. An injection in the arm? So. He will sleep now till morning. Espérons toujours. Et vous, ma pauvre mademoiselle, vous êtes excédée. Permettez que je vous fasse la même piqûre? But she thanked him and said she wanted all her wits about her, though she promised se maîtriser, to keep calm. What a night! Her ears had a sense of hearing that was preternaturally acute. The most distant step in the corridors was audible. Was it a reprieve? One such sound multiplied itself into the footsteps of two men walking, coming ever nearer, 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 till they stopped outside her cell door. With a clank it was opened. She sprang up. Fortunately she had not undressed. "You've brought a reprieve?" she gasped. But the Directeur and Monsieur Walker only stood with downcast faces. "It will soon be morning," the Directeur said. "There is no hope of a reprieve. He is to be executed at 7 at the Tir National. All we have secured for you is permission to accompany him to the end. But if you think that too painful, too great a strain, I would suggest that you..." "Nothing could overstrain me," said Vivie. "Or rather, I don't care if anything kills me. I will go with him and stay with him till the very last moment. Stay with him till he is buried, if you permit." She made some hasty toilette, more because she wanted to look a fit companion for him and not a wretched derelict. They summoned her, proffering a cup of acorn coffee, which she waved aside. The bitter cold air of the snowy April morning braced her. She entered the shuttered, armoured prison taxi in which Bertie and a soldier were placed already. Bertie had his arms tied, but not too painfully. He was shivering with the cold, but, as he said, "Not afraid, miss. It'll come out all right somehow. That Mr. Walker, 'e's done me a lot of good. At any rate, I'll show how an Englishman can die. 'Sides, 'e says reprieve sometimes comes at the last moment. They takes a pleasure in tantalizin' you. And the doctor puts something in me cup of coffee, sort of keeps me spirits up." But for Vivie that drive was an unforgettable agony. They went through suburbs where the roads had been unrepaired or torn up by shrapnel. The snow lay in places so thickly that it nearly stopped the motor. Still, it came to an end at last. The door on one side was wrenched open. She was pulled out rather unceremoniously. Then the pinioned Bertie, who was handed over to a guard, and the soldier escort after him, who took his place promptly by his side. Vivie had just time to note the ugly red brick exterior of the main building of the Tir National. It reminded her vaguely of some hastily constructed exhibition at Earl's Court or Olympia. Then she was pushed inside a swinging door, into a freezing corridor, where the prison Directeur and Monsieur Walcker were standing, irresolute, weeping. "Where is Bertie?" she asked. "He is being prepared for the shooting party," they answered. "It will soon be over. Dear, dear lady, try to be calm." "I will be as calm as you like," she said. "I will behave with the utmost correctitude, or whatever you call it, if they, the soldiers, the officer, will let me see him as you promised, up to the last, the very last. But by God, if there is a God, if you or they prevent me, I'll..." Inexplicably, sheer mind force prevailed, without the need for formulating the threat the poor grief-maddened woman might have uttered. She moved unresisted to a swing door which opened on to a kind of verandah. Here was drawn up the firing party, and in front of them, 15 feet away on snow-trodden, trampled grass, stood Bertie. He caught sight of Vivie passing in, behind the firing party, and standing beyond them at the verandah rail. He straightened himself, ducked his head aside from the handkerchief with which they were going to bandage his eyes, and shouted: "Take away your blasted handkerchief. I ain't afraid of the guns. If you'll let me look at her, I'll stand as quiet as quiet." The officer in command of the firing party shrugged his shoulders. The soldier escort desisted from his attempts to blindfold the Englishman and stood aside, out of range. Bertie fixed his glowing eyes on the woman he had loved from his youth up. The rifles rang out with a reverberating bellow, and he fell out of her sight, screened by the soldiers, a crumpled body over which they threw a sheet. What happened then to Vivie? I suppose you expect the time-worn trick of the weary novelist anxious to put his pen down and go to his tea. Then she seemed swallowed up in a cloud of blackness and knew no more, till it was convenient to the narrator to begin a fresh chapter. But with me it must be the relentless truth and nothing but the truth in all its aspects. Vivie was deafened, nearly stunned by the frightful noise of the volley in a confined space. Next she was being unceremoniously pushed out of the verandah into the corridor, and so out into the snow-covered space in front of the brick building, whilst the officer was examining the dead body of the fallen man, ready to give the coup de grâce if he were not dead. But he was. Vivie was next conscious that she had the most dreadful blinding headache she had ever known, and with it felt an irresistible nausea. The prison Directeur was taking her hand and saying: "Mademoiselle, it is my duty to inform you that you are no longer under arrest. You are free to return to your lodging." Minna von Stachelberg had come from somewhere and was taking her right arm to lead her Brusselsward, and Pastor Walcker was ranging himself alongside to be her escort. Unable to reply to any of them, she strode forward by herself to where under the snow lay an ill-kept grass plot, and there was violently sick. The anaesthetics and soporifics of the last 2 days were having their usual aftermath. After that came on a shuddering faintness and a rigour of shivers, under which her teeth clacked. Some doctor came forward with a little brandy. She put the glass to her lips, then pushed it aside, took Pastor Walcker's proffered arm, and walked towards the tram terminus. Then they were in the tram, going towards the heart of Brussels. How commonplace! Fat, frowsy market women got in or got out, with their baskets. Clerks entered with portfolios don't they call them serviettes? Under their arms. German policemen, Belgian gendarmes, German soldiers, a priest with his breviary came and went as though this Monday morning were like any other. Vivie walked quite firmly and staidly from the tram halt to the Walkers' house in the Rue Haute. There she was met by Madame Walcker, who at a sign from her husband took her upstairs, silently undressed her and put her to bed with a hot water bottle and a cup of some hot drink which tasted a little of coffee. After that Vivie passed 3 days of great sickness and nausea, a furred tongue and positively no appetite. Finally she arose a week after the execution and looked at herself in the mirror. She was terribly haggard. She looked at least 55. "They must have taken me for his mother or his aunt, never for his sweetheart," she commented bitterly to herself. And her brown gold hair was now distinctly a cinder grey. The next day she went back to work at the hospital. To Minna she said: "I can never, never, never forget your kindness and sympathy. Sister seems an insufficient name to call you by. Whatever happens, unless you cast me off, we shall be friends. I dare say I even owe my life to you, if it is worth anything. But it is. I want to live, now. I want to live to be revenged. I want to live to help Bertie's" her voice still shook over the name "Bertie's wife and children. I expect but for you I should have been tried already in the Senate for complicity with Bertie, and found guilty and shot." Minna: "I won't go so far as to say you are right, but I certainly was alarmed about you when you were arrested. Of course I knew nothing about that poor young man till just before his execution, when Pastor Walcker came to me. Even then I could do nothing, and I understood so badly what had happened. But about you I said to myself, if I do not do something, you can perhaps be sentenced to imprisonment. And I did bestir myself, you can bet." Minna liked to show she knew a slangy phrase or two. "So I telegraphed to the Emperor. I besieged von Bissing at the Ministère des Sciences et des Arts. I wrote to him, telegraphed to him, telephoned to him, sat in his ante rooms, neglected my hospital work entirely from Friday to Monday. I expect as a matter of fact they found nothing in that poor young man's papers to implicate you. They just wanted the brutes to give you a good fright. And I dare say such is the military mind even wished you to see him shot. By the by, I suppose you have heard that von Bissing is very ill? Dying, perhaps." Vivie: "I hope so. I am so glad. I hope it's a painful illness, and that he'll die and find there really is a hell, and an uncommonly hot one." It must not be supposed from the frequent quotations from Countess von Stachelberg's condemnations of German cruelties that she was an unpatriotic woman, repudiating, apostatizing from her own country. On the contrary, she held, mistakenly or not, that Germany had been the victim of secret diplomacy, had been encircled by a ring fence of enemies, refused the economic guarantees she required and the colonial expansion she desired. Minna disliked the Slavs, did not believe in them save as musicians, singers, painters, dancers and actors. She believed Germany had a great civilizing, culture spreading mission in South East Europe, and that the germs of this war lay in the policy of Chamberlain, the protectionism of the United States, the revengeful spirit and colonial selfishness of France. But she shuddered over the German cruelties in Belgium and France. The horrors of war were a revelation to her, and she was henceforth a pacifist before all things. Your old statesmen and our old or middle-aged generals, my dear, are alike to blame. But you and I know where the real mischief lies. We are misruled by an all-man government. I certainly don't want the other extreme, an all-woman government. What we want and must have is a man and woman, a married government. Then we shall settle our differences without going to war." Vivie agreed with her cordially. She, Vivie I really ought to begin calling her Vivian, she is 41 by now in resuming her duties at the Hôpital de Saint Pierre, found no repugnance in tending wounded German soldiers. The officers she did shrink from; she realized that the soldiers were but the slaves of the officer class, of Kaiserdom. Her reward for this degree of Christianity was to have a batch of wounded English boys or men to look after. She saw again Bertie Adams in many of them, especially in the sergeants and corporals. They in turn thought her a very handsome, stately lady, but rather maudlin at times. So easy to set her off a crying as though her 'eart would break, poor thing. And I says, "Why, ma'am, the pain's nothin', nothin' to what it used ter be." 'Specks she lost some son in the war. Wonder 'ow she came to be here. Ain't the Germans afraid of her? They were. The mental agony she had been through had etherealized her face, added to its look of age and gravity, but imparted likewise a sort of awfulness. She exhaled an aura of righteous authority. She had been through the furnace, and foolishness and petulance had been burnt out of her, though thank goodness she retained some sense of humour. She had probably never been so handsome from the painter's point of view, though one could not imagine a young man falling in love with her now. Her personality was first definitely noted by the Bruxellois the day that von Bissing's funeral cortège passed through the streets of Brussels on its way to Germany. Vivie Warren was sufficiently restored to health then to stand on the steps of some monument and cry, "Vive la Belgique! À bas les tyrans!" The police and the spies looked another way and affected deafness. They had orders not to arrest her unless she actually resorted to firearms or other lethal weapons. It was said that her appeal for Bertie Adams did reach the Emperor 2 days too late; that he pished and pshawed over von Bissing's cruel precipitancy. "Englishmen," he muttered to his entourage, "don't assassinate. The Irish do. But how I'm going to make peace with England I don't know." His hell on earth must have been that few people admired the English character more than he did, and yet, unprovoked, he had blundered into war with England. However, though it was too late to save this lunatic Adams, he gave orders that Vivie was to be let alone. He even, through Gräfin von Stachelberg, transmitted to her his regrets that she and her mother had been treated so cavalierly at the Hôtel Impérial. It was not through any orders of his. So Vivie became quite a power in Brussels during that last anxious year and a half of waiting, between May 1917 and November 1918. German soldiers, still limping from their wounds, saluted her in the street, remembering her kindness in hospital and the letters she unweariedly wrote at their dictation to their wives and families, for she had become quite a scholar in German. The scanty remains of the British colony and the great ladies among patriotic Belgians now realized how false were the stories that had circulated about her in the first year of the war, and extended to her their friendship. And the Spanish minister who had taken the place of the American as protector of British subjects invited her to all the fêtes he gave for Belgian charities and Red Cross funds. Through his legation she endeavoured to send information to the Y.M.C.A. and to Bertie's widow that Albert Adams of the Y.M.C.A. had died in Brussels from the consequences of the war. I dare say in the autumn of 1917, if Vivie Warren had applied through the Spanish minister for a passport to leave Belgium for some neutral country, it would have been accorded to her. The German authorities would have been thankful to see her no more. She reminded them of one of the cruelest acts of their administration. But she preferred to stay for the historical revenge of seeing the Germans driven out of Belgium and Belgian independence restored. And she could not go lest Bertie's grave should be forgotten. In common with Edith Cavell, Gabrielle Petit, Philippe Bauck and the other 40 or 50 victims of von Bissing's terror, he had been buried in the grassy slopes of the amphitheatre of the rifle range near where he had been executed. Every Sunday, wet or fine, Vivien went there with fresh flowers. She had marked the actual grave with a small wooden cross bearing his name, till the time should come when she could have his remains transferred to English soil. One day, as she was leaving the hospital in the autumn of 1917, a shabby man pushed into her hand a soiled, way-worn copy of the Times, a fortnight old. 3 francs, he whispered. She paid him. It was no uncommon thing for her or one of her English or Belgian acquaintances to buy the Times or some other English daily at a price ranging from 1 franc to 10, and then pass it round the friendly circle of subscribers who apportioned the cost. On this occasion she opened her Times in the tram going home and glanced at its columns. In any one but Mees Varennes in these days of 1917-1918 this would have been a punishable offence, but in her case no spy or policeman noted the infringement of regulations about the enemy press. On one of the pages she read an account of a bad air raid on Portland Place and a reference, with a short obituary notice elsewhere, to the death of one of the victims of the German bombs. This was Linda, Lady Rossiter, the dearly loved wife of Sir Michael Rossiter, whose discoveries in the way of bone grafting and other forms of curative surgery had been among the outstanding achievements in etc. etc. "Dear me," said Vivie to herself as the tram coursed on beyond her usual stopping place and the conductor obstinately looked the other way. "I'm glad she lived to be Lady Rossiter. It must have given her such pleasure. Poor thing! And to think the knowledge that he's a widower hardly stirs my pulses one extra beat. And how I loved that man 7 years, 6 years, 5 years ago. Hullo, where am I? Miles from the Rue Haute. Conducteur, arrêtez s'il vous plaît." End of chapter 19, part 2. Chapter 20 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 20. After the Armistice. The Bruxellois felt very disheartened in the closing months of 1917. The Russian Revolution had brought about the collapse of Russia as an enemy of Germany, and the Germans were enabled to transport most of their troops on the Russian frontier to the west and to the Italian frontier. Italy had lost half Venetia and enormous quantities of guns in the breach of her defences at Caporetto. It seemed, indeed, at any moment, when the ice and snow of that dreadful winter of 1917-18 melted, as though Italy would share the fate of Roumania. Though the British Army had had grand success with their tanks, they had, ere 1917 ended, lost nearly all the ground gained round Cambrai. Besides, the submarine menace was imperilling the British food supplies and connections with America. As to the United States, was their intervention going to be more than money loans and supplies of material? Would they really supply the fighting men, the one thing at this crisis necessary to defeat Germany? Belgium had been divided administratively into 2 distinct portions, north and south of the Meuse. North of the Meuse she was to be a Dutch-speaking country, either part of Germany eventually, or given to Holland to compensate her for her very benevolent neutrality towards Germany during the war. A handful of Flemish adventurers appeared at Brussels to form the Council of Flanders, and sickened the Bruxellois by their lavish praise of the German administration and servile concurrence with all German measures. The events of the spring of 1918 accentuated the despair in the Belgian capital. When the Germans broke through the defences of the new lines which ran through Picardy and Champagne, reached the vicinity of Amiens, retook Soissons and recrossed the Marne, it seemed as though Belgian independence had been lost. The utmost she could hope for would be the self-government of a German province. But Vivie was not among the pessimists. She discerned a smouldering discontent among the German soldiers, even when Germany seemed near to a sweeping victory over France and Britain. The brutality of the soldiers, their deliberate, nasty dirtiness during the first 2 years of the war, seemed due rather to their officers' orders than to an anti-human disposition of their own. Many of the soldiers in Belgium, in Brussels, turned round, so to speak, and conceived a horror of what they had done, of what they had been told to do. Men who on the instigation of their officers, and these last, especially the Prussians, seemed fiends incarnate, had offered violence to young Belgian women, ended by offering to marry them, even showed themselves kind husbands, only too willing to become domesticated, groaning at having to leave their temporary homes and return to the terrible fighting on the Yser or in France. There were, for example, the soldiers stationed at the Villa Beau séjour and at the Oudekens farm. Vivie had a growing desire to find out what had happened to her mother's property. One day, late in February 1918, when there was a premature breath and feeling of spring in the air, she called on her friend, as he had become, the Directeur of the prison of Saint Gilles, and asked him, since she herself could not deign to ask any favour or concession of the German authorities, to obtain for her a permit to proceed to Tervueren, the railway service between Brussels and that place having been reopened. She walked over, with what reminiscences the roads and paths were filled, to the Villa, and showing her pass was received not uncivilly by the sergeant major in charge. Fortunately the officers had all gone, voting it very dull, with Brussels so near and yet so far. After their departure the sergeant major and his reduced guard of men had begun to make the place more homelike. The usual German thrift had shown itself. They had reassembled the remains of Mrs. Warren's herd of cows. These had calves and were giving milk. There were once more the beginnings of a poultry yard. The rooms had been cleaned at any rate of their unspeakable filth, though the dilapidations and the ruined furniture made tears of vexation stand in Vivie's eyes. However, she kept her temper and told the sergeant that it was her property now, that she intended to reclaim it at the end of the war, and that if he saw to it that the place was handed back to her with no further damage, she would take care that he was duly rewarded. And as an instalment she gave him a good tip. He replied with a laugh and a shrug, that may well come about. Das könnte wohl geschehen. He had already heard of the Engländerin whom the Kommandantur was afraid to touch, and opened his heart to her, even offering to prepare her a little meal in her own salle à manger. With what strange sensations she sat down to it. The sergeant, as he brought in the œuf au plat, said the Germans were already sick of the war. Most wanted to go back to Germany, but a few were so much in love with Belgium that they hoped they might be allowed to settle down there, especially those who spoke Platt Deutsch, to whom Flemish came so easy. From Villa Beau séjour, Vivie Warren passed on to the Oudekens farm, wondering what she would see. Some fresh horror? But on the contrary, Madame Oudekens looked years younger. Indeed, when Vivien first stood outside the house door, she had heard really hearty laughter coming from the orchard where the farmer's widow was pinning up clothes to dry. Yet it was here that the woman's husband had been shot and buried as the result of a field court sentence. But when she answered Vivien's questions, after plying her with innumerable inquiries, she admitted with a blush that Heinrich, the German sergeant, with whom she had first cohabited by constraint, had recently married her at the Mairie, though the curé had refused to perform the religious service. Heinrich was now invariably kind and worked hard on the farm. He hoped by diligently supplying the officers' messes in Brussels with poultry and vegetables that he and his assistants, 2 corporals, might be overlooked and not sent back into the fighting ranks. As to her daughters, after a few months of promiscuity, a terrible time that Madame Oudekens wanted to forget, they had been assigned to the 2 corporals as their exclusive property. They were both of them about to become mothers, and if no one interfered, as soon as this accursed war was over, their men would marry them. "But," said Vivie, "suppose your husband and these corporals are married already in Germany?" "Qu'est ce que ça fait?" said Madame Oudekens. "C'est si loin." By making these little concessions she had already saved her youngest son from deportation to Germany. The enormous demands for food in Brussels, which in 1918 had a floating population of over 1,000,000, and where the Germans were turning large dogs into pemmican, had tripled the value of all productive farms so near the capital as those round Tervueren, especially now the railway service was reopened. Many of the peasants were making huge fortunes in complicity with some German soldier partner. In Brussels itself, soldiers often sided with the people against the odious Polizei, the intolerable German spies and police agents. Conflicts would sometimes occur in the trams and the streets when the German police endeavoured to arrest citizens for reading the Times or La Libre Belgique, or for saying disrespectful things about the Emperor. The tremendous rush of the German offensive onward to the Marne, Somme and the Ypres salient in March June 1918 was received by the shifting garrison of Brussels with little enthusiasm. Would it not tend to prolong the war? The German advance into France was spectacular, but it was paid for by an appalling death roll. The hospitals at Brussels were filled to overflowing with wounded and dying men. The Austrians, who were brought from the Italian front to replenish the depleted battalions, quarrelled openly with the Prussians, and in some cases had to be surrounded in a barrack square and shot down. The first real check to the German army in its second march on Paris, that which followed its crossing of the Marne near Dormans, was prophetically greeted by the Bruxellois as the turning of the tide. The Emperor had gone thither from the Hôtel Impérial in order to witness and follow the culminating march on Paris. But Foch now struck with his reserves and the head of the tortoise was nipped off. The driving back of the Germans over the Marne coincided with the Belgian national fête of July 21st. Not since 1914 had this fête been openly observed. But on this day in 1918 the German police made no protest when a huge crowd celebrated the fête day in every church and every street. Vivien herself, smiling and laughing as she had not done since Bertie's death, attended the service in Sainte Gudule and joined in singing La Brabançonne in place of Te Deum Laudamus. In the streets and houses of Brussels every piano, every gramophone was enrolled to play the Marseillaise, Vers l'Avenir and La Brabançonne, the Belgian national anthem, uninspiring words and dreary tune. From this date onwards, July 21st, the German débâcle proceeded, with scarcely one day's intermission, with never a German regain of lost ground. When the Americans had retaken Saint Mihiel on September 14th, then did Belgians boldly predict that their king would be back in Brussels by Christmas. But their prophecies were outstripped by events. Already in the beginning of October the accredited German press in Belgium was adjuring the Belgians not to be impatient but to let them evacuate Belgium quietly. At the end of October, Minna von Stachelberg told Vivien that she and the other units of the German Red Cross had received instructions to leave and hand over their charges to the Belgian doctors and nurses. The two women took an affectionate farewell of each other, vowing they would meet again somewhere when the war was over. British wounded now began to cease coming into Brussels, so Vivie was free to attend to her own affairs. Enormous quantities of German plunder were streaming out of Belgium by train, by motor, in military lorries, in carts and wagons. Nearly all this belonged to the officers, and the already rebellious soldiers broke out in protestations. Why should they who had done all the fighting have none of the loot? So they won over the Belgian engine drivers, delighted to see this quarrel between the hyenas, and held up the trains in the suburban stations north of Brussels. There were pitched battles which ended always in the soldiers' victory. The soldiers would then hold auctions and markets of the plunder captured in the trains and lorries. They were in a hurry to get a little money to take back with them to Germany. Vivie, who had laid her plans now as to what to do after the German evacuation of Brussels, attended these auctions. She was nearly always civilly treated, because so many German soldiers had known her as a friend in hospital and told other soldiers. At one such sale she bought a serviceable motor car for 750 francs, at another drums of petrol. She had provided herself with funds by going to her mother's bank and reopening the question of the deposited jewels and plate. Now that the victory of the Allies seemed certain, the bank manager was more inclined to make things easy for her. He had the jewels and plate valued, roughly, at £3,000, and although he would not surrender them until the will could be proved and she could show letters of administration, he consented on behalf of the bank to make her a loan of 30,000 francs. On November 10th the German soldier who had followed Vivie about with humble fidelity since she had cured him of a bad whitlow, and also because, as he said, it was a joy to speak English once more, for he had been a waiter at the Savoy Hotel, came to her in the Boulevard d'Anspach and said, "The red flag, lady, he fly from Kommandantur. With us I think it is kaput." This was what Vivien had been waiting for. Asking the man to follow her, she first stopped outside a shop of military equipment, and after a brief inspection of its goods, entered and purchased a short, not too flexible riding whip with a heavy handle. As the trams were densely crowded, she walked at a rapid pace, glancing round ever and again to see that her German soldier was following, up the Boulevard du Jardin Botanique and along the Rue Royale until she came to the Hôtel Impérial. Here she halted for a minute to have the soldier close behind her, then gave the revolving door a turn and found herself and him in the marble hall once built for Mrs. Warren's florid taste. "Call the manager," she said, trying not to pant, to two Belgian servants who came up, a porter and a lift man. The manager, he who had ejected her and her mother in 1915, was fortunately a little while in appearing. He was really packing up with energy so as to depart with all the plunder he could transport before the way of escape was closed. This little delay enabled Vivien to get her breath and resume an impressive calm. "Well, what you want?" the manager said insolently, recollecting her. "This first," she said, seizing him suddenly by his coat collar. "I want to give you the soundest thrashing you have ever had." And before he could offer any effective resistance she had lashed him well with the riding cravache about the shoulders, hands, back and face. He wrenched himself free and crouched ready for a counter attack, but the Belgian servants intervened and tripped him up, and the German soldier, the ex-waiter from the Savoy, said that Madame was by nature so kind that there must be some good reason for this chastisement. "There is," she replied, now she had got her breath and was inwardly feeling ashamed at her resort to such violent methods. "3 years ago this creature turned my mother and myself out of this hotel with such violence that my mother died of it a few minutes afterwards. He stole our money and much of our property. I have inherited from my mother, to whom this hotel once belonged, a right over certain rooms which she used to occupy. I resume that right from today. I shall go to them now. As to this wretch, throw him out onto the pavement. He can afterwards send for his luggage, and what really is his he shall have." Her orders were executed. She then sent a message to Madame Walcker and to the kind tea shop woman, Madame Trouessart, close by, explaining what she had done and why. "I shall take control of this hotel in the name of the Belgian company that owns it, a company in which, through my mother, I possess shares. I shall stay here till responsible persons take it over, and I shall resume possession of the appartement that belonged to my mother. Meantime, would Madame Trouessart engage a few stout wenches to eke out the scanty hotel staff, most of which being German had already commenced its flight back to the fatherland with all the plunder it could carry off. The soldier, ex-hotel waiter, was provisionally engaged to remain as long as the Belgian Government allowed him, and 3 stalwart British soldiers, until the day before prisoners of war, were enlisted in her service and armed with revolvers to repel any ordinary act of brigandage. By the end of November she had the Hôtel Édouard Sept, with the old name restored, running smoothly and ready for the new guests: British, French officers and civilians who would follow the King of the Belgians on his return to his capital. The re established Belgian authorities soon put her into possession of the Villa Beau séjour. The German sergeant major here had kept faith with her, and in return for handing over everything intact, including the herd of cows, received a douceur which amply rewarded him for this belated honesty before he too set his face towards Germany with the rest of the evacuating army. The motor car she had bought enabled her to fetch supplies of food from farm to hotel, and to perform many little services to Belgians who were returning to their old homes. Madame Trouessart, not as yet having any stock of tea with which to reopen her tea shop to the first incoming of curious tourists, agreed to live with Miss Warren at the hotel and act as her deputy if affairs took her away from Brussels. It was at the Hôtel Édouard Sept, the place where she had been born, that Rossiter met her when he arrived in Brussels after the armistice. She felt a little tremulous when his card was sent up to her, and kept him waiting quite 5 minutes while she saw that her hair was tidy, and estimated before the glass the extent to which it had gone grey. She had let it grow of late years the days of David Williams and Mr. Michaelis seemed very remote and spent some time and consideration in arranging it. Her costume was workmanlike and that of an hotel manageress in the morning, yet distinctly set off her figure and suited her character of an able-bodied, intellectual woman. "Vivie!" "Michael!" "My dear, you're handsomer than ever." "Michael, your khaki uniform becomes you. I'm so glad you've got rid of that beard. Now we can see your well-shaped chin. But still we mustn't stand here paying one another compliments, though this meeting is too wonderful. I never thought I should see you again. Let's come to realities. I suppose the real heartfelt question at the back of your mind is, can I let you have a room? I can, but not a bathroom suite. They're all taken. Michael: nonsense, I'm going to be put up at the Palace Hotel. Jenkins, you remember the butler of old time? Jenkins and my batman, a refined brigand, a polished robber, have already been there and commandeered something. No, I came here firstly to find out if you were living, secondly to ask you to marry me a pause and thirdly to find out what happened to Bertie Adams. A message came through the Spanish Legation here a year and a half ago to the effect that he had died at Brussels from the consequences of the war. However, unless you can tell me at once this is all a mistake, we can go into his affairs later. My first question is oh, bother all this cackle will you marry me? Vivie: dear brave Bertie, whom I shall everlastingly mourn, was shot here in Brussels by the abominable Germans as a spy on April 8, 1917. He was of course no more a spy than you are or I am. The poor devoted fool I rage still because I shall never be worth such folly, such selfless devotion got into Belgium with false passports, American, in the hope of rescuing me. He came and enquired here, my last address in his remembrance, and came by sheer bad luck just as the Kaiser was about to arrive. They jumped to the conclusion that Rossiter: awfully, cruelly sad. But you can give me the details of it later on. You must have a long, long story of your own to tell which ought to be of poignant interest. But will you marry me? I suppose you know dear Linda died, was killed by a bomb in a German air raid last year, October 1917. I really felt heartbroken about it, but I know now I am only doing what she would have wished. She came at last to talk about you quite differently, quite understanding. Vivie: That's what all widowers say. They always declare the dead wife begged them to marry again, and even designated her successor. Poor Linda! Yes, I read an account of it in a copy of the Times, but I couldn't of course communicate with you to say how truly, truly sorry I was. I am glad to know she spoke nicely of me. Did she really, or have you only made it up? Michael: Of course I haven't. She really did. Do you know she and I quite altered after the war began? She lost all her old silliness and inefficiency, or at any rate only retained enough of the old childishness to make her endearing, and I really grew to love her. I quite forgot you. Yes, I admit it. But somehow after she was dead the old feeling for you came back, and without any disloyalty to Linda. I felt in a way, I know it is an absurd thing for a man of science to say, for we have still no proof, I felt somehow as though she lived still. That's why I don't want to get rid of the Park Crescent house. Her presence seems to linger there. But I also knew, instinctively, that she would like us to come together. She Waiter, knocking at door and slightly opening it. Madame, le Général Tomkins veut vous voir. Il ajoute qu'il n'est pas habitué à attendre. Il y a aussi Monsieur Émile Vandervelde qui arrive instamment et qui n'a pas d'installation. Rossiter: Damn! Let me go and settle with him. Tomkins! I never heard such cheek. Vivien: Not at all. You forget I am manageress. To waiter: Entrez donc. Dites au Général que je serai à sa disposition dans 3 minutes et montrez-lui ce que nous avons en fait de chambre. Tous les appartements avec bain sont pris. Cassez Monsieur Vandervelde quelque part. Du reste, je descendrai. Waiter goes out. Michael, it is impossible to have a sentimental conversation here and at this hour, 11 o'clock on a busy morning. If you want an answer to your second question, now you've seen me, meet me outside the palm house of the Jardin Botanique at 3 p.m. I'll get off somehow for an hour just then. Don't forget, it's close by here along the Rue Royale. Be absolutely punctual, or else I shall think that having seen me, seen how changed I am, you have altered your mind. I shall quite understand. Only I may come back at 5 minutes past 3 and accept General Tomkins. Acquaintances ripen quickly in Brussels. In the Palm House, or rather one of its many compartments, 3.5 p.m. on a beautiful afternoon in early December. The sun is sinking over outspread Brussels in a pink and yellow haze radiating from the good-humoured looking orange orb. There are no other visitors to the Palm House, at any rate not to this compartment, except the superintending gardener, the same that cheered the last hours of Mrs. Warren. He recognizes Vivien and salutes her gravely. Seeing that she is accompanied by a gentleman in khaki, he discreetly withdraws out of hearing and tidies up a tree fern. Vivien and Michael seat themselves on 2 green iron chairs under the fronds and in front of grey stems. Vivie: This is a favourite place of mine for assignations. I can't think why it is so little appreciated by young Brussels. These palm houses are much more beautiful than anything at Kew. They are in the heart of Brussels, over which, as you see, you have a wonderful view. It was much more frequented when the Germans were here. With all their brutality, they did not injure this unequalled collection of tropical plants. They made the Palm House an allowance of coal and coke in winter, while we poor human beings went without. I used often to come in here on a winter's day to get warm and forget my sorrows. Look at that superb raffia! What fronds! And that Phoenix spinosa! And that Aralia! Rossiter: Bother the Aralia. I haven't come here for a botany lesson. Besides, it isn't an Aralia, it's a Gomphocarpus. Vivie: Will you marry me? Vivie: My dear Michael, I was 43 last October. Michael: I was 53 last November, the day the armistice was signed. But I feel more like 33. Life in camp has quite rejuvenated me. Vivie (continuing): And my hair is cinder grey, an unfortunate transition colour. And if the gardener were not looking I should say, feel my elbows, dreadfully bony. And my face has become..." She turns her face towards him. He sees tears trembling on the lower lashes of her grey eyes. But something has come into the features, some irradiation of love. Is it the light of the sunset? Which imparts a tender youthfulness to the curvature of cheek, lips and chin. Her face, indeed, might be of any age. It held the undying beauty of a goddess, in whom knowledge has sweetened to tenderness, and divinity has dissolved in a need for compassion, and the youthful assurance of a happy woman whose wish at last is won. For a minute she looks at him without finishing her sentence. Then she sits up straighter and says explicitly, "Yes, I will." The gardener managed an occasional peep at them, sitting hand in hand. He wished the idyll to last as long as the clear daylight, but the hour for closing was 4 o'clock. Il n'y avait pas à nier. Either they were husband and wife, reunited after years of war severance, or they were mature lovers, and probably of the most respectable. In either case, the necessary hint that ecstasies must transfer themselves at sunset from the glass houses of the Jardin Botanique to the outer air was best conveyed on this occasion by a discreet gift of flowers. Accordingly, he went on to where exotic lilies were blooming, picked a few blossoms, returned, came with soft padding steps up to Vivie, offered them with a bow and said, "Mes félicitations sincères, Madame." Vivie laughed and took the lilies. Rossiter, of course, gave him a 10-franc note, and they sauntered slowly back to the hotel. Chapter 20. L'Envoi of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. L'Envoi. I am reproached by such art critics as deign to notice my pictures with finishing my foregrounds overmuch, filling them with superabundant detail, making the primroses more important than the snow peaks, and by my publishers with forgetting the price of paper and the cost of printing. My jury of matrons thinks I don't know where to leave off, and that I might very well close this book on the answer that Mrs. Warren's daughter gave to Sir Michael Rossiter's proposal of marriage in the Palm House at Brussels. The reader, they say, can very well fill in the rest of the story for himself or herself. It is hardly likely that Vivie will cry off at the last moment, or Michael reconsider the plunge into a second marriage. Why, therefore, waste print and paper and our eyesight in describing the marriage ceremony, the inevitable visit to Honoria, and what Vivie did with the property she inherited from her mother? No doubt they are all right. Yet I am distrustful of my readers' judgment and imagination. I feel both want guiding, and I doubt their knowledge of the world and goodness of heart being equal to mine, except in rare cases. So I throw out these indications to influence the sequels they may plan to this story. I think that Michael and Vivie were married at the British Legation in Brussels between Christmas and the New Year of 1918-1919, before that Legation was erected into an embassy, and that the marriage officer was kind, genial Mr. Hawke when he returned to Brussels from The Hague and proceeded to get the Legation into working order. I am sure Mr. Hawke entered into the spirit of the thing and gave an informal breakfast afterwards in the Rue de Spa, to which Monsieur and Madame Walker, Monsieur and Madame Trouessart, and the director of the prison of Saint Gilles and his wife were invited. I think the head gardener of the Jardin Botanique, who had charge of the tropical houses, cribbed from the collection some of the most magnificent blooms and presented them to Vivie on the morning of her marriage, and that afterwards she laid the bouquet on her mother's newly finished tomb in the cemetery of Saint Josse ten Noode, where, the weather being singularly mild for the time of year, the flowers lasted fresh and blooming for several days. I am sure she and Michael then crossed the road and passed on to the building of the Tir National, entered it and stood for a moment in the verandah from which Vivie had seen Bertie Adams executed. and passed on over the tussocky grass to the graves of Bertie Adams and Edith Cavell, where they did silent homage to the dead. I believe a few days afterwards they visited the Senate where the victims of von Bissing's terror had been tried, browbeaten, insulted, mocked; and the functionary who showed them over this superb national palace is certain to have included in his exposition the once splendid carpets which the German officers, prior to their evacuation of the Senate, all but the legislative chamber of which was used as a barracks for rough soldiery, had sprayed and barred, streaked and splodged with printing ink. He would also have pointed out the 300-year-old tapestries they had ripped from the walls and the historical portraits they had slashed, and would again have emphasized the fact that in all these senseless devastations the officers were far worse than the men. Also I am certain that Michael and Vivie made a pilgrimage to the prison of Saint Gilles, and stood silently in the cell where Bertie Adams and Vivie had spent those terrible days of suspense and despair between April 6th and April 8th, 1917; and that when they entered that other compartment of the prison where Edith Cavell had passed her last days before her execution, they listened with sympathetic reverence to the recital by the Directeur of verses from L'Hymne d'Edith Cavell, as it is now called, no other than the sad old poem of human sorrow, Abide with me; and that they appreciated to the full the warmth of Belgian feeling which has turned the cell of Edith Cavell into a chapelle ardente in perpetuity. I think they returned to England in January 1919, so that Michael might get back quickly to his work of mending the maimed, now transferred to English hospitals; and so that Vivie, always a practical woman, should prove her mother's will, secure her heritage, and have it in hand as a fund from which to promote all the happiness she could. I doubt whether she will give much of it to causes rather than cases, and to politics in preference to persons. I think she was awfully disgusted when she was back in the England of to day not to find Mrs. Fawcett Prime Ministress and First Lady of the Treasury, Annie Kenney at the Board of Trade, and Christabel Pankhurst running the Ministry of Health. It was disheartening after the long struggle for the woman's vote and the equality of the sexes in opportunity to find the same old men muddlers in charge of all public affairs and departments of state, and the only woman on the benches of the House of Commons a millionaire peeress never before identified with the struggle for the woman's cause. However, I think her disenchantment did not diminish the rapture at finding herself once more in the intimacy of Honoria Armstrong. Sir Petworth, when he ran over on leave from the Army of Occupation, thought her enormously improved, though he had the tact not to say so. He frankly made the amende honorable for his suspicions and churlishness of the past, and himself, I think, insisted on his frank and friendly children calling her Aunt Vivie. I am equally sure that Vivie was not long in London before she appeared at dear old Praddy's studio, beautifully gowned and looking years younger than 43. And I shouldn't wonder but that her presence once more in his circle will give his frame a fillip so that he may cheat death over a few more annual outbreaks of influenza. I am convinced that he has left all his money, after providing a handsome annuity for the parlour maid, to Vivie, knowing that in her hands far more, and far more quickly than in those that direct princely and public charities, will his funds reach the students and the poverty-stricken artists whom he wants to benefit. I think that after spending the first 5 months of 1919 in London, getting No. 1 Park Crescent tidy again and fully repaired, because Michael wished to pursue more thoroughly than ever his biological researches, Vivie and Michael went off to spend their real honeymoon in the occupied territory of the Rhineland, in that never to be forgotten June, memorable for its splendid sunshine and the beauty of its flowers and foliage. I think they did this expressly under the guise of a visit to General Armstrong, so that Vivie and Minna von Stachelberg, now Minna Schultz, might foregather at Bonn. Minna had married again an officer of no family, but of means and of fine physique, whom she had nursed in Brussels. His left arm had been shattered, but the skill of the Belgian surgeons and her devoted nursing had saved it from being amputated. She had wished, however, to have him examined by some great exponent of curative surgery at Bonn University, and the conjunction of the celebrated Sir Michael Rossiter, who in his discussions of anatomy with the Bonn professors forgot there had ever been a war between Britain and Germany, was most opportune. I think, however, that Sir Michael said this was all humbug on Minna's part, and that all she wanted, her husband, Major Schultz, looking the picture of health, was to meet once more her well-beloved Vivie. At any rate, I am sure they met in the Rhineland in a propitious month when you could be out of doors all day and all night, and that Minna said some time or other how happy she was in her second marriage, and that however heartily she disliked militarism and condemned war, soldiers made the nicest husbands. I think before she and Vivie parted to go their several ways, they determined to work for the building up of an Anglo-German reconciliation, and for the advocacy in both countries of a man and woman government. I think, nevertheless, that Vivie, being a sound business woman and possessing a strong sense of justice on the lines of an eye for an eye, will claim at least £5,000 from the German Government for the devastations and thefts at Villa Beau séjour, and that having got it, and having disposed of her mother's jewellery and plate for £3,500, she will present the Villa Beau séjour property and an endowment of £8,000 to the town of Brussels, as an educational orphanage for the children of Belgian soldiers who have died in the war, where they may receive a practical education in agriculture and poultry farming. I fancy she gave £1,000 to Pastor Walker's Congo mission, and transferred to Madame Trouessart all her shares in and rights over the Hôtel Édouard VII. I also picture to myself the Rossiters having a motor tour of pure pleasure and delight of the eyes in South Wales in September, 1919. I imagine their going to Pontystrad and surprising the Vicar and Vicaress, and puzzling them with purposely diffuse stories of Vivie's cousin, the late David Vavasour Williams, intended to convey the idea, without telling unnecessary fibs, that David died abroad during the war, but that Vivie in his memory and that of his dear old father intends to continue a strong personal interest in the village hall and its educational aims. I also picture Vivie going alone to Mrs. Evanwy's rose entwined cottage. The old lady is now rather shaky and does not walk far from her little garden with its box bower and garden seat. I can foreshadow Vivie dispelling some of the mystery about David Williams and being embraced by the old nanny with warm affection and the hearty assurances that she had guessed the secret from the very first, but had been so drawn to the false David Williams, and so sure of his honest purposes, that nothing would have induced her to undeceive the old vicar. I can even imagine the old lady, ere, years hence, paralysis strikes her down, telling Vivie so much gossip about the Welsh Vavasours that Vivie becomes positively certain her mother came from that stock, and that she really was first cousin to the boy she personated for the laudable purpose of showing how well a woman could practise at the bar. I like to think also that by the present year of grace, 1920, the Rossiters will have become convinced that No. 1 Park Crescent, even with the Zoo and the Royal Botanic Gardens close by, and the ornamental garden of Regent's Park in between, does not satisfy all their needs and ambitions; that they will have resolved even before this year began to supplement it by a home in the country for week ends, for summer visits, and finally for rest in their old age. That for this purpose they will acquire some ideal grange or priory or ample farmstead near Petworth and the Armstrongs' home, over against the South Downs and near the river Rother; that it shall be in no mere suburb of Petworth, but in a stately little village with its own character and history going back to Roman times, and a church with a Saxon body and a Norman chancel; and that in the ideal churchyard of this enviable church with its ancient yews and 18th century tombstones, and old benches in the sunshine for the grandfathers and loafers of the village to sit on and smoke of a Sabbath morning, a place shall be found for the bones of Bertie Adams, reverently brought over from the grassy amphitheatre of the Tir National to repose in this churchyard of West Sussex, which looks out over one of the finest cricket pitches in the country. If then there is any lien between the mouldering fragments of our bodies and the inexplicable personality which has been generated in the living brain, the former office boy of Fraser and Warren will know that he is always present in the memory of Vivian Rossiter, that she has placed the few physical fragments still representing him in such a setting as would have delighted his honest, simple nature in his lifetime. He would also know that his children are now hers and her husband's, that his Nance very rightly married the excellent butler, Jenkins, with whom he had discussed many a cricket score, and that love, after all, is stronger than death. End of L'Envoi. End of Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston.